It was late afternoon when the airplane landed at the main island's airport. Iris was watching her younger brother Victor with astonishment. He was already awake and was sitting on his seat with his maid, who was feeding him grapes by her hand. She has heard about debaucherous young masters, but she would have never imagined, not even in her wild fantasies, that her brother was one of them. Her father has told her about Lily. He said that she was Victor's personal maid. And he seems to be interested in her too. What the F***ck? What kind of family do I have? She wondered. The airplane door opened as Theodore entered the cabin. He had changed his casual clothes into something more formal, as he was going to meet the patriarch. "Let's go," he said, making Iris stand up slowly and adjust her dress. This was given to her by Luna. She has never worn something this fancy before and was nervous about damaging it. Victor stood up too, with Lily. He headed to the door and then went down the boarding stairs after Theodore. Then headed out of the airport. Wow, Iris was astonished after leaving the airport as she saw the towering island and the many high-rise buildings dotting its terrain. "Is this island really only for our family?" she asked as she looked around. "Yes," Theodore replied, "managing our international assets requires a lot of manpower, so there are more servants than family members here," he said as he turned to meet two men who were entering the airport, one old and the other about Victor's age. "Patrick, are you here to congratulate me on finding my lost daughter?" Theodore asked, then looked at the young man. "Oh, Ron, where did they decide to ship you to?" he asked, making Ron gush his teeth in anger. Ron was sent to Nulor City. He will be supervising the family business there. "I am here to send him off," Patrick said while putting his hand on his son's shoulders, pushing him to bow. His position in the family has become much lower than Theodore, and Victor, who was busy picking his nose. "Ah, Cousin Ron. Is that you? I didn't know you without your nose pointing to the sky," Victor said to Ron as he threw something at him, then turned to Patrick and bowed slightly. "Uncle Patrick, this young one is pleased to see you again," Victor said with a smirk, making Patrick wish to kick his ass. "Can't you just move on? Do you have to make fun of Ron?" "Let's go," said Theodore, guiding his son out of the airport under Ron's envious eyes. "You have to work well, maybe one day you could have a higher position in the family," Patrick told his son as he dragged him into the airport. Ron nodded and just as he entered the runway, kicked a puddle on the ground in anger. It just so happened to hit a young woman who had just descended from a small private plane. Her golden hair looked astonishing, but she was dressed in rags and had a cloth bag on her back. "Hey, what are you doing?" she yelled at Ron in a strange accent. Making him get angry, he could barely hold himself when Victor made fun of him because of the difference in ranks. But now even this servant slut dares yell at him. He used all his half-player power to kick another paddle toward the girl, but it never landed on her, as a white-haired old man in butler uniform grabbed it and hurled it back at Ron at the speed of a bullet. Thankfully Patrick quickly grabbed it with his hand and saved his son. "How dare you attack my son? Do you, Uncle Falcon?" Patrick was scared and he quickly bowed down in respect as he kicked his son's leg, making him kneel on the ground. "This young one's son has made a mistake and we hope that he can be spared," Patrick said respectfully as sweat dropped from his brows. Falcon said nothing, he just looked at the girl who nodded, then walked past Patrick and spat on the astonished Ron as she moved beside him. Then continuing on her way. "Sorry Patrick, this girl is missing some manners. But it was your son's fault," Falcon said as he put his hand on Ron's shoulder, sending his face into the ground. "Consider this his punishment for offending Mississippi Zoe," Falcon added as he continued his path toward the car stop. Victor was astonished, he had just separated from his father who took a car and was going to see the patriarch. As for him, he has to wait a few minutes for the car that Kai has arranged for him. After getting into the limousine, he saw the old man and the girl approach the car. "Is this car going to the patriarch's hall?" Falcon asked the driver, who was a little embarrassed. "This car was prepared for young Master Victor, the the driver said. It's okay, let them in. This car is big enough, and we can make a detour. Victor said to the driver as he bowed his head respectfully to the old butler. Lily did too. Yes, young master. The driver said as he quickly went down and opened the door for the old man and the girl, who quickly entered the car and began to look around in astonishment as if she had never seen such a luxurious car before. You know this old man? Falcon asked Victor with a little surprise. As far as he knows, very few of the young generation know about him. Of Uncle Falcon, the old patriarch's personal servant, is someone every young heir should know about. Your accomplishments are legendary, Victor said respectfully, making Falcon smile and nod as he looked at the purple jade token around Victor's neck. This young man was good. Really fit to be an elite disciple. Victor knew those too. He never met the old man before, he only read about him. He was the old patriarch's butler, who was sent secretly to protect his youngest daughter and sister when she ran away from home with a young man a long time ago. That woman died in childbirth about 50 years ago. And the girl here was his great cousin, the granddaughter of that woman. She was raised in the mountains, and now that she has become an adult, Falcon revealed himself to her and then brought her here to try her luck with the ceremony. He read all about her in the burned archives of the family. In his past life, he only met her once, and that was very late. He was working at the Royal Library at that time. She was there to inquire about a few things, and he helped her out. She had the looks of a woman in her 30s while he was an old shivering man back then. She never knew his identity and chose to remain silent to protect her and himself. She had many enemies and was known as Manhood Destroying Zoe at that time. No one knew why she was called that, but she was a really mean, ruthless, and strong woman. She probably got betrayed by someone that made her character a little twisted. Unlike the naive blushing mountain girl in front of him. Name, Falcon Whiteoak. Level, 105. Class, Archer. Abnormal status, Slave, Nullified. Authority, 10. Strength, 285. Agility, 278. Intelligence, 211. Luck, 52. Charm, 53. Order, 39. Skills. Bow Arts S. Ice Mirror S. Cooking S. Brewing A. Projectile A. Survivor A. Knife Arts A. Quick Steps A. Sword Art B. Hide Breath B. Cleaning C. Play Dead D. Hairdressing D. Hunting D. Surveying E. Poetry F. Chess F. Equipment. Storage Ring F. Fate Status. Fate's Power, B. Fate's Direction, Neutral. Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, B. Zoe Bolt. STR 30. Int 11. Luck 15. Charm 22. Fate. Fate's Power, SS. Fate's Direction, Positive. Fate's Design, Made for Greatness. Total, SS+. Bloodline, Elder Dragon 40% Purity? 45% Purity? 5% Purity. A Scion? He never knew that. She hid very well. And what's wrong with her bloodline? 3 bloodlines? Really? No matter what, this one should be made an ally. I am Victor von Weiss, may I inquire about this beautiful lady's name? Victor asked politely, making Falcon's eye twitch. Victor? That pervert, he might have been lying in the mountains, but he had heard about him, and he has to make things clear, or this pervert would put his hands on little Zoe. This is Zoe Bolt, she is your cousin, Falcon said, clearing things out, while Zoe blushed. She has never been called beautiful before. Ah, nice to meet you, cousin Zoe, the ceremony was a few days ago. I didn't see you there. Victor asked as he smiled brightly, making Zoe lower her head in shyness. Yes, we had some trouble on the road. But the patriarch approved a late ceremony for her. It will happen tomorrow morning, Falcon said with a sigh as he glared at the little embarrassed Zoe, who was the cause of the delay as she insisted on taking revenge on some gangs in the mountain village she lived in, making them miss the appointment. Ah, so that's it. Victor thought. He was wondering why did his grandmother approve of giving Iris a chance at the awakening, despite missing the date. Activating that orb costs a lot of gems. The ceremony was conducted for Zoe and not Iris. It was to give Falcon face, probably. This guy is very strong and held an honorary elder position in the family. So you will be attempting the ceremony with my big sister. I hope that both of you succeed, Victor said with a dashing smile that made Zoe blush more. He began to ask her about her life in the mountains without forgetting to compliment her every now and then, making her laugh as he joked around. What a smooth talker, thought Falcon, who regretted taking the car with this guy. She is your fucking cousin. Although the family wouldn't mind such a relationship, he would. Zoe was like his granddaughter. You already have a pretty girl who is getting a little jealous at your side. Wait. He suddenly stopped and looked at the veiled Lily, who was sitting silently beside Victor. Why does this girl look familiar? I should have never seen her before as I never set foot on the island for the past 30 years. Strange. He didn't get a chance to observe Lily anymore as the car slowly stopped at the Patriarch's Hall. Nice to meet you, Victor. I hope we meet again, Zoe said with a bashful tone before dashing out of the car followed by Falcon, who shot Victor a glare before leaving. Let's go inside, Falcon said as adjusted his cloth. Zoe, whose eyes were following Victor's car, which hurried up the mountain, nodded and then turned to look at the hall. Ah, yes, she said while wondering why does that cousin look so good. He is much more handsome than her childhood friend who left the village 1 year ago. It took the car some time to reach the mansion where Grandma Ann lived. When Victor stepped out of the car he was greeted by a fat face that sat on a fat body. Young master, we meet at last. The fat man said it was Kai. What are you doing here? Victor asked him immediately, making him skip the introduction he was planning. I went ahead to inform the mistress of your arrival, Kai said proudly. And you were kicked out, Victor said, looking at the dirt on Kai's pants. Kai quickly nodded with embarrassment. That slut ordered her servants to throw him out. Oh, he can't say that out loud. If he did that, his fat head would be free to roll by itself on the ground. The matriarch didn't want to see you, Kai said. She told me to tell you to just do your assignment and marry Linda. He added. Oh, then step aside and keep Lily company. I will reason with her, Victor said as he headed to the manor, under Lily's worried gaze. The mistress does not want to see you, the guard said. Tell her, I have something that would change her mind. Something to do with the sword sect, Victor said, making the guard look at the butler who was standing by the door. The butler quickly went inside, then returned and invited Victor in, not forgetting to squint his eyes at him as he walked in. It was the same drawing room in which he met his grandmother the last time he was here. She was waiting for him while reading a book. It was a BL novel. He did find a full stack of those when he unearthed this mansion back then. So what deal do you have for me this time? She raised her head and asked him as he entered the room. Something you can't refuse, he said as he used his appraisal skill. This time he could read her stats. Name, Anne von Weiss. Level, 99. Class, Dark Witch. Authority, 09. Strength, 211. Agility, 271. Intelligence, 250. Luck, 42. Charm, 49. Order, 39. Skills. Dark Arts S. Dark Area Control S. Encouraging Speech A. Negotiating A. Scheming A. Augmented Hearing A. Knife Arts A. Quick Steps A. Hide Breath A. Kissing a. Fireball bee. Waterball bee. Gourmet bee. Inspecting gaze C. Demonic voice D. Minor sword arts D. Chess D. Piano E. Poetry E. Drawing F. Equipment. Defensive talisman SS. Hidden magic wand A. Curse shielding earrings A. Poison detection ring B. Storage ring B. Fate status. Fate's power C+. Fate's direction rising. Fate's design unspecified. Total C. Wow, as expected of a family head. Too bad such status would become useless after the reckoning. Oh, something I can't refuse. You sound like some lousy salesman. What might that thing be? She asked as she looked at him with interest. I need a promise first, he said. About Arya? She asked. Yes, and a few other things, think of it as a deal. He said. That depends, what do you have? She asked, curiously. A treasure that can make a semi-player upgrade to a player under certain conditions, Victor said. Really? She asked with a frown in a surprised yet unbelieving voice. Do tell me. It's called the Pendant of Armas. It can increase the authority of whoever wears it by 1, he said. What's the catch? She asked. Such treasures usually have huge penalties. It can only be worn by players below level 5. He said as he helped himself to a seat. Wallen looked at him with curious eyes, waiting for him to further explain. I heard that young Master Wang Ling from the Sword Sect was his patriarch's only son and that his father lost the ability to have other children due to practicing a certain technique. He said, Wang Ling has only awakened as a semi-player, so he lost the qualification to inherit his father's seat. He might want this treasure. I heard that their sect is on the brink of an inner war for succession in the absence of a suitable candidate. Victor said, making his grandmother throw the book in her hand to the table and then look at him. I already know that. Stop your mind games and tell me how this treasure can be useful. She said with indifference, but he could see the fire of interest flickering in her eyes. The Marduk curse, he said, making and frown the smile, then began to laugh, while clapping her hand. In the depth of the Dawn Valley, there exists a cleared dungeon. It was cleared and searched many times to the point where nothing of value remains there. But one in it there exists a demonic pond. If someone entered it with equipment, the thing would be permanently fused with the wearer's body. And that victim would be bald and lose the ability to have children. In addition to that, he would never be able to take off his equipment or wear another one. Only desperate people would go through that. And usually to equip high-level treasure. As the curse totally ignores the equipping requirements. Wang Ling was a pervert who had already fathered tens of children, so his father would probably push him into the dark pond himself. As the elders of the sect were on the verge of deposing him as the patriarch. Well played. She said, this would be a good move. Okay, good. What do you want in exchange? I will not accept a request to nullify your marriage though, as this has something to do with family interests. Don't think that your little play at the party yesterday would make me change my mind. She said, with a smile. I am not an idiot, he said, I already know that you are using me as a decoy to divert the other power's attention from the real elite heirs. Can I ask why you are so insistent on this marriage contract? Those von Rosens probably want to use me to infiltrate the family. Victor added, hinting at the danger. Oh, not bad. You are not stupid after all. She praised with a mocking smile. Okay, I will tell you why. 16 years ago, Amelia traded her daughter with 3 drops of purified blood from our family. I need to know what have they done with it, and if they got anything useful. If you can get me this information, I can spare you the marriage and grant you all the rights of an elite disciple. If not, I want you to marry her, then try to find the information I want, through her or her mother. She is her mother's only daughter after all. And their family is ruled by women. and said, making Victor frown. He needs a change of plans. That means that you would never really give me any real position in the family, so as not to let them infiltrate us. He said. Exactly. Not for the time being anyway. She replied. He frowned but was secretly really glad. Just as he wanted. Being given a family position would put him under the family's strict surveillance. And he didn't want that. Okay, first I need Arya. He said. You can take her. She has already been branded by the family/S tattoo. So she would be your servant. Anything else? She asked. Victor hesitated. He wanted to ask for some coins for the pendant before, but not anymore, as he had just got a piggy bank at home and no longer needed the money. I heard from my sister that elite disciples have the chance to visit the vault. And I was not granted that right. So I would require the right to select one item from there. He said, making and frown. She didn't expect him to know about those. Fine. It's your right anyway. You have more? She asked. Yes. I want the girls that were trained with my servant Lily in the Assassin's Hall, he said. Oh, those girls. Dick intends to sacrifice them as a tribute at his son's funeral tomorrow morning. You just got here in time. Such a waste of resources. You can go get them, and said. Making Victor frown. That bastard, he should get rid of him fast. If that's all I would need the pendant? She asked impatiently. Victor quickly took out the pendant from his ring and threw it at her. He is no longer in the mood to talk. She looked with interest at the 2 rings in Victor's hand, then ignored them and began to inspect the pendant. She would have to appraise it. But Victor would never dare to lie to her. Come here 2 days later to enter the vault. She said as she threw him 2 jade tokens. These are patriarchal command tokens, use them to get Arya and the girls. She said, then waving her hand and throwing him out of the window into the front yard head first. Bitch, Victor screamed silently as he stood up and dusted his pants, then left the mansion. Is everything okay, young master? Kai asked. As Lily helped wipe the dirt off Victor's face. Yeah, the negotiation was a success. Get me a helicopter. I need to go on a quick trip. He said, looking at the setting sun. Let's go, Margaret said as she started Victor's car with Alex sitting next to her and Alpha, who claimed that she needed to buy a few things for her mission, on the back. Why are you wearing a face mask? Margaret asked Alpha. Some bad people want me dead, so it's better this way, Alpha replied. Margaret nodded, then started the SUV. She always dreamed of driving an expensive car like this. Now her dream has come true. This is her husband's car. She will just think of it as such. The trip to get Margaret's stuff, which was supposed to be a quick one, took longer than expected due to the traffic jam. The highway was closed because some criminal threw a grenade into another car, killing the driver, who was discovered to have had a rifle. So the crime scene had to be closed and searched for other explosive materials. That's what they said on the radio anyway. There was an interview with a girl who happened to witness the scene. They arrive at Margaret's aunt's apartment at about 10 o'clock a.m. It was in a modern multi-family 5-story residential building. Wait for me here, I will be right back, Margaret said as she headed toward the building and then climbed the stairs to the 3rd story, where she was shocked by the sight of her clothes and things scattered on the ground in front of the door. It looks like they were thrown out, then some people rummaged through them. She just stood there in shock, then clenched her fist, got herself together, and after taking a deep breath, she knocked loudly on the door while trying hard to keep her cool. She was never given the apartment's keys, as her aunt accused her many times of being a thief and stealing money from her purse. The true culprit was probably Abe, who keeps going to dirty places. Oh, look who's here. What took you so long? A middle-aged woman opened the door and shouted loudly. It was Margaret's snobbish aunt. Lulu told me that you no longer need us and that you found yourself some old money bag, so I threw away those useless things in front of the door as they would no longer be needed. And from the look of it, some pig smelled the smell of a sow and picked a few things. She said with a smirk as she looked with disgust at the things on the ground, then turned to inspect Margaret from head to toe. Now, my dear Abe told me that your patron will send us some compensation for taking care of you all these years. Where is it? Don't even think of pocketing the money, or I will call the police and get you arrested for prostitution. She threatened while her eyes hovered on the bag in Margaret's hands. From now on I have nothing to do with you, Margaret said as she opened the bag full of money and dumped the whole thing on the floor and the stairs, then stepped over it and left under the astonished eyes of her aunt, who yelled to her daughter to come to help her, then began to pick up the money from the ground. While cursing at Margaret and screaming at the neighbors who jumped out of their apartments after smelling the money, Margaret just went downstairs without picking up any of her things. They meant nothing to her anyway. As for the money, as Victor said, consider it her final act of piety. Her aunt never liked her. And the only reason she took her in was the government subsidies that were claimed for taking care of her. Those would stop in 2 more months anyway, as Margaret would be considered an adult. Despite the tears in Margaret's eyes, she felt free for the first time in her life, but she couldn't help but sob a little as she exited the building. Don't care about them, you should focus on your new life, a calm voice said from behind her. Margaret turned around to see that it was Alpha. She smiled and wiped her tears. It's okay, just something went into my eyes. She threw a cliché line and then headed to the car. Yeah, I hope that would never happen to me as I only have one eye left, said Alpha as she patted Margaret on the back. Let's go, you will be my shopping assistant as I will have to keep wearing this mask. And you would need some supplies, after the mess your aunt made, Alpha said as she jumped back into the back seat, followed by Margaret. You drive, I am not in the mood anymore, Margaret told Alex from the back. Alex nodded, then turned on the engine and headed to the shopping district under Alpha's instructions. What do you want to get? She asked her. The young master left me a set of instructions for this evening. But I need some materials. And a vaporizing machine. Alpha said. Take me with you tonight, Margaret said suddenly. It would be very dangerous. You might get hurt or even die. There are better ways to let out some steam. Alpha replied while looking at Margaret's eyes. It's not that, I want to prove to Victor that I am more than a pretty girl, Margaret said. Well, let's take her. We would need the extra hands, Alex replied from the front. You shut up and drive. The young master was right, you are a magnet for trouble. She yelled at Alex and then turned to Margaret. Okay, you can go, but you have to be very careful, Alpha said, making Alex a little upset. Why yell at me if your decision is the same as mine, she wondered silently. Margaret nodded. She would definitely be careful. What is the mission? She asked. Kill a very evil man. The one who is haunting me and my sisters. Many people would die tonight. Want to back down? Alpha asked. No. I will do it. Margaret said after some hesitation. She has killed goblins anyway. Would a man be different? Then let's get prepared, what better way to start a new life than a night of theft and murder? Alpha said with a smirk as she began to explain tonight's mission to Margaret and Alex in detail. The car soon reached the shopping district, and Margaret went under Alpha's instructions and purchased some materials from a traditional pharmacy, then they headed to another store where they bought a good quality vaporizer. This thing is good for turning poisons into gas. After that, they accompanied Margaret to some stores and bought some daily necessities to replace those destroyed by her aunt. It was about 2:00 p.m. when they returned to the mansion and hurried to the basement, making Hilda and the twins, who were busy teaching the girls how to do house chores, a little curious. Is this a recipe for poison? Asked Margaret as she looked at the densely packed paper and the many vials, including one containing a few drops of a purple substance that looked ominous. Be careful. That thing is extremely poisonous. 1 drop is enough to render you an idiot. Alpha said, making Alex and Margaret step back. What are you going to do with it? Alex asked, with a worried look. Simple, adding a drop of this thing to a soul-affecting mixture would make it 100 times more effective. The young master left me a recipe for sleeping gas that would affect even players. We are going to let everyone at the brothel sleep, then kill them one by one. She said with a vicious look in her eyes. Would it affect us? Margaret asked. No, we would be taking an antidote, and this thing's effect would be only temporary, about 10 hours. This recipe is genius. It manages to change the effect of the soul poison by combining it with common herbs. Alpha explained as she looked at Victor's beautiful handwriting in admiration. Would that Baron be affected? He seemed very strong. Alex asked, earning him a slap at the back of her head. Don't jinx it. Alpha said. Your mission is to stand outside and be a guard if someone escapes or tries to break in. With your level, you can contend with Baron. And we can't let you enter the brothel, we need the girls inside, and who knows what dirty thing you would do to them. Alpha said with an evil smile, making Alex a little flustered. I would do nothing, Alex said in a low voice, making Margaret chuckle. This guy is really interesting. What about me? What should I do? She asked Alpha. You can come with me to deal with the girls there. We need to take them in. But you have to be careful. Alpha said as she began the brewing process according to Victor's instruction. The process was complicated, but it was pretty straightforward for Alpha, who had an encyclopedia in her brain. They finished their preparations at 8:00 p.m. Then looked at each other dressed in black and smiled under the black cloth masking their mouths. They looked like anime characters. I think the young master would be interested in a play using this costume, Margaret said, making Alpha spit in disgust, and Alex a little embarrassed. Save it for later. We have to live past the night first. Alpha said as she led the girls outside the mansion, through the back gate. Their first mission. Borrow a bus. Alex and the girls made sure to hide their faces as they entered a certain bus station. Victor instructed them to find a storage locker there. It was where he hid the things he took from Nick's storage. It had some money and fake IDs that could be useful later. So Alpha packed them in her backpack. After that, they borrowed a parked bus and headed out of town, to the suburbs where a lonely 3-story mansion stood alone, surrounded by abandoned farmlands. It was already 11:00 p.m., and a few expensive but low-key cars were parked near it. Alex parked the bus in a hidden corner behind a grove a little far away, then set it up as if it had broken down. Is it the place? Margaret asked with a frown. Yes, this is a brothel that only the most privileged and perverted people know about. She said as she used her military-grade binoculars to survey the area. There are no traffic cameras. Only private ones, they hid them well. They don't want anyone to know what is happening here. She said, in addition to that I can spot some guards, but I would need to be close to be sure. Then what should we do now? Margaret asked nervously. Wait for me, I will go check on the situation. Alpha slowly sneaked while using Horace's jewel to hide her aura. As she was sure there would be a detection formation placed here. Especially after what happened in Titus's manor. It took her another hour to circle the perimeters and then return. I found a suitable place for the vaporizer. I will connect it to the air conditioner compressor at the back of the building. But it would be very troublesome. There are about 3 guard patrols around the building. She explained, Alex, I want you to act as a decoy and make trouble at the door. She said. What should I do? We shouldn't make them suspicious. Alex said. I have an idea. Margaret said, quickly explaining her plan. After that, she changed her clothes with Alex, then took her hand and headed to the brothel, while Alpha chuckled and grabbed her gear and then started to sneak behind the building. Do you have an invitation? The burly guard at the door asked Alex, as he approached the mansion with Margaret, who was sobbing. No, I am not here for that. I want to sell this girl. She said with an evil tone. No, you can't. You promised to be my only one. How could you? Margaret struggled hard trying to get out of Alex's grip and shouted in distress as she activated her enchantress skills. Alex slapped Margaret's face, then tore her dress, exposing a lot of skin, making the guard who was about to shoo them away decide to watch a little. Shut up, bitch. I spent so much money on you, it's your turn to pay me back. He said as he greeted her with another slap while she grabbed hard on his pants and began to cry, making sure that her body got more exposed. The guards on patrol quickly responded professionally and headed to the front door to lose all their professionalism there. They just stood there watching the show while drooling. It lasted about 15 minutes. In which Alex had to be more creative. He even had to spank Margaret a little. In the end, one of the older guards decided to step in but was surprised to notice that his head was no longer attached to his body. The guards fell one by one, as Margaret stopped her act and stood slowly while rubbing her butt. She just watched Alpha behead the last guard and then lick the blood on her blade. She was a little scared and totally forgot to take revenge on Alex for spanking her. Consider them goblins. She told herself as she resisted the urge to puke. It's okay. It will pass. Alex told her as he took her sneaking suit from his backpack and gave it back to her. Focus on the mission. He said. Everyone inside should be already asleep, and everyone on the perimeter was killed. Alpha said, Alex, you quickly hide the guards, then change into one of their uniforms and guard the door. Margaret, if you are okay with it, go and start killing the guards inside. While I will go hunting. Alpha said as she entered the building. I can do it, Margaret nodded, then quickly followed. This place didn't look like a brothel, but like some aristocratic manor. With oil paintings on the walls and wool carpets on the ground. They quickly encountered the first guard. He was dozing on the ground behind the front door while holding his baton. You do it, Alpha told Margaret, who nodded then as Victor told her about beheading a goblin she slit his throat. She thought that she would be disturbed like earlier, but she felt nothing, just a little annoyance. It's okay. After someone becomes a player they would become stronger, not only physically, but also mentally. The intelligence attribute is not for show. Alpha said, explaining to the wondering Margaret, who nodded then took the baton from the guard. I will go up, you take care of everything here. Just clean the guards on the hallways, we will explore the rooms together later. If you encounter something unexpected, just yell as loud as you can. Alpha said as she headed upstairs to Baron's office. She has been here before. This is where they brought her first after they kidnapped her, but after they confirmed her bloodline, she was sent to Titus. Baron's office was not lit, but Alpha could smell his disgusting breath from the cracked door. She got herself ready, then opened the door slowly, to be attacked by a strike from a mace that she was expecting. If another player was in her place, that guy might have been turned into paste. But her attributes were 4 times those of Baron's. His attack was just like some kid jabbing an adult with a twig. Baron was not asleep, he didn't look good though. No, surprisingly, he looked good, despite the black circles around his eyes. He seemed to have lost some weight, he looked like a normal fat man now. Alpha didn't want to admit it, but he was somewhat handsome. It's you! He yelled as he screamed at Alpha. What kind of evil poison is this? He shouted as he sweated heavily. He was losing weight at a visible rate. Oh, you have the fat sacrifice skill. I didn't think that it would be the reason behind your unique shape. Alpha replied with a chuckle. This skill is at least S-ranked. It sacrificed body fat in place of damage or adverse effects. No wonder he was not affected by the poison. But she could see that the fat on his body was diminishing at an accelerated rate. He was poisoned after all. Damn you. How do you know that? The surprised Baron screamed as he attacked Alpha with his mace, making her respond by parrying with her sword, then followed by an attack that struck hard at Baron's mace. That was a mistake. His attack was well aimed. And her counter-strike pushed him flying toward the window. Breaking it, he hurled down to the backyard, after a flip that didn't suit his body shape, he stood up and began to run, intending to escape. He wanted to surprise the assailant and kill him, but this B*TCH was much stronger than he expected. He was well experienced and could tell that from just one strike. Her legs didn't budge at all when he hit her. So he decided that escape was the best strategy. Alpha cursed as she jumped after him. If he escaped today, killing him later would be very troublesome. She used the ledges of the building as steps for her quick step skill, making her reach the ground pretty quickly, then ran after Baron. Thankfully the poison was really effective, and Baron was slowed down enough for her to catch up with him and attack him from behind, making him turn around and block. The fight ensued after that. Although she had learned sword fighting since she was a child, Baron was not an easy opponent. So she resorted to overpowering him, wanting to end this quickly by letting go of fancy techniques that didn't work. But still, she couldn't land a clean hit as his moving skill was very advanced. They were approaching the highway. If this was delayed any further, he would probably get a chance to slip. So she quickly slashed her hand and then threw her sword at him to delay him as she activated her skill, the blood sword, making blood from her bloodied hand grow and solidify into an ominous sword. F***ck, yelled Baron as he attacked her, but this time it was different. Her blood sword was stronger than the one she was using, and it would bend on its own, making Baron's dodging useless. With every jab of her sword, she could see that the fat on his body was decreasing until he was left looking like a living skeleton. "Who is behind you?" he asked, while skillfully putting his hand behind his back. She responded with a howl that made him freeze for just a second. Enough for her to let her sword pass through his once thick, now shivering neck. His head fell to the ground like a dried piece of wood, followed by his body and the golden dagger he was planning to throw at her. "This thing is an artifact. It looks high-leveled." Alpha quickly searched him to get his keys, his IDs, and the pen Victor told her about. It seemed to be just a normal pen. "This is not an artifact." Why would Victor want it? She didn't know. After a thorough search, she didn't find the seal. It must be at the office. But her mission here was still not over yet. She took out a vial from her pocket and emptied its contents on Baron's corpse, making his skeletal body disintegrate. Now, no one would be able to tell if this scum was dead or alive. Margaret began to move from one corridor to the next, killing one guard at a time. The feeling of annoyance she had before has completely disappeared. She just had to remind herself that those guys were worse than goblins. She heard some noise from the top floor and was a little nervous. But she believed that Victor would not send Alpha here if he was not assured of her safety. Alpha returned from outside the building 15 minutes later, just as Margaret had managed to finish all the guards on the hallways. "It's done. Let's start checking the room from Baron's office," she told Margaret as they headed there. The office was a mess thanks to the battle that happened here earlier, but Alpha was able to get quite a few useful things like incriminating documents and maps. In addition to the empty book that Victor wanted. It was as he described it. A brown weathered leather book that had an ominous eye symbol on it. Alpha knew what this thing was. It was the tool Baron used to test hers and the girl's bloodline. But it was just a low-level artifact, as it only confirmed or denied the existence of bloodline with some random information like the target's bone age and health status. After that, she searched for the seal. This thing should be placed in the safe under Baron's desk. She quickly tried to open it using the key, but this thing required a security pin. So she just sliced it open with her blood sword under Margaret's astonished eyes. She took out the seal after grabbing the documents that were in there and stuffing them in her bag. The seal was a silver-colored small fox statue with a strange inscription on its bottom. Alpha quickly bit her finger and drew a symbol on it, making it shine with a bright light. Not only was the seal now hers, but her mind also had the instructions for using it. Those idiots in the families didn't know how to bind artifacts. Smearing it with blood would only let it be superficially bound. To bind it completely, one must use essence blood in a binding symbol suitable for the artifact. Now, all the Baron's slaves have become hers. This thing was a low-grade slaving device. It requires drawing precise tattoos with blood on the enslaved, then putting this thing on the tattoo to activate it. That was really troublesome and would require hours of work. On top of that, it could only be used for punishing or killing the target. Nothing fancy like tracking or wiping memories, like the ones the family uses. "We are done here," Alpha told Margaret, who didn't manage to find anything useful. Just an antique porn book that she thought Victor would be interested in. "Let's go check the other rooms," Alpha said as they left the office, which was on the top floor. They would go down room by room from her to the basement. The first one was the security room, where Alpha proceeded to kill the guards and then destroy the recordings after making a copy of a certain hidden folder. "What are you going to do with that?" Margaret asked her, looking at the flash drive in her companion's hand. Many of the rooms have hidden cameras. Baron seemed to have been keeping VIPs' good deeds recorded here. "It can be used for blackmailing them," Alpha said as she proceeded to physically destroy the hard drives and backups with her sword. The next 3 rooms they checked were empty, the 4th wasn't. An ugly fat man was sleeping with 2 beauties in there. Margaret was disgusted, Alpha wasn't. First, she checked whether the girls had the tattoo, then she quickly took an antidote vial and dipped a needle in it before pricking the 2 girls' arms with it. The girls took 5 minutes to wake up. What's going on?" the girls asked as they woke up and were a little confused. Alpha didn't have time for explanations, she simply used the seal in her hand to inflict some pain on them. "I am now your master," she said as she watched them wither in pain. This was a little cruel, but it was the fastest method. The girls quickly kneeled on the ground with fear. "Go get dressed, then wait for me on the 1st floor. I will be taking you out of here," Alpha said as she took a dagger and approached the sleeping man. She intended to castrate him but didn't want her blood sword to touch him. Just as her dagger was over the man's crotch, she hesitated a little, then chose to back down and do nothing. If he was left here to bleed, he would be dead by the morning when they find him. If this guy was a VIP from some important family, that would spell a lot of trouble for Victor. "You can kick him there. That won't kill him. But he will not be able to do anything with broken tools." Margaret, who got Alpha's idea from her facial expression, said as she made a kicking motion with her slender leg. Alpha looked at Margaret with astonishment, then nodded. This girl has potential, she thought as she used 50% of her strength to kick that guy's crotch. Oops, it was still too much. His entire pelvic bones were broken. "You really hate men, don't you?" Margaret asked her as they proceeded from room to room doing the same thing. "Yes," Alpha replied without explanation. Heading to the 2nd floor and opening the 1st door there. What they saw made both of them halt in surprise. "This beast," Alpha said, as she saw a man with a young teenage girl who had clear tear marks on her cheeks and bruises all over her body. "You do it," she said to Margaret, who was also disturbed when she saw the pervert's face. "Abe," she gasped. "He must have taken the money you gave his mother and used it to come here. I am surprised that he knew the right people. This place is a private club after all," Alpha said as she woke the confused girl up, then sent her to the others after checking that she can walk. She didn't use the seal's punishment on this one, as she seemed to have suffered enough. Margaret hesitated for a moment, then after looking at the poor girl, did as Alpha told her, and broke Abe's 3rd leg, but she used a baton instead of her foot. Unfortunately, she was not as efficient and her aim was off. It took her 5 strikes to get things done, and many of his leg's bones were broken in the process. After 2 hours they finished the 3 floors, including the small dormitory behind the mansion, where they found a few sleeping guards and girls. Now, there were 27 scared and confused girls waiting for them in the main hall. Their ages ranged from 13 to 30. "Is that all?" asked Margaret, who regained her composure and looked at the girls with sympathy. She was lucky her uncle was an idiot and didn't think of selling her to a place like this. Not yet, we have to go to the basement, Alpha said. But I already checked it, there was only a boiler room there, Margaret said. Alpha shook her head as she went to a normal corridor's end, then used Baron's key to open a hidden door. Let's go in, Alpha said as she descended the hidden stairway that appeared behind the door. This place had 3 rooms, 2 of them were full of nude girls, they had beating marks all over their bodies. While the last room was full of both naked men and women in all kinds of positions. It had many nasty tools scattered on the ground. What is this place? Margaret gasped as she put her hand on her mouth. They bring girls here first, then train them to be prostitutes, Alpha said as she began to wake up the girls. All of them have been tattooed. And the tattoos looked fresh. It seemed that Baron wanted to guarantee that no accident like the one that happened in Titus's mansion would happen again here. The girls were very miserable, and some of them were really hurt, they had to be helped by their friends to be able to walk out. Margaret didn't need Alpha to tell her this time, she proceeded on her own accord to break those men's tools. And maybe she went a little overboard, but they deserved it. In the end, they had about 60 pretty girls. That's more than I anticipated, said Alpha with a frown, as she inspected the girls who were dressed in men's clothing now. They didn't have any, so they had to use the guards' and customers' clothing. From now on, you belong to my young master. Understood? She told them as she raised the seal in her hand, making the girl involuntarily kneel on the ground. Baron had trained them hard. Now, let's go. Alpha took the girls out to meet Alex, who had already cleared their traces and brought the bus to the front door and began to help the girls in. Some of them gave him curious looks. Is this the young master? Now get in. It will be a little cramped, but we will manage. She said to the girls who didn't dare ask her where she was taking them, nor did they care. Any place is better than here. Alex, you take Margaret and return home. I will drive the girls to a safe place. Alpha said as the girls took their seats. Where to? Margaret asked. Yesterday, I made a plan. I will take them to a remote abandoned village. I plan to create a special team using them. She said. That place was once a secret base of her family. It was hidden well so no one should have discovered it, because all the family members were ordered to return to the main base after the enemies developed a way to track their bloodline. Understood. How long would it take you? Alex asked. I will be back in a couple of days. Protect my sisters for me. She said. Okay, Alex nodded as he watched her climb into the driver's seat and then drive away. Now, shall we go home? Alex asked Margaret with a sigh. What, are you jealous that you couldn't spend some time with those girls? They may have mistaken you for the mysterious young master. She said with a chuckle as she grabbed Alex's butt, intending to tease him. Ah, Alex let out a surprised voice. What? Margaret quickly let go and then pointed at Alex. You are a girl. She shouted. No, I am not. Alex flusteredly said, as she began to walk away, ignoring Margaret. Do you think I am naive? Your voice just now, and your butt is definitely not a man's butt. Don't you dare lie to me. Margaret yelled as she chased after her. Victor's first stop was the temporary prison on the main island. Arya was being kept there as a decision about her destiny has not been reached yet. The military-grade spacious helicopter struggled to find a suitable landing position in front of the prison building, making Victor jump from it before signaling the Kai who was acting as a pilot to land a little away. Wait for me. He told Lily and Kai as he went straight to the building whilst reminiscing about this place. Back then, when he was set up, he had to spend 2 weeks here before they kicked him out of the family. The rooms here were not very comfortable, but they had a bed at least. Arya was lucky they sent her here because the island where the family usually threw their prisoners was not a place a young girl like her can survive. It was probably his father who pulled a few strings. The treatment here was much better than in that hellhole. No guard stopped Victor. He was wearing the purple Elite Air token proudly around his neck. This is not a place to act low-key. This place was a maze. After getting lost for a few minutes, Victor let go of his ego and humbled himself to ask one of the guards, who led him to a cell on the second floor. The door was a little ajar and Victor could see what was happening inside. 3 men, 2 old and 1 young, were facing the angry Arya. She was dressed in a gray criminal dress and had a clear slap mark on her cheek. Victor frowned as he recognized the men. The first one was Mason, who questioned him in Vane City, and the other old man was another elder from the Inquisition Hall whom he couldn't remember, but he could recognize the distinct token on his robes. The young man was one of his cousins. His name was Morris. He was a semi-player. A minor character, but his father, Victor's uncle, was the head of the punishment hall. A very influential elder in the family, and one of the top names on Victor's revenge list. Thankfully he had no influence here, as this place was run by the Inquisition Hall. I told you, bitch. I will let you moan my name all night. And when I am finished with you, my men will like the new taste. Morris said. Morris, you can't touch her yet. Not until the council reaches a decision. The elder said. Jackson, don't be stingy. I already talked to them. Once the command was issued, she would be killed right away. And this is not against the rules, as we need to interrogate her. Mason said, giving an excuse, let young Master Morris here have some fun. He added. Theodore will not like this, Jackson said with a sigh, making Morris frown. He is not your boss, my father is. He will never know anyway unless you tell him. Morris said, then turned to Mason. Uncle Mason, help me convince him, you promised. If you let me have her, I will tell my father to help Titus. Last I have heard they have already extracted half of his blood essence. Morris said with an evil grin. Just do it, I will take the blame, Mason said with a sigh. Now quickly give me her soul mark and let me be her master. I promise that she will not survive the night. Morris said as he licked her lips. Loser, Arya screamed. You can't overpower me with your force, so you resort to nefarious means. She spat at him. Bitch, let me teach you how. He said as he wanted to give her another slap, but his hand was caught by Victor, who punched him in his face, sending him hurling into the cell's wall. You? Jackson and Mason exclaimed, while Arya gasped and put her hand on her mouth while tears trickled from her eyes. This was the first familiar face she saw after all that happened yesterday. Elder, my name is Victor von Weiss, and I hold a command from the Patriarch, Victor said as he bowed respectfully, then threw one of the commands at Jackson, whose eyes grew sharp when he channeled his energy into it. He just heard En's command play in his mind. Give Arya to Victor, so it was not the Patriarch, but higher powers. He thought with a smile. This makes things easy. Understood, he said as he pointed at Arya with his token, making the tattoo on her neck flash. Victor quickly activated his token to make her his servant. Under Mason's astonished look, he said nothing, but he wondered, why did the Patriarch help him? Theodore was ordered to stay out of this matter before. You bastard. How dare you hurt me? Uncle Mason. Uncle Jackson. Arrest him. He just assaulted a family member, breaking family rules. Morris yelled as he slowly stood up and pointed at Victor. Jackson did nothing, he just shook his head, while Mason hesitated, then stopped, choosing to stay out of this. Sorry Titus, you would have to suffer a little more in there. He prayed silently for his nephew. He has to ask someone else for help, it seems. What do you mean, break the family rules? Arya was mine the moment the Patriarch gave her to me, and you just assaulted her, intending to rape her. This is enough for this young master, to break your third leg. Victor yelled as he slapped Morris's face again. Not to mention the fact that this young master is an elite family member. Educating others in the family is my responsibility, Victor said as he gave Morris a final slap and then headed toward Arya. It's not that Victor didn't want to kill him, but this idiot's father was very troublesome. Victor said nothing after that, he just helped Arya stand up. She stood up, hugged him, plunging her head into his chest and beginning to cry. Her mother committed suicide first, then before she could cope with that, she was arrested and they told her the shocking truth, she was not a von Weiss. Her mother adopted her at birth because of her purple hair, to scam the family. She was brought here and was forced to spend the night in this cell after they tattooed her like a servant while telling her that her father whom she loved dearly will not help her. She didn't resist, she just wanted to die, as the shock was too much for her to handle. And yesterday night was the darkest in her life. She didn't know what to do, hoping that maybe someone would save her from this nightmare. But she knew that no one would come. Those who claimed to be her half-brothers wouldn't risk their position in the family for her. And she was not even family with them anymore. An hour ago, this piece of shit Morris came and began to molest her, demanding that he should play with her. So she had to struggle, she didn't mind death, but she didn't want to be humiliated before that. Victor was the last person she expected would come to save her. I told you that you would be mine one day. Don't worry, we will still be family. He said softly, making her cry harder. This bastard was only here to play with her like Morris, but she didn't hate him, on the contrary. She felt that he was her only reliance right now. Let's go, this is no place for this. He said as he shook his head while wondering if he had some kind of a hidden skill that made girls cry on his shirt. Would it be an S or an F rank? Can it be used in a dungeon? Arya nodded, then left the hall with him under Morris's harmful gaze. He will surely call Daddy to complain after this. But that snake would not move this easily. Victor took Arya quickly to the helicopter where she sat next to him and rested her head on his shoulder. I guess I am stuck with you from now on. She said, should I keep calling you Victor or young master? She asked him. Dear brother, would work. He said. You seem to have some sister complex. She said as she wiped her tears, having regained some of her sassiness after meeting him. I will just call you young master. It is better this way. She said as she closed her eyes. She didn't get to sleep last night. Lily, who was a little jealous, could feel that Arya was hiding her sadness and despair behind jokes. But at least she would still have a younger brother after all this. The young master is really good. She thought as her tender eyes looked at him from the back. Whatever you want. Now let's go get the other girls. Victor said, making Arya open her eyes again, then pinch him hard. Bastard, she thought. Lily, who was in the back, was tempted to do the same. What other girls? We already have a dozen at home. Bad young master. Perverted young master. This young master has to do everything at volume, even saving damsels in distress. I have an image to keep. He said, feeling an angry pinch on his thigh. You don't have an image left. It was thrown into the garbage bin ages ago. Arya retorted as she closed her eyes again with a somewhat complex smile. She was too tired to argue with this shameless pervert. Where do we go now, young master? Where are the damsels in distress? Kai asked as he licked his lips. To the Assassin's Island. Grandma has agreed to give me a few new girls from there. Victor said as he looked at Lily and then winked at her with a smile. Lily, who totally understood him, gasped, then her scowl turned into a smile behind the veil. Her young master is really the best. She really wanted to jump and hug him right now. But this place was not appropriate. Kai had other thoughts. At first, he was cursing at Victor for being a womanizer. But then he stopped caring when he turned to the back just now and glimpsed at Lily. He just happened to make out some details from behind the semi-transparent veil. As she was sitting right behind him. Damn, how can a girl be this beautiful? Too beautiful. He thought. And that was the only thing he could think of for the next 30 minutes. Thankfully he was professionally trained, so no one noticed when he wiped the blood that dripped from his nose as he piloted the copter. It was already 10:00 p.m. when the helicopter landed at a well-lit plaza on a southern island where the Assassin's Hall was located. The entire place was lit by torches as if it were some kind of a ritual ground. Lily didn't wait for her young master and jumped down first when she noticed the 8 wooden pillars that each had a pretty girl tied to it. They surrounded an altar where Guy's corpse, wearing a groom's outfit, was carefully placed over a pyre. Dick was clearly planning to burn them alive with his son's corpse. Probably at dawn with some audience, it seemed, as many funeral tables were being arranged around the altar by some servants. Lily smelled the gasoline that sprayed on the ground. So did Victor, who gestured to the horrified Arya and Kai to stay on the helicopter as he jumped after Lily and put his hand around her waist, calming her down. "It's okay, we got here on time," he said, making her nod with relief. Arya, who heard him from behind, resisted the urge to spit on him. On time for what? Playing a hero? Did he time this on purpose? She wondered silently. "Can I help you?" A man dressed in black approached carefully and asked respectfully. "This young master is here for the girls. I have the patriarch's order. Call your boss," Victor said in a loud, arrogant voice while flashing his elite air token, making the man bow respectfully and then hurry to find Dick after taking a look. "Unbind them," Victor told Lily, who proceeded to do that. No guard dared to stop her after hearing what he said. If he was lying, then Dick would deal with him. If not, they would have to endure a beating for nothing. So just wait, the girls will not go anywhere soon anyway. The girls looked tired and dehydrated. They must have been here in the sun all day. But when they recognized Lily, they couldn't help but smile. The big sister was here to save them. All of them believed that it was her who killed Guy when they heard the happy news. Too bad their happiness didn't last. As Dick decided that his son needed some company in whatever place he would end up. "Big sister, you came at last," a girl said as she hugged Lily when the rope binding her were cut. She had some wetness in her eyes, but didn't cry. They have learned the hard way not to shed tears in front of each other, as that made Guy punish them more. "Let's go help the others," Lily said softly and proceeded to unbind the other girls one by one. While that girl grabbed some water from a nearby table and helped her sisters drink. Despite being there for a day, they didn't need help moving as they were trained as assassins, and had stronger resistance than most people. "Let's go meet the young master," Lily said as she dragged her sisters to Victor, who was inspecting Guy's corpse. The girls were stunned by his charming looks, and just as they were about to greet their new young master, a familiar thunderous ugly voice made them freeze in fear. "How dare you unbind them?" Dick, a tall man with a bald head, tired evil eyes with black circles around them, and a scar ruining his face. He ran from a nearby building and shouted angrily while the assistant who called him followed with a slap mark on his cheek. Victor quickly moved forward, putting the scared girls behind him, making them feel a little warm in their heart. "They are now mine, the patriarch gave them to me," Victor said as he threw the patriarch's command at Dick, who grabbed fast and activated it to hear Anne's command with a frown. If it was the patriarch who commanded him, he might have some leeway, but it was Anne. And nobody dares disobey that bitch, not even him. Titus's public punishment 2 days ago sent shivers in his back whenever he remembered it. Damn it. He cursed silently as he looked at Victor with hatred. This young one is Victor von Weiss, an elite heir. I came here on the patriarch's command to take those girls as they were deemed to be needed by the family. And also I was reminded to offer my condolences for the passing of your son," Victor said as he bowed respectfully. Dick was an elder after all, and appearances must be kept. Dick von Weiss. Level, 59. Class, Assassin. Authority, 5. Strength, 175. Intelligence, 91/121. Agility, 137. Luck, 17/32. Charm, 31. Order, 2. Skills. Area Inspect, A. Whip Arts, A. Shadow Cloak, A. Penetrating Dagger, A. Needle Arts, A. Quickstep, A. Hide presence, B. Sword arts, B. Rifle arts, C. Cooking, C. Bow arts, D. Follow trace, D. Poison brewing, E. Survival, E. Playing dead, F. Titles. Baby killer, A. Irremovable/stigma. Kill more than 1,000 babies to gain this title. Effect. Whenever you are near one, a baby would start crying loudly. Whenever you try to touch a woman, you will suffer from complete impotence. Every day at 12 o'clock a.m. a baby you killed would visit you for a talk. Whenever you go to the toilet you would suffer childbirth pain. Intelligence -30. Luck -15. Fate status. Fate's power, D. Fate's direction, negative, falling. Fate's design, fate is disgusted/uncertain death. Total, E. A title? This is the first person he met with this thing, and he only heard of a few people who had them in the past. And no wonder, this bastard is irritated all the time. Victor wondered as he quietly appraised Dick, who regained his composure and nodded in acknowledgement as looked angrily at the girls behind Victor, especially Lily. Those girls were supposed to be his son's wives in the underworld. Now they jumped into another man's embrace while Guy's corpse was still warm. Damn, bitches. Just you wait, he cursed silently. He quickly thought of a plan. A man like him was as poisonous as a snake. Young Master Victor. Taking the girls is fine. But my son loved them very well and took care of them well, as he was both their master and trainer. I wish that they can share a toast for his soul with me. It is the least they can do. Dick said as he gestured to a mean-looking assistant to his side, who quickly nodded and retreated, probably to get the liquor. No problem, Victor replied as he felt Lily's hand secretly touch his arm. She was not stupid. Dick probably intends to take his revenge somehow. And he will do it covertly. Victor quickly held her hand, reassuring her. Soon the man returned with a decorated wine bottle. Victor almost gasped when he saw it. Liveners liquor F. Effect: intelligence degrades gradually by 15 points for the next 90 days. This bastard intends to harm the girls. This thing was pretty much useless on players, as its effect would be neutralized by their self-healing ability. And it is not marked as a poison, so no poison status alert would appear after drinking it. But on mortals, this thing would make them become idiots. And it would happen gradually, so he would not be suspected. Seeing this thing affirmed Victor's suspicion that there is some power behind Dick. This poison was not known to the family. Dick wouldn't dare use it if it were. It was probably meant to be used on some promising heir. The assistant prepared glasses openly for everyone, including Dick and Victor, who turned to the girls and then ordered them while disguising his voice so that Dick didn't hear what he said. Drink only one sip, then spit it in disgust and empty your glasses on the ground. It is a poison, he said, just as they were handed their glasses, and approached the altar facing Guy's corpse. The girls were professional assassins, so they didn't reveal anything unnatural. They just acted as usual. Dear son. Look, we will toast to your soul now, hoping that you will find greatness in your next life. And marry 1,000 wives. Dick shouted as he raised his glass, followed by the disgusted girls and Victor, who wished that Guy's 1,000 wives would be his instead. Then they drank a mouthful, only to spit it all on Guy's corpse at the next moment. Dick was the one who spat it the furthest. What the hell is this thing? How can it be so disgusting? He wondered as he gave his assistant a death stare, not knowing that Victor had disguised the taste of this almost tasteless liquor with the taste of the mushrooms from the goblin's dungeon. Victor didn't expect that this useless upgrade of his skill would come in handy so frequently. Now it's his turn to act. How dare you make this young master drink this piss? Victor yelled as he threw the glass at Dick, making him step back professionally to avoid it. Making the glass hit his assistant behind him, who fell in pain with the liquor bottle that shattered on the ground. Damn idiot. Dick cursed while wondering for a second if Victor did that on purpose before forgetting about it as he watched Victor take a torch and throw it toward Guy's pyre, starting the cremation ceremony ahead of time. After that, he gestured angrily to the girl to follow him into the copter under Dick's and his underlings' astonished eyes. Dick was shocked, and before he could comprehend what had just happened, he heard Victor's shouts. "You will pay for this," Victor yelled as he rose into the air. "This young master will complain to the patriarch. How dare you humiliate me and let me drink dirty things like this?" His voice echoed as the helicopter took him away. "Damn you," Dick yelled as he ordered his men to get his son's corpse before the fire reached it, as he didn't want him to be cremated like this without a suitable sacrifice. But it was futile. The ground was soaked with gasoline, so Guy's corpse burnt to ashes under Dick's unwilling eyes. After 3 minutes, Victor, who was watching the fire and the angry Dick from above the sea, quickly activated his fate tracker skill on Dick, who was barely visible at this moment, then quickly unbuckled his seat belt. "Did the family give me a mansion around here?" he asked Kai. "Yes, young master. It is the 24th on the East Residential Island. However, it is still empty. I haven't contacted any servants yet." Kai replied. "Good, I know the place. Take the girls there while acting as if I were still with you," Victor said as he patted Lily's hair, then took out his token and phone and gave them to her. "Take care of your sisters. I will meet you at the mansion. I have something to attend to," Victor said as he jumped off into the cold sea under the astonished eyes of Kai and the girls. Victor used his disguise skill as he plunged into the dark seawater, hiding the splash and his body, and he swam back toward the island. He saw a certain look in Dick's eyes when he looked at the girls. That man wanted to kill Lily, he felt it. And Victor will not let anyone touch his Lily. It took him about 15 minutes to swim back to the island, where he sneaked through the shore as he activated a hiding talisman he bought from the store. Those things cost a fortune, and would only work for half an hour. But they would shield him from detection formations. He was reluctant to buy one earlier as it costs 100,000 per S-ranked talisman. Those ones completely block his aura. But now he has a piggy bank, so he can easily spend this little money. He headed back to the plaza, where Guy's corpse has been burnt to ashes that the servants were busy collecting. Dick was nowhere to be found, but Victor quickly followed the fate thread he tracked earlier deeper into the island to the main building. Strange, why head there instead of caring for his son's corpse? Victor wondered as he climbed through the forest heading toward a grand building higher up the island, while he purchased a few more talismans from the store. This is going to take a while. But no matter what, Dick must be eliminated. Victor quickly caught up with Dick at the entrance of the building, which was the headquarters of the Assassin's Hall. He walked 3 feet behind him. Dick was walking slowly, heading deeper into the building while yelling at the unlucky servants who appeared in his way. Everyone could tell that he was in a very bad mood. Victor followed as Dick descended one stair after another until he reached what appeared to be his private training room, where he locked the door tightly after checking all around him. He then proceeded toward a rusty mirror on a nearby wall, then punctured his finger and drew a symbol on its surface. Zelator's communication mirror number 7922. A rank. Can communicate with the other mirrors. But you have to know their key. Victor, who appraised the mirror, was shocked. This thing is a communication device used by a certain hidden power. The Dark Chamber. A secret organization that dealt with information and assassinations. The mirror shimmered for a while, then settled on the picture of a handsome man in a luxurious room. Victor didn't know him. "What do you need, Dick?" the man asked. "Young master, I need permission to assassinate Victor von Weiss," Dick responded, making the man frown. Victor von Weiss. Let me see," the man said as he played with a terminal in his hand. "A player, Vane. Supreme Merchant. Goblin's Dungeon. Linda, what a bitch. He seems to be the new elite of your family. Killing him would draw too much attention, so you can't do it for now," The man refused. But that bastard not only took all the girls I was planning to sacrifice with Guy. He purposely ruined the funeral by starting the cremation. He ruined our plan. I lost the opportunity to ask Elder Sam for a toast and then poison him. Dick said. Oh, well, Sam is not that important anyway. His daughter-in-law will do it. Unfortunately, she would be discovered after this and we would have to extract her. But it doesn't matter. And for Victor, he seemed to have annoyed that B*TCH Charlotte, so his end would not be pleasant anyway. Let's get to business. Did you finish your harvest this year? The man asked. Yes, young master. They are all in my storage bracelet. Not many died at the ceremony this time, so I didn't get much from their corpses. But I found 3 brothers from a forgotten branch and harvested all of their blood. One of them had a very pure bloodline. Dick answered by raising his hand to reveal a copper bracelet around his arm. Common storage bracelet. Rank E. Can't store living things. Good, said the man. I will send someone to get it tomorrow or the day after. But, young master, what is the blood good for? And has been researching this thing for ages, but she has achieved nothing. Dick asked. That is not something you could ask, but don't worry, when we finish our research you would be greatly rewarded. And maybe you would be able to restore your manhood and father other children, the man said, making Dick's eyes sparkle with hope. Do you have there anything else to report? The man asked. I was wondering if the liquor you sent me was expired, Dick asked, remembering that disgusting taste in his mouth. You would have to ask Vlad about that. Now go do your job. Remember to only target unimportant members. The man said as his image shimmered, then the mirror returned to its rusty looks. Dick sighed as looked at the bracelet in his hand. Victor, you will pay for the humiliation of today. He said as he turned to leave the room only to feel something prick him in the nape of his neck. What is it? He didn't get a chance to know as his body disintegrated under Victor's astonished eyes. He didn't dare attack Dick directly. This guy was a professional assassin, and although Victor could easily land the first strike, he was not sure how Dick would respond. So he chose to test his new poison. Damn. This thing is too overpowered. Victor cursed as he looked with fear at the needle in his hand. He just dipped it in the vial with the Black Widow's corpse and then pricked Dick with it. The dose was less than a drop. Poison. Rank SSSS. What the hell was this thing he created that even the system failed to name? And what would the SSSS rank? Victor had no idea such a rank existed. What would happen if he tried to enhance this thing even further? He carefully covered the needle, then put it with the vial in his storage ring and began to carefully appraise what remained of Dick's corpse. Thankfully it was not poisonous. He quickly put it in his storage ring to study it later, then collected the treasure scattered on the ground. Besides the storage bracelet, there were 10 steel throwing needles and a B-ranked dagger. Victor branded it, then activated it and looked inside it, shouting in surprise. It was not very spacious. Inside it, 20 barrels full of blood with a purple hue were stacked. Dick has been collecting blood from the family and sending it to his employer, it seems. He was probably harvesting unimportant members and the fresh corpses from the ceremony. Victor looked around the room but found nothing important besides the mirror, which he grabbed and put in his ring. This thing can be used later. After cleaning everything, Victor changed his shape to that of Dick's, then left the room and headed outside while not forgetting to yell at some servants and some random assassins who had just returned from their missions. Soon he reached the docks, where he found a storage building and took 2 rubber boats from inside. He put one in his ring and used the other to sail. When a guard asked him where he was going, Victor only looked at the man and scuffed, causing him to wet his pants. The scared guard watched the boat disappear under the darkness of the moonless night. As Dick sailed with a solemn look, heading into the unknown. Not really. A few miles later he sank the boat and then used the other one with his disguise skill to sail to the eastern residential island where Lily was waiting for him. It was 3 a.m. when Victor reached the residential island. This was the same one he lived in before. But his new mansion was located a little far away from his father's. Although Victor was tempted to give his mother a surprise visit, he chose to go toward his own mansion. It was too late right now. When he entered the mansion, he was greeted by Kai, who stood up with little difficulty and bowed. He seemed to have been napping on the sofa. He had a red slap mark on his cheek, and Victor quickly recognized it as Lily's hand. He must have tried to boss her around, or maybe look behind her veil. If he had tried anything more than that, Victor was sure that his corpse would be discovered in the morning. He didn't blame him, on the contrary, he felt sorry for him. Lily's beauty can make men do unreasonable things. And looking at the awkward way he stood up, Victor doubted this man would have the courage to do it again. Name, Kai. Level, 20. Class, butler. Abnormal status, slave, weak. Authority, 3. Strength, 65. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 55. Luck, 9. Charm, 15. Order, 17. Skills. Management, A. Defensive stance, A. Spotless cleaning, A. Cooking, A. Quick steps, B. Quick thinking, B. Sword arts, B. Staff arts, B. Thick skin, E. Singing, F. A *** kissing, F. Fate status. Fate's power, B. Fate's direction, neutral. Fate's design, undecided. Total, -B+. Young master, how was your business? Kai asked after a cough. Fruitful, Victor answered as he looked around with a frown. Where is Lily? He asked. He expected her to be waiting for him like usual. She told me to inform you that she would spend the night with her sisters in the master bedroom. And that you should use Arya instead of her today. Kai answered the gulped. And touched his crotch with a painful expression. Oh, where is Arya then? Victor asked as he smirked. Lily understands his intentions. She is sleeping in the third room, to the left on the second story, Kai replied. Anything else? Victor asked as he noticed that Kai had something else to say. It's just that your esteemed mother called and wanted to invite you for dinner, but Miss Lily took the liberty to tell her that you were busy spending the night with your new maids, and you would go there for breakfast. I tried to correct her but, she slapped me. Kai said in one breath as if he was some schoolboy telling on his classmate. Is that all you really did? Victor asked as he squinted his eyes, making Kai sweat. I may have knocked out her veil while trying to take the phone from her hand, Kai replied with an aggrieved voice. Oh, then you deserve it. I will punish her later anyway. But it is better this way, he said, making Kai more aggravated. Victor nodded, then headed to the kitchen under Kai's complex look. Oh, and Lily's commands are the same as mine, remember that, you should call her mistress from now on, Victor said as he left the room, making Kai sweat even more. In the kitchen, he found nothing to eat. Despite having complete furniture and appliances, this mansion was not stocked with food yet. So he took a pack from his storage ring and prepared a cup of hot chocolate for Arya. He knew that she acted tough, but she was very fragile and would not be able to sleep easily. He was right, Arya lay on the bed staring at the decorated ceiling as tears fell from her eyes. She felt utter despair right now. She was sad about her mother. About the whole thing. And didn't know what to do in her life. Maybe Victor would be bored with her after playing for a few months and then let her go free to do whatever she wants. Maybe not. All von Weiss males are very possessive. Would Victor sleep with her tonight? She wondered with a light blush as she turned to face the wall. She only had one boyfriend before. He courted her for 3 whole years in college. Despite accepting his confession, she didn't let him touch her. It was to protect him from her family, as she was sure her father would kill him if he touched her without his approval. But that fool got angry and they broke up. Victor was not bad at all. Although somewhat of a pervert, he was really handsome. But because she thought he was her brother, she never dared to think of him this way before. She was wondering if tonight would be her first when she suddenly felt someone sit on the bed behind her. Ah, is it Victor? She recognized his unique smell. Why didn't he knock on the door? She didn't know what to do, but nervously feigned to be asleep. If you want to feign sleeping, you better take your hand out of there, he said, hastily pulling her hand back as she blushed deeply when she realized what she was unconsciously doing while thinking about him. I know that you are awake. Sit up and drink this. Victor said, making her bashfully sit down and look at him with hesitation. Take this, he said, giving her one of 2 cups in his hands. She took it and looked inside, wondering what kind of drugs he put inside. Does it matter? There is nothing in it, but you seem to be yearning for me to drug you. He said with a smile, making her blush again while choosing to remain silent. Don't worry. I already told you. I will not touch you unless you ask me for that. He said, I just wanted to talk to you and ask you. What do you want to do from now on? He asked. Whatever the young master wants. She said with a low voice while watching the steam coming out of her cup. She felt some disappointment. Why am I thinking that? She wondered. How about you become the manager of all my businesses? He asked, making her look at him with surprise. Do you trust me enough for that? She asked. The system has decided that you are a good merchant. And I trust the system. Let's start with the business in Vane City. That's all I have now anyway. He said as he suddenly put his hand around her shoulders and hugged her. I told you. From now on we are a family. He said, making her blush. Today would be your first mission. Dear Lily has given her position to you, so you better cherish it. He said as he pushed the surprised Arya onto the bed and then hugged her. You said you wouldn't touch me. She said in a low, timid voice. This is not touching. This is just hugging a new pillow, he said as he fell asleep. He was really tired after using his disguise skill all night. It drained his stamina completely. Arya was embarrassed. She didn't get what he meant until she heard his snores. Slept? Really? Just like that? She didn't know what to do, but strangely she felt peaceful. Maybe it is not that bad after all. She thought as she dozed off in his embrace. See, I told you. My young master is the best. Lily said proudly, to her sisters who were hanging from the roof outside the room's window while peeping into Victor and Arya's conversation. But he still hugged her to sleep. A girl said. He will hug you all sooner or later. But he will not force you. He is much better than that scumbag guy. Lily retorted. We know. The girls said with a blush, their new young master was really handsome. But why did he tell that piece of shit butler to call you mistress? Another girl asked Lily, making her blush. Well, he said that he wants me to be his main wife. Lily said with a heavy blush, making all the girls gasp. They knew what the main wife meant in such a family. It was a very high position that meant she could represent him. And only a few family members would give such a position to any of their wives. Don't tell anyone about this. She warned them as they climbed down. Should we get rid of the butler? One girl asked. How dare he try to look at Big Sister? No, I punished him enough, but if he tried anything to any of you, just tell me. Next time I will cut it all together. She said, looking at a faraway corner before dragging her sisters to the master bedroom. It's been a while since they slept together. Kai left the shadow of the corner while sweating. He decided that he should keep his distance from this crazy girl. But damn, she's beautiful, he thought. As he went to find a doctor. Her kick was not light at all, and if it were not for his formidable defense, he might have become a eunuch. Alex was standing on the balcony of her room whilst cursing. That King Margaret was going to drive her crazy. Not only did she keep bothering her all night. She even broke into her room and drilled into the bed with her, insisting that she is a girl. She was definitely doing this as revenge because she spanked her. Thankfully Alex was able to discover Margaret before she could start touching all over her body. Damn her. Slut. She cursed as took out her spear, intending to do some warm-ups to let out some steam when suddenly she noticed a movement in the woods below. Although the night was dark, Alex's enhanced eyes could make out a few men who were approaching the mansion from the forest. Alex didn't panic. He quickly touched the bracelet that Hilda gave him and pressed the button on it. We have intruders. About 30 mortals, maybe more, he said. Roger, the reply came. I will move first, he said as he jumped from the balcony to the forest, ignoring Hilda's protesting voice coming from the communication device. The first man didn't know what hit him, and the second one only saw a spear cutting his neck. The battle lasted 3 hours, and that was because of Alex, who stood with her face down in shame while Hilda berated her. I told you we need to trap them first. Thanks to you, we had to hunt them in the forest all night, Hilda said as she looked at the bodies. They were all muscular males and they had similar tattoos. A black lotus. Gangsters. The young master did say something about the Lotus Gang. What if one of them was a player? Have you ever thought of that? Hilda yelled again after taking a deep breath. I am strong enough, Alex protested as she flexed her muscles. But the girls aren't. What if those guys ran into one of them after they ran away from you? Hilda asked, pointing to the frightened girl who was forced by her to move the bodies to build their resistance. I am sorry, Alex nodded with tears in her eyes, having realized her mistake. What if they had fire weapons or bombs? She asked. One of them had a gun, but I cut his hand, Alex said, making Hilda look at her more fiercely. Be careful next time, Hilda said as she sighed. This mansion was severely understaffed and underguarded. It was not fit to be an elite heir's residence. But again, in the history of the family, when has a mansion of theirs been attacked in the last 30 years? Especially in a major city. It never happened. Who dares to do it? What *T luck. The young master's mansion was attacked twice in 1 week. She is going to find out who was behind this, and she will make sure that they pay the price. She swore as she looked around. Now where is that girl Margaret? Didn't she hear the alert? She asked. It may be my fault. I totally forgot about her, Alex said while sweating as she ran back to the mansion to untie poor Margaret, who was left tied like a dumpling in the room. When Victor woke up in the morning, Arya was not clinging to him. On the contrary, he was on the ground. Just now she pushed him with her leg while she stretched in her sleep, making him hit the ground and wake up. Victor, who was a little surprised, chuckled warmly as he woke up and then used his phone to take a photo of his sleeping ex-sister. Saving Arya was one of his primary goals after returning, and now he did it, which made him feel very relieved. He gently kissed her forehead and then left the room. She seemed to have been very tired as she was deep asleep. After changing his clothes with a set from his ring, Victor made his way downstairs while inspecting the mansion. This place was not bad, but he might need to find suitable servants for it. And for security reasons, the family would only approve of him using servants trained by them on the islands. As if the family was not already 20% infiltrated. Despite being too early, Lily and her sisters were awake in the living room, chatting and laughing about some things. When they saw Victor, they quickly stood up in respect and saluted, while Lily jumped to his side. Were you satisfied last night, young master? She asked him cheekily. Yes, I decided to use Arya instead of you from now on, he said, making Lily freeze in shock as she looked at her young master. He doesn't want her anymore? But she quickly realized that he was joking with her when she noticed the playful gaze in his eyes. Bad young master. She cursed silently as she hugged her arm and rested her head on his shoulder, making her sisters chuckle a little. She promised to give them a chance with the young master. "Where is Kai?" Victor asked while looking at the smiling girls. They were pretty, ranging from 16% to 24% degrees on the lily scale. "I am here, young master." A wild Kai appeared out of nowhere, startling Victor. He seemed to be hiding from Lily. "After Arya wakes up, take her with the girls to the admin building to register them as my assistants, and to remove the seal on the girls. Then buy them some clothes," Victor said, looking at the white sacrificial dresses the girls were still wearing. "And what about you, young master?" Kai asked. "I will go have breakfast with my mother and spend the day there, with Lily," he said as he hugged Lily, who smiled sweetly under the veil. "Understood," Kai said while cursing at Lily silently. "Now you act like a sweet lovely girl. The young master should have seen how savage you were yesterday when you kicked me. Let's go," he told Lily as they headed to the door. "Do you need me to get you a car, young master?" Kai asked. "No, we will walk there," Victor said as he took Lily's hand and walked out of the door. Victor hasn't had a chance to look around the island since his return. He was running from one place to another, so having some time with Lily while enjoying the scenes from his childhood was a really precious time for him. This island was very beautiful. It had a main road with manors on all sides branching in all directions. Most of the family's elite and elders have homes on islands like this to keep their wives and children safe and instruct them in the family's art. When Victor got near his father's mansion, he heard someone shouting, "Hey, you, stop." An arrogant voice woke Victor from his trance, making him look back with surprise. Were they talking to him? Who dares to tell an elite heir to stop? Don't they want to keep their heads? It was a hot woman with pink hair, a skimpy dress, and high heels. She walked to his side with difficulty and then pointed arrogantly. "Go get this lady a car. Where are the other servants here? I have been walking for 10 whole minutes. And why don't cell phones work here?" she demanded arrogantly as she rubbed her ankle. "And you come, massage my shoulders," she said to Lily. Victor quickly understood that she took him as a servant. He was dressing very casually after all, because he only had these clothes in his ring. And it was still 5:30 a.m. The normal servants are just waking up. "May I know to which house the lady belongs?" he asked her politely. He really wanted to know which idiot brought a girl here without explaining the rules. I am young Master Rex's wife. I wanted to ask some servant to drive me from harbor, but who knows that there were none. You were the first one I encountered. I should have just waited as my husband told me to, but I wanted to surprise him," she said. "I have to head to his father's mansion. It must be somewhere here," she added proudly while looking around, making Victor curse at her. Rex was his half-brother, the second son of his father's first wife, and Luke's brother. It was him or his older brother Max, behind the reduction ruin trick. Rex was a semi-player and didn't have a house here, so he should have brought this slut here to introduce her to his father and mother. As the rules state that if any family member wishes to marry, he must get the approval of his parents, the patriarch, or the elders console. "Didn't Rex warn you to be low-key?" Victor asked her. "And what does that have to do with you? Go get me a car now, or I will complain. Rex told me that the punishments around here are very severe. Be careful I don't order someone to punish you," she yelled, making Victor wonder if he should get angry or laugh. His brother was warning her, not telling her. "Lady, have you noticed that I have purple hair?" he asked, trying to make her realize her fault, to avoid the embarrassment. "Why would I care what color you dye your hair? Now go do your job, or I would not only tell my husband to punish you, but I would tell him that the lazy bitch on your side has insulted me too. Maybe both of you should suffer some whipping," she yelled and threatened as she was getting impatient, wanting to reach her in-laws' house to impress them, not realizing that she has just touched Victor's reverse scale. "I can't touch her." "You do it," he told Lily, who nodded, going to the surprised woman's side, then smacked her face to the ground, then slapped her a few times before she returned to her young master's side, while that woman screamed. "Just you wait, I will." She stopped and swallowed the words she intended to say after Lily gave her a death stare. "Shall I drag her with us?" she asked, while tilting her head. "No need, let's go," Victor said as he held Lily's left hand. He was tempted to drag that woman from her hair, but that would only make Rex instruct Luke to take revenge on his little sister. "Was I a little too cruel?" "She's your sister-in-law after all," asked Lily in a low voice. "No, this is just the beginning. Remember this, all my half-brothers and stepmothers are my enemies. Never trust them," he replied in a low voice, making Lily nod in confirmation. The mansion was a few turns away. And when Victor approached it, the guards at the door saluted respectfully and opened the door with some fear. They couldn't believe that the weakling young master they made fun of secretly became an elite heir. He can order their death with a flick of his finger. Victor nodded to them with a smile, then entered the mansion's grounds. It was the same walls, the same trees, and the same people, but he was different, and he had Lily by his side. The first one to greet him was his youngest sister, Lara, who was busy training with a wooden sword when she noticed him. "Ah, esteemed brother." She bowed flusteredly, putting away her sword. "Don't be formal," Victor said as he approached her and hugged her tightly, making her blush. "Don't. Brother, I am sweaty," she said, but Victor hugged her tighter. He didn't get a chance to do this before, as it would look unnatural. Lara was one of the few who respected Victor in the family and treated him well. Too bad that she didn't survive her ceremony, and Victor believed that it had something to do with his half-brothers. Sadly, at that time, he was just a semi-player when he attended her funeral with his father and mother. Victor could still remember Luke's strange look at that time. Victor would have never suspected that Luke, his brother, was behind this. He was too naive back then. But even if he did, he could do nothing, as Luke was a player at that point. Victor stepped back and looked at his little sister's embarrassed face with a smile, then he frowned. Her hair color was purple, but the hue was wrong. Others couldn't tell, as no two von Weisses had the same hue in their purple hair. Victor's was a little grayish. But this shift was wrong, he could easily tell. It was the difference between vibrant colors and dead ones. So he activated his appraisal skill. Lara von Weiss. STR 13. Int 19. Luck 9. Charm 27. Fate. Fate's power, E. Fate's direction, negative. Fate's design, uncertain demise. Total, E. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, 27.1% purity, decreasing, semi-exhausted. What's wrong with her bloodline? Victor silently exclaimed as he frowned, making Lara scared a little. Many said that her brother was a pervert, but she knew that he was not. He was the coolest brother in the world. He always took care of her and faced her first mother when she yelled at her. "Esteemed brother, is there anything wrong?" she asked nervously. "Yes, we will talk later," he said as he smiled again and then petted her hair. "This is Lily, your future sister-in-law," Victor said as he turned and pointed at Lily, making Lara look at her with surprise then bow politely. "Nice to meet you, esteemed sister-in-law," she said as she blushed, making Lily blush more. "Don't call me that. Just call me Lily," Lily said, hugging her new sister-in-law. "Nice to meet you, Sister Lily," Lara replied with a sweet smile. "Let's go inside," Victor said as he headed to the mansion's door. "Is everyone awake?" he asked Lara. "No, Father brought Sister Iris and Cousin Zoe with him yesterday. Then Brother Rex returned too. They were staying late talking about how Cousin Zoe grew up in the mountains and how Uncle Falcon told her about her true roots. I wanted to stay and listen too. But the esteemed first mother made me go to bed," Lara said as she puffed her cheeks. "Ha, ha. It's okay. I will tell you many tales later," Victor said as he entered the mansion. to encounter Adele at the entrance. His father's favorite maid was waiting near the door. She seemed to have noticed him when he was talking with Lara and chose to wait here. Despite not being that old, this woman was very thoughtful. No wonder his father usually leaves her here to manage the mansion and maybe spy on his wives. Name, Adele. Level, 39. Class, maid plus. Abnormal status, slave, weak. Authority, 3. Strength, 90. Agility, 90. Intelligence, 80. Luck, 24. Charm, 29. Order, 17. Skills. Cooking S. Staff Arts A. Brewing A. Cleaning A. Projectile B. Cello Arts B. Knife Arts B. Management B. Quick Steps C. Hide Breath D. Surveying E. Drawing F. Equipment. Protection Talisman B. Fate Status. Fate's Power B. Fate's Direction Neutral. Fate's Design Unspecified. Total B. Young Master Victor, nice to meet you again, and congratulations on your superb results in the ceremony, she said as she bowed. The master is still asleep, so the breakfast would be delayed for another hour or two. Would you like to rest in your room or the living room? She asked him while inspecting Lily while wondering what is her relationship with Victor. I will go with Lara to her room and wait there, as I have much to tell her. Victor said, oh, and there was a crazy woman down the road, she must be Rex's new wife. Send someone to fetch her before she loses her head. He added as he took the smiling Lara's hand and headed to her room with Lily, while Adele quickly gestured to a guard to check the road. Victor accompanied Lara to her room, which was on the second floor. The room was classically decorated without any flavor. If Victor didn't know, he would never believe that this is a little girl's room. He sighed as he looked at his blushing sister, who was strictly taught since childhood. He would have never noticed anything before, he was too naive. Sit beside me, he asked her. And she complied. Why aren't there any teddy bears here? He asked. I remember I brought you one last year, he said. She hesitated. Come on, tell me. And don't lie, he said after noticing her habit of pinching her palm when she wants to lie. The first mother said that a true Von Weiss didn't need such things. She punished me when she saw any toys in the room, she said while lowering her head. So that's it, he said. Didn't mother question you about this? He asked. She did, but I just told her that this is the way I like it. I didn't want her to have a fight with the first mother. Whenever that happens, our brothers would start bullying me. And mother would be sad, she said with a few teardrops falling on her clenched fists, making Lily, who was standing respectfully by the door, show a murderous look. You should have told mother anyway. He said he is very familiar with his stepmother's and brother's bullying techniques. They didn't appear to be bullying, just a random harsh word every once in a while, and maybe asking the servants to ignore Lara's commands. Nothing major. But to a delicate girl like Lara, it was a huge deal. Victor sighed. After his father sent him to boarding school, his half-brothers and stepmothers must have used the opportunity to bully his sister. This girl has never left the island before and was too pure and naive. It's okay. Don't listen to anyone. You should have all the toys you want, he said as he petted her hair. Now tell me, when did you start having pain when you were training? He asked to make Lara flinch and then lower her head more. It was about a year ago, she answered meekly. Why didn't you tell anyone? He asked. When Brother Rex explained the art to me, he told me that if I felt any pain, that means I am a loser and not a true Von Weiss. Esteemed father has tasked him with supervising my training, she said with hesitation, making Victor get really angry. So I was afraid. The pain is barely noticeable now, I am getting better, she said as she raised her small fist. Run the family art you use, he said with a frown while trying very hard to hide the murderous look in his eyes. The embarrassed Lara stood up and started making random stances, beautifully flowing from one to another under Victor's inspecting gaze. After 5 minutes she began to sweat a little. You can stop, he said, making her stop and take a deep breath. No wonder no one noticed anything wrong. The technique was modified, Victor thought as he watched the blood flow in her veins through his inspection skill, making him clench his fists hard. Did anyone other than Rex guide your training? He asked. Esteemed father sometimes would supervise me, and he would praise my movements. Aunt Adele would do that too, she said proudly, making Victor smack her head. Who told you to focus on the nape of your neck when practicing the art? He asked. I can't remember. Oh. It was Brother Luke. He said that it would make the training easier, and it did. I was not able to complete the moves at first, but after I listened to him and tried his technique I got better. Esteemed father praised me after that, she said with a smile. Did anyone touch your neck while you trained? Victor asked her. No, why would they? Ah yes. Sometimes Brother Rex would wipe away my sweat when I needed to keep a stance for a long period of time, she said while tilting her head, feeling something was wrong. She would have never believed that her brother wanted her dead. Not only did they make her modify the technique, but they also did it in stages and by random comments and movements. Rex must have used some kind of technique to attract pure blood to that area. Victor was really angry. Whoever modified this art was a supreme expert. The art was created to increase the purity of the dragon blood by helping it burn the normal blood, then using the energy to nurture the body. It only increased the percentage by about 1.5% each year, and it got harder the more the blood became purer. The problem with the modified technique is that instead of focusing on the whole body, it focused on the nape of the neck where the purest blood essence was being attracted, making the training easier because burning essence blood would grant the air a huge boost of energy and intelligence, but it exhausted it in the process. And after a year or so it would cause pain in the body, as the decreased dragon blood volume would starve the dragon cells that she was born with. The pain will subside and then vanish when all of those cells die, rendering Lara weaker than a mortal. From now on, forget all about what Luke and Rex told you. It was all wrong. They are idiots. It was harming you. Didn't you notice that you get tired very easily lately? He said, making Lara gasp and then nod. Indeed, she could only do 20-30 sword swings lately, while she used to do about 100 easily. She thought it was just some sickness. What shall I do? She asked with tears in her eyes. She completely believed her brother. First stop practicing the art, he said while wondering how to fix this. And if he should confront Rex directly? No, Rex was not the mastermind, he must find who it is. It may be his older half-brother Max. But he is not sure, and he must not startle the snake. Victor decided to hide the fact that they were trying to kill her. She was not ready to hear the truth yet. And she would definitely reveal something if she knew. I have a solution, but don't tell anyone what I am about to teach you. It is a secret. If anyone knew, the family would punish me. And both Rex and Luke would also be punished severely for being incompetent, he said, making his sister nod repeatedly. Although her brothers were harsh, she wouldn't want them to be hurt. The family's punishment is brutal. A few days ago, a cousin named Titus was pinned on a stick naked and then drained of his blood in public. They said he would have to serve as a blood bag for a few years. Victor didn't know what Lara was thinking about, he just began to explain a set of moves to her. They were similar to the family's art, yet different. But she was able to learn them very quickly. This technique was developed by him to restore his dragon blood. But it failed, as he had not even one drop left. But Lara was in better shape. This technique would let the dragon blood eat the normal blood instead of burning it. It will rapidly increase her blood purity. If father asked you to perform the family art, just use the regular one and stop focusing on your neck. It is harming you. Victor said, then after giving it a thought he purchased a dispelling talisman from the system store and then took it out of his pocket. Ah, this is the same thing esteemed brother Rex used to wipe my sweat with, Lara exclaimed, making Victor frown, so it is some kind of talisman. He didn't know what he was doing. Close your eyes, Victor said as he inspected her neck, but found nothing unusual by sight alone. Just that the area seemed to attract special blood. Even the blood in his hand started acting strangely when he touched her neck. When he activated his appraisal, he quickly saw what was wrong. A hidden mark was drawn on her neck. It spelled the word blood and was surrounded by some otherworldly symbols. This thing was not a product of this world. It must have been found in a dungeon. Just like the reduction rune. He quickly put the talisman on her neck and activated it. Blood attraction phantom mark found. Attempting dispelling. Required authority F-10. Sufficient authority found. Dispelling mark. Mark dispelled. After that Victor proceeded to guide her technique movements, while telling her how he met Lily and fell in love with her, making Lily who was standing near the door blush deeply. Lara was a little skeptical at first, but after finishing a complete set of movements she felt amazing, and a little hungry at the same time, as her tummy rumbled. It really worked. She noticed the difference immediately. The dull pain in her joints has faded a little. And she felt more energetic. Victor wanted to smile, but he couldn't. Although his art would increase the volume of the dragon blood, the essential blood would still be exhausted for at least 10 years. And Lara didn't have that time. Her ceremony would be in 2 years. The system did have a blood replenishing pill, but sadly it only replenished normal blood, not the dragon one. Wait. He can use the blood he got from Dick. But that would have to wait, as brewing a blood pill was a tiresome job, and Lara's body was too exhausted to handle it right now. From now on if anyone is bullied you just give me a phone call. He told her as he rubbed her hair, then stood up just as a maid knocked on the door and then entered while looking around. She has been here for a while spying on them. But heard nothing because he was using his disguise skill. She thought that they might have fallen asleep or sneaked out. The breakfast is ready. And the master requests your attendance. She flusteredly said as she bowed down. Go ahead, I have to tell the maid something, Victor told Lara, who nodded obediently and then went downstairs. She would never dare be late after her esteemed father summoned her. Victor stood up and approached the nervous maid. Then slapped her face hard, making her hit the wall and begin bleeding from her mouth and nose. The next time I ever catch you spying on me or my sister again, I will make sure to send you to the prison island, he said, making the poor maid shiver. Victor knew that she was just following her mistress's orders, but he had to make the servants fear him, or they would bully his sister. He held Lily's hand after that and went downstairs for the second breakfast with the family since his return. This time he will not be timid, on the contrary, he would be an arrogant young master. He felt strange as if he was floating on the clouds. But the yelling sound made him wake up and look at the fluorescent lamp over his head. Confess what gang you belong to. Where's your area of activity? Who is your boss? A woman was yelling. Officer Leah, I told you before, I was set up. You can view the security tapes. I am the victim here. Some guys argued. Where am I? The hospital? He wondered as he looked around. He was in a room with another guy who was being pestered by a female officer. Is this a cosplay? He wanted to inspect her but a dull pain made him grimace. Why does his crotch hurt? Was that little girl too rough with him? He couldn't remember. He did pay a premium for her though. Was he too exhausted after that? Did they need to hospitalize him or was this place a part of the brothel? No, this was definitely a hospital. He confirmed that when he looked through the open door onto the hallway, where many nurses and doctors were walking in a hurry. Well, this is a VIP treatment, it is worth every penny I paid. Wait. The money. He thought as he looked around, not finding his back. He wanted to sit up, but that made his crotch hurt badly. Ah, he yelled, making the police officer notice that he was awake. I will be back for you later, Mr. Oliver. We will need your statement. The governor has ordered that all cases about perverts need to be reviewed after some pervert attacked his daughter. Leah said as she went to the other bed. Name? She asked him. Abe, he replied after some hesitation. Did his mother report the missing money? Or was the brothel raided? Did you see who did that to you? She asked with a disgusted look. Did what? I don't remember anything, and I am just a little exhausted. He asked while wondering if she was baiting him. He didn't even know that girl's name. She called herself Ruby. Ah, it must be the morphine affecting your judgment. They didn't tell you yet, did they? She turned around looking for a doctor or a nurse, but found none, while Abe frowned. Well, yesterday someone assaulted the brothel you were visiting. And castrated all the men there, after killing all the guards. She said. What, officer, you are wrong. I don't visit such places, and have nothing to do with this. He said while sweating. That girl was too young. He knew it. But he will not fall for the police trap. Oh, well. You would never go there again in this lifetime anyway. I will return to take your statement when your head is clearer. My condolences. She said as she left the room, just as a doctor entered with 2 hot nurses. They gave Abe and the guy on the other bed a sorrowful look. You are awake. The doctor said as he looked at a report with a frown. Decrease the morphine dose a little. It's too high. He told the nurse. When will I be discharged, doctor? He asked. He wanted to go back to the brothel to ask about the money bag. They wouldn't steal it in such a highly reputed establishment, would they? Ah. Sir, I am sorry to inform you that you would be staying here for a few more days. The damage was so extensive that we had to cut it off completely, the doctor said with a sigh. Cut what? Abe asked, making the doctor approach him and whisper the answer in his ear. Abe needed a few seconds to comprehend it. A savage howl rocked the hospital's hallways. It was the 9th scream this morning. When Victor entered the dining room, the meal had already started. It seems the maid has delayed informing him and Lara on purpose. His father was leisurely sitting at the head of the table with George standing behind him. On the left side, his stepmothers were seated in order with their younger sons, Luke and John, who were staring daggers at Victor. Lara, who was pouting, seemed to have found her place near his mother. Someone has probably scolded her for being late. His mother, Elena, looked at him entering the dining room with a smile. Her face was much more relaxed than the last time he saw her. On the other side of the table, the first seat was occupied by Falcon, who seemed to have chosen to be a guest at Theodore's house after meeting him yesterday at the main hall. The second seat was empty. It was reserved for Victor, as the seats were ordered by the family's ranks. His brother Rex was seated on the next seat with his girlfriend by his side. The mark of Lily's slaps was not visible on her cheeks anymore. They were covered by the trace of 3 new slaps. She must have offended someone else. After that, the nervous Iris was sitting next to Zoe, who was looking around at the table. They never had such diverse kinds of foods where she came from. She wouldn't even consider some of them food. But they looked delicious. Sorry I am late, I had to educate a naughty maid, Victor said casually as he entered the room, then smiled at his mother and the girls. It was him, husband, him, and that bitch. They hit me. Rex's girlfriend yelled suddenly as she pointed at Victor and Lily. Theodore only frowned and looked at Rex, who quickly pulled his girlfriend, then whispered something in her ear, making her shrink her neck and shut up. Rex knew his girlfriend well. She must have tried to boss his half-brother around and got what she deserved. As her husband, no matter what she did, he felt responsible to take revenge for her. But Victor's position in the family far outstrips his. so he could do nothing directly. Maybe he would take revenge on Lara when he guides her later. Victor quickly found his seat and sat down, as Lily stood behind him respectfully helping him get seated. Victor wanted her to sit with him, but this was still not the right time. "How dare you be late? You should apologize sincerely and greet us before sitting at the table." His first mother scolded him as she pointed at him. He didn't reply, just gave his dish to Lily, who proceeded to fill it up. His action made Marta angry. "How dare you ignore me like that?" she asked. "Husband, say something," she said as she turned to Theodore, who had just finished chewing a piece of toast. But before he could say something, Victor beat him to it. "You are the one who should greet me. I am now an elite heir. How dare you stay seated when I entered the room? Don't you know that I can flog you for that? If it were not for my esteemed father's presence I would have punished you," Victor said proudly, before taking a deep breath and adding, "Not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you also want this young master to apologize? I already said sorry. What do you want me to do more than that? Crawl under your feet? Who do you think you are?" Victor said, spraying saliva at his mother's face and dish as he shouted, making his brothers frown. Especially Rex, whose mother was being scolded. Lily quickly used a handkerchief to wipe her young master's mouth as Theodore chuckled. "He is right, Marta, it's your fault this time," Theodore said with a sigh. Yesterday he heard from the patriarch that his mother, Anne, had approved of giving Arya to Victor, which made him very relieved, and somewhat pleased. His rebellious son, who hid deeply before, was showing his true color. Not bad at all. On the other hand, his wives need some education every now and then, or they would think that they own the entire world. It would be better if Marta was put in her place, before Luna gets here. Marta gritted her teeth and then chose to ignore Victor completely. As for Elena, she was astonished by her son's temper. "Is this really my son? When did he grow a pair of balls? And is that quiet girl, the maid Lily, who talks to me all the time?" she wondered. Luke and John frowned, not knowing how to act. They just looked at Victor and then inspected Lily, who was still wearing her veil. She had pretty eyes. Too bad they couldn't see her face clearly. Maybe they should find a chance later to punish her. Theodore noticed the perverted look in his son's eyes, but said nothing. Living with pretty maids, without touching them, was part of the family's training. It helps with both discipline and apparently bloodline awakening. Thankfully Lily wore a veil. A dose of her breathtaking beauty was not something that those two virgin boys of his can handle. They would probably lose their minds and virginity the moment they see her. Iris and Zoe smiled a little at Victor, and inspected Lily silently, but said nothing. Zoe really liked how Victor yelled at that nasty woman. She wanted to do the same when the little girl, Lara, was being scolded, but Falcon's stern eyes warned her not to. "He is so manly," she thought. "Let's continue our meal," Theodore said after a little cough, then ate another bite of his jam-covered toast before slowly turning to Lara, who was having difficulty hiding her smile after Victor scolded the first mother. "How is your proficiency with the family art, Lara?" Theodore asked. It is getting better," she said after remembering what her big brother told her. "Good. You must work hard, your ceremony is nearing," he said, then turned to his other two sons. "The same goes for both of you, you should be ready next year. I expect you to do the same as Victor and surprise us all," he said. "Don't worry, father, I will guide them well," Rex said, as he looked at Lara with a knowing smile. "Yes, you did well with Lara. Too bad your potential was not that great," Theodore said. The more player sons he had, the better his position in the family. "Father, about Susu, can I marry her?" Rex took the chance to ask. Theodore pondered as he looked at her. He really didn't like this chick. "Are you sure she is fit for you? Accepting her as a concubine wouldn't be a problem?" Theodore asked with a pondering look, wondering why did Rex choose such a woman. Victor also did the same. This slut was not anything special. She must be my main wife. I fell in love with her at first sight. Rex said with a fascinated look in his eyes, making Victor want to puke. Then stop, and activate his inspection skill on both of them. Susu Miller. STR 9. Int 13. Luck 15. Charm 21. Fate. Fate's power, B. Fate's direction, positive. Fate's design, lower concubine of Mike von Weiss. Total, B+. Name, Rex von Weiss. Level, 0. Class. Abnormal status, charmed, low. Authority, 1. Strength, 18. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 15. Luck, 10. Charm, 18. Order, 10. Skills. Minor sword artsy. Scheming F. Threatening look F. Fate status. Fate's power, D. Fate's direction, neutral. Fate's design, unspecified. Total, D. Victor was speechless. He had just figured many things out. First of all, this bitch was the one his big brother stole from Rex. Mike has a thing for bitches and prostitutes. Secondly, she must have put some kind of a love spell on Rex. Probably bought a genuine talisman from some idiotic hidden expert peddler by chance. Stuff like this happens when fate intervenes. Better stay out of this mess. He thought as Lily stuffed an egg in his mouth when she saw him inspecting Susu so intensely. Pervert young master. Theodore looked at Rex and his girlfriend for a while, then sighed. He really didn't like this woman and couldn't understand why Rex wanted her as the main wife. You live in Tiara City, right? It's near Nulur. I will tell Mike to look into her. If he finds nothing wrong, I will approve. Theodore said, making Rex smile while holding Susu's hand under the table. He was really happy. She wasn't. She has just realized that her stupid boyfriend was not that powerful and that there are people with higher ranks in his family. Maybe she could seduce one of his brothers? But not that Victor. She was not into rough guys. Now, to the main business. Theodore said, Iris, Zoe. Both of you must be ready by noon. We will take the boat to the main island for your ceremony, he explained. Can't we take the helicopter, like yesterday? Zoe asked while Iris got a little nervous. No, it is a part of the tradition to go there by boat. In olden times they used to sail there by wooden boats. He said while reminiscing about his ceremony. But Victor noticed something else in his father's eyes. Love? Regret? Yearning? There is a story there. Ah, and Victor, you will come too. Not many elders are present, and as an elite, you can help us. His father said, not explaining further because not everyone here was a player. They wanted him to help them by channeling his energy into the orb. Activating that thing takes a lot of stamina in addition to a mountain of gems. I understand. Will there be other participants? Victor asked. Yes, the ceremony for 1 to 10 participants would cost the same, so there would be 8 others, mostly servants, as any suitable candidate had already attended with you, Theodore said. Making Victor consider whether to take Lily's sisters. Better not, he thought. He didn't want any of them to die. And if by any chance they all succeeded, wouldn't they take them away from him? He would be better off sending them dungeon diving with his other maids later. Although undiscovered dungeons are rare, he remembers the news about a couple. He would have to check them though, as he was not sure of the authenticity of such information. Whatever, fixing Lara's blood is what he wants to focus on now. Father, I was wondering if you can allow Lara to spend a few days with me in Vane City. She has never seen the outside world and it is not good for her to stay cooped up here. Victor asked. He needs to enhance her blood and teach her a few more things. The earlier the better. That would disturb her training. Rex interjected. Theodore hesitated. Lara was homeschooled because she had a weak constitution, but after training in the arts for the last 2 years, her body seemed to have gotten a little better. It's not bad for her to go out and see the world. How about I take her with me to stay with Victor for a few days there next month? I need to do something there anyway. Elena said with a complex look that only Victor understood. Fine by me. But Victor, you will have to supervise Lara's training there instead, Theodore said, while wondering if he should introduce Elena to Luna. Luna would probably have to come here if her baby had a pure bloodline, and meeting one of her sisters beforehand is not a bad idea. Lara smiled sweetly after hearing her father's approval. Yay, she is going to stay with her brother. After that, Theodore proceeded to ask John and Luke about their education and then talk with Falcon about the trivial things he was doing in the mountains while monitoring Zoe. Iris and Zoe seemed to have hit it off. They kept talking together, despite the age difference. Iris was 3 years older. Uncle Falcon, I want to stay with Iris after the ceremony, Zoe suddenly requested. That will have to depend on your results, and it's the family's decision after that, Falcon said as he looked at Victor, while silently swearing that he would make sure that she didn't get anywhere near this pervert. Theodore chuckled as he saw the way Zoe looked at his son. That's how a von Weiss should be. After breakfast, Victor was dragged to a side room where his mother made him sit on a couch next to her after hugging him hard. Then she began to question him about his living conditions in Vane City. Didn't Lily tell you everything? Victor asked. She only tells me that you are okay, or that you found a new girl. Nothing else. His mother puffed her cheeks and inspected her son. When did he become a pervert? Were the rumors true? Impossible, she raised him herself. Well, it is as Lily told you. I just spend all day lazing around or visiting the company to find new girls. He lied. He couldn't tell his mother that he spent the last week doing dungeon diving and corrupting innocent girls. You are just like your father. Just make sure to choose nice girls, not like those your father likes. Elena snorted as she thought of her husband's other wives. Don't worry. I chose Lily to be my main wife, he said, making his mother turn to look at Lily, who was silently standing to the side. Come here, Lily, let your mother-in-law see your face, Elena said as she looked at the blushing Lily, who removed her veil after Victor nodded to her. Wah! Elena gasped when she looked at her face. Can a girl be this pretty? She quickly began to inspect Lily thoroughly. She really liked this girl. She is very gentle, sensible, and well-educated. She could tell from the way she spoke to her on the phone. Not bad, she said, then looked at Victor. You have to take good care of her, she added, making Lily blush more. If he bullied you, just tell me. I will punish him for you. Don't worry about her. You better worry about yourself. Father has a new wife candidate. She might be granted the main wife position, he said, making his mother squint her eyes. Really? She asked. Yup. If you come to Vane City, you can meet her. I think she is really nice. She helped me a lot, he said. In his previous life, Luna's relationship with his mother was a little strained. Probably because of the other wives plotting. So Victor wants to make them friends as fast as possible. I will see about that, Elena said with a sigh. Now come on, we have some time before noon. Tell me what you did this past week, she asked, making Victor begin to tell her all about his new company and new maids. Confirming her conclusion. She has given birth to a pervert. Just like his father. A yacht left the island at noon, carrying 5 people. Theodore, Falcon, Victor, Iris, and Zoe. Lily was not allowed to attend the ceremony because of her rank, so Victor gave her a small mission and left her in his father's mansion under the pretense of accompanying his mother, who surprisingly played along. Iris and Zoe were absent-minded most of the time, probably nervous about the trip. While Falcon was discussing family politics with Theodore. Can I ask a question? Iris asked suddenly, making Theodore look at her. Go ahead, he said. Isn't there another way of awakening? A way that doesn't involve death? She asked timidly. There are other methods, Theodore said. Look at Victor, He was able to convert his maids into players by randomly poking at some rocks in a mountain, Theodore said with a smirk, making Falcon look at him wanting to hear the story. So Victor had no choice but to tell them how he wanted to explore that mountain with his friend and just so happened to discover the dungeon that eluded his father for years. Falcon nodded. What a lucky bastard, he thought. So can we find a dungeon, isn't it safer? Asked Zoe with some enthusiasm. She was really looking forward to conquering dungeons and killing monsters. Easier said than done. I knew people who spent their entire lives looking for one and died in some desolate mountain without achieving anything. And even if you found one, can you clear it? Many dungeons get discovered by normal people, who end up dead inside. Falcon said. Theodore nodded. Are there any other ways? Zoe asked. Many, they are rare, but equally dangerous, Falcon said. You see, every aristocratic family has a method. Some are relatively safe, but only grant a semi-player status while others are dangerous but rewarding. Take the von Rosen family, for example. Their method of awakening is to perform a summoning ritual with the aid of their artifact. The participant would have to be able to handle the demon's curse. If he succeeded, he would get a summoner class. And the rewards increase the stronger the demon they summon. But on the other hand, it can only be attempted by women and they have a 70% death rate. Falcon said, making Iris, who remembered the demon that attacked her, shiver. Any other methods? Zoe, who got really interested, asked. Some of them are as simple as drawing a sword from a stone. But if you fail, the sword will grow a mouth and devour you. Some methods are very complicated and tiresome. Like dancing naked around a mountain 1,000 times while doing intricate movements. I even heard of some single-use awakening artifacts and talismans. I have never seen one though. Falcon added with a smile. Now go relax. There will be time for such talk later when you become players. He said. Making Zoe a little deflated, but she quickly regained her vigor and grabbed Iris and began to ask her about life in the city. Ah, that reminds me, Theodore turned to Victor, who was feigning watching the waves while being busy monitoring his blood slave through his system. Tom had just got something interesting that made Victor want to hurry back to Vane City. Victor, you cleared a dungeon last week, what is your level now? Theodore suddenly asked him. 10, Victor lied. What? Theodore shouted in surprise. He expected Victor's level to be 3 or 4. Clearing an F-level dungeon didn't yield much experience usually, but as a newbie, Victor didn't need many points to level up. I don't know, but I happen to have killed this strange goblin there. The system told me that it is worth a lot of EXP. Victor said. Theodore frowned, but Falcon interjected. It is rare, but not unheard of. Sometimes the dungeons would contain some strange things and rules that yield a lot of EXP. I heard of a man who leveled up after doing nothing in the dungeon but stepping on beetles. He said, making Theodore nod. He has heard of that story too. He could only look at his son and utter "lucky bastard" under his breath. It took him 1 whole year to get to level 10 when he was a newbie. As he had to fight behind an army of family grunts whose job was to protect him. Victor did it in 1 freaking week. Well, this would make things much easier. There is a coming raid, as a new dungeon was bought by the family. The primary appraisal is that it is C rank, maybe even C+. Theodore said. Don't let it fool you, dungeons scale at an exponential rate, so a C-level dungeon would be about 1,000 times more dangerous than the F-rank one you cleared. He added after seeing the look in his son's eyes. How many people are going? Falcon asked. My team consists of 30 people, there are 3 other teams with a total of about 100 players. 10 of us are veterans. If we take more than 2 weeks, the family would send another 100. Theodore said. Are you interested in coming along, Mr. Falcon? I will think about it, Falcon said as he caught Zoe's eyes. They were full of expectations. When is the raid? And who is going? Victor asked. It's still undecided. But maybe next month. The dungeon is near Nulur City, Theodore said, making Victor nod. Maybe he would go with Lily. She needs to level up. But he needs to buff the mansion's security before that. Last night's attack left him worried. Victor returned to his meditation as his father chuckled and also returned to his conversation with Falcon. He was talking about the new mushroom he found and how he would try it at a mass scale at the raid. Unlike last time, the yacht went straight to the main island. And reached there 2 hours later, where a luxurious car was waiting for them to take them uphill to the ceremony hall, where the guards greeted them respectfully and invited them in. Soon they reached the first hall, where an elder in a ceremonial gown greeted them. Iris, Zoe. You go with the elder. Victor, you follow me. Theodore said as he entered the inner hall, followed by Falcon. Don't worry, you will be fine. Victor gave Iris and Zoe some encouragement before following after his father to the inner chamber, where many servants wearing special robes were piling gems according to a formation on the ground under the supervision of a fat elder. Ah, Theodore. You are here on time. The elder said. Falcon, you are here too, it's been a while, he greeted Falcon too, who nodded in acknowledgement. Nice to meet you, Tony, how are the preparations? Theodore asked. We are almost done. The elder, Tony, said this ceremony was on short notice so we had to work overnight. He added. Just then, an old man with white purplish hair and a crooked nose entered the hall with the patriarch. Everyone quickly saluted, including Theodore and Falcon, making Victor quickly follow with a frown. Who was that man? He never met him or read about him before, that's strange. And why did all the elders tense up? Including his father. The only one who remained relaxed was Falcon, who didn't seem to be very pleased. But from their looks, they didn't expect to see this guy here. Name, Cassius von Weiss. Level, 119. Class, Formation Master. Authority, 11. Strength, 265. Agility, 273. Intelligence, 302. Luck, 53. Charm, 49. Order, 52. Skills. Formation Arts S. Sword Arts A. Hidden Hand A. Brewing A. Projectile A. Survivor A. Intimidating Stare A. Teaching A. Poison Tea Ceremony B. Knife Arts C. Quick Steps C. Hide Breath D. Cursing Adept D. Surveying D. Poetry D. Chess D. Cross-dressing F. Equipment. Cane of the Lost Ones S. Storage Ring A. Greater Protection Rune A. Danger Sensing Necklaces A. Small Hidden Dagger E. Fate Status. Fate's Power C. Fate's Direction Neutral. Fate's Design Unspecified. Total C. Wow, this guy was stronger than both Falcon and Anne. The strange thing was that Victor has never heard of him or seen his name in the family's records. Wait, could he be part of the Black Faction? Probably. Victor quickly looked at his father and worded black with his lips, to get an approving nod from his father. Are there members of that faction attending this ceremony too? Interesting. Cassius only nodded casually to the elders greeting him, then looked at Theodore and Victor with interest. No one knew what was on his mind. I expect this to be flawless. Marcos, the patriarch, said, making the elders nod. Victor. His father called him. You will have to stand on the circle on the ground inside, and accept the orb's request to draw energy from you, Theodore said, making Victor nod in response. He understands how these things work. A few minutes later, the candidates were guided by an elder to the ritual hall. Zoe and Iris were with them. A total of 4 boys and 6 girls. The one who grabbed Victor's attention was a beautiful girl who had long purplish-black hair and long robes, and a brown-haired boy who was pestering her. Victor was wondering who those two were. They were not dressed as servants like the others. And Victor had no idea about them. Could they have been brought here by Cassius? Zoe was glaring at the boy with hatred while Iris was holding her off. Did they have a fight? Master Cassius, your granddaughter, and adoptive son, looks valiant. An elder decided to suck up to Cassius, answering Victor's question in the process, making him use his appraisal skill to discover something that he never expected. Rita von Weiss. STR 24. Int 19. Luck 17. Charm 22. Fate. Fate's power, A. Fate's direction, positive. Fate's design, main wife of Levi von Zwei. Total, A. Bloodline, Elder Dragon 95% purity. Carlos Mita, von Zwei. Effects and states. Disguise Talisman Effect, S, A equals 20. STR 21, 30. Int 17, 23. Luck 14, 16. Charm 16, 20. Fate. Fate's power, B. Fate's direction, positive. Fate's design, unspecified. Total, B. Bloodline? 100% purity. Yes, my granddaughter has achieved the 3rd level of the family's art. I expect great things from her. He said. Failed to notice the hatred in Victor's eyes. This guy was a traitor. And Levi von Zwei was someone who he would never forget. Not only was he one of the sons of the von Zwei family's new patriarch. He was one of the followers of the guy who killed his family. Yes, Levi was one of his enemies. And that Carlos has a clear von Zwei in his name. What is he doing here? He never heard of him before. He is definitely a spy. Those two must die. But how? Maybe they would die by themselves in the ceremony, but that was highly unlikely looking at their bloodlines. As for the other participants, they had nothing special, just some poor souls who were forced here. Victor first decided to test the water, so he approached Rita and introduced himself. Hi there, my name is Victor, nice to meet you. He said as he raised his hand to shake hers. Victor von Weiss, I know who you are. Don't even think about touching me, pervert. She spat, then ignored him. Making his father who was watching from the back chuckle with the elders. He was not the first one to try to approach her here. Carlos slowly walked to Victor and whispered. Rita is mine, never try to touch her ever again. Pervert. He said coldly, then followed after her. Victor frowned, then looked at Zoe, who was still giving that guy death stares. What happened? He whispered to Iris. That guy just said that the way Zoe ate was like a monkey, and that made her angry. She replied, making Victor shake his head. Enough chit-chat, let's begin. The patriarch scolded, giving Victor a stare, then approached the gate to open it in a ceremonial manner before inviting everyone in. After arranging the participants in their places, the elders, followed by Victor, entered the ritual hall in order to form a circle around the glowing orb. Orb of the Bloody Virgin, awakening artifact. A rank. Test potential and awakened players. Conditions. Virgin. Alive. Human. Test points. Martial arts potential, higher is better. Mystic arts potential, higher is better. Fate potential, higher is better. Bloodline, purity and awakening, higher is better. Age, lower is better. Victor nodded as he saw it, just as expected. He thought as he quickly found his place next to his father. Player notice. Do you want to participate in the awakening ceremony? Name, Victor von Weiss. Role, supporter. Yes/no. The system menu appears in front of Victor, and he was about to press yes when he thought of something. Can there be other roles? He tried to change it from the system menu, but failed. It would have been cool if he could manipulate the ritual. Like a system admin. Wait, what if he changed his name? His disguise skill would work on the system since he has a higher authority. He quickly changed his name to /system 11C54H/. This was the name that appeared in the log message during his ceremony. But nothing happened. Victor stepped out of the circle and then back in, gaining himself a few harsh stares from the elders. He could only shrug and look at the notice again. Player notice. Do you want to participate in the awakening ceremony? Name, /system 11C54H/. Authority, error, access denied. Role, please choose. Yes/no. Success. He quickly looked at the role options. Supporter, observer, and admin. Choosing admin, he pressed yes, to feel himself get connected to the orb just as everyone was seated and the elder began to activate it. When the participants began to growl in pain, it was as if the time stopped for him. He could see all the participants' test results updating in real time until they stopped. And the world turned black. Everything was suspended naked and still in the dark void. Victor could observe the 10 participants. Everyone was suspended in midair, but they were inanimate as if time had stopped. This is the end test phase. When it happened to him he never felt it. Victor felt as if he could control how time flowed here for a limit of 3 days. So he slowly floated from one participant to the other observing their results. Iris collected 1919 points, missing the player mark by a small margin. Her martial arts and mystic arts potential was abysmal as she had no formal training in the family. Can Victor manipulate the results? Affirmative, he can. He can raise the points to the limit of 4,999. He quickly gave Iris the score of 2,990, he can't make her stand out too much. Zoe had a good body, despite the short stature. Did she wrap her chest with something to make it smaller? He wondered. She didn't need his help. She had 3,400 points by herself. Thanks to her multiple bloodlines and SS fate. Victor decided to help her a little and added another 400 points to her score. She is his cousin after all. As for the rest of the servants, he didn't touch them. Too much manipulation would make the family suspicious. He only helped one girl though. She had a score of 999. He felt that she was too pitiful and gave her 100 extra points. She made him remember when he failed an exam, missing 1 mark in the past. But after another thought, her returned and pushed all the servants' points to 1,000 at least. This would make Rita's and Carlos's death more dramatic. Rita had 3,471 points, while Carlos had 3,213 points. Victor slowly inspected Rita's body for a while. She was very pretty. Had a slender body that was shaped by years of sword training, and a long flowing hair. She was about 30% on the Lily scale. She must have used makeup to hide her true beauty. What a pity, she was destined to die. He made both their scores 1 point. Just for their virginity. Serve them right. How dare they call him a pervert? With this, he would get rid of another trouble. He has now concluded that the Black faction was agents of the von Zwei. Just how many powers have infiltrated his family? Victor watched as the ceremony resumed, and as the participants' faces changed to joy and despair. Especially Rita and Carlos. Their faces went white. Why? Yelled Carlos. While Rita began to sob, making Victor strike his head as he thought of something evil. Why didn't I think of that before? He wondered as he began to move. The system could not read your data. Error. A mechanical voice rang in Carlos's ear. Making him look around but see nothing, just the endless void. Due to the effect of a talisman. The system failed to test your data. The system will require the participant to summarize his life experience for another chance. The sound said. Carlos hesitated a little. At first, he chose to remain silent. But as he watched the timer on the screen go down, he chose to speak and began to talk. He lied first, but the system ignored him until he began to tell the truth about how he was an agent from the von Zweimain family. He was chosen to be the stepson of Cassius, who agreed to work with his family after losing the battle for the patriarch position to Anne. Hearing that, Victor nodded. All the trouble in the family was the result of the family's power struggle for the patriarch position 30 years ago. Too many people were unhappy after and grabbed power. Carlos was sent here to be a spy and try to control a part of the von Weiss family. In addition to that, to try to attend the ceremony here. As he was not compatible with his family's awakening artifacts and had a bigger chance here. They clearly knew what the test here required. Carlos watched the points go up one by one as he spoke, making him have hope again. Many secrets were revealed to the system for the next 10 hours as the timer slowed down. Victor learned of many secrets, many he had never known before. Some of them were secrets about the Black faction. Soon, Carlos felt despair as the points stopped at 998. He had nothing more to tell. The system now knows everything about him, from the fact that he likes Rita, who was engaged to his older brother, to the color of his underwear and Rita's underwear too. Wait. Levi was his older brother? Victor noticed. This means that Carlos was also the son of the new patriarch of the von Zwei family. A big fish fell on his chopping block. What should be Cassius's reaction when this idiot dies? Victor wondered as he left Carlos, who was shouting in anger, and headed towards Rita, and did the same. This girl was raised by her father and grandfather to be a bride for Levi von Zwei, whom she adored since childhood. You have triggered the von Weiss spy detection mechanism. The system found your tendency to betray your family disgusting. But we'll give you a chance. Rita watched the timer with fear and nodded. Her grandfather has explained that if she didn't get enough points, when the timer reaches 0, she would be erased. Choose one guy from the von Weiss family in the ceremony room and swear to be his maid forever. The system will monitor your behavior. If you betray again, you would be eliminated. Victor said in a system voice. He wants to use this one. A double agent is never bad. Rita pondered, is this really her last chance? Who can she choose? Her grandfather? The candidate can only be young. You have to make him accept you by yourself. If you fail or he refuses you, you will be eliminated. The voice added. After thinking for a while, Victor's dazzling smile appeared in her mind. Does she really want to be that pervert's maid? No, never. She heard tales about his perverted games. I choose Timmy. She said. He was one of the assistant boys who tried to approach her earlier. Timmy, analyzing. By choosing Timmy you gain 30 points to a total of 31 points. Are you sure? No, she yelled quickly. She needs at least 1,000 points. After thinking for another 5 minutes, she chose one idiot after another. How many guys jumped on this girl's face? In the ceremony chamber alone, more than 30. And she remembered all their names. Victor didn't know if he should be afraid or impressive. Unfortunately, the most she got was 900 extra points. Not enough. At last, while biting her fingernail, she chose Victor. Analyzing. By choosing Victor you gain 4,500 points to a total of 4,501 points. Are you sure? Rita was surprised. Yes, she answered as she watched the timer go down. Those are a lot of points. Conditions. Must not tell anyone about what happened here. Not even your chosen master. The chosen master must accept you to be his maid in 4 hours. Can never betray the chosen master, Victor, and you have to comply with all his demands. Follow the system's arrangements from now on and it would guide you to greatness. In case of failure to comply with any of the above conditions, you would be terminated. Do you accept? She bit her lip, then said yes, and began to adjust her class and skills when the screen proceeded. Victor smiled and looked around at the others. Time passed differently for everyone. So they have already finished choosing. Zoe chose, as expected, an overpowered protagonist rate class. Hero. This class has its perks, but it made Victor adjust his intended relationship with her. He must make sure to be the ally that appears when she needs him rather than the one who follows her, as that would make him get swept away by her destiny. Iris was a thief. What? Was she doing some shoplifting lately? The class and skills usually reflect real-life skills. It seems that this sister of his has a dark side to her. She was not as innocent as she seems after all. He should investigate her more thoroughly when he returns to Vane City. The servants now had enough points to survive. They were semi-players thought, so they had no class. But their lives will turn for the better from now on, as they would be granted a better position in the family. As for Rita, the system gave her only 2 choices for the class: sword maid or bed warming maid. She chose the former after some thought. And with that, the ceremony ended. And Victor's consciousness returned to his body in the ritual hall, to feel a wave of exhaustion assault him. His stamina was drained, but the gains were worth it. When Victor opened his eyes, the ceremony was over. Everyone was looking around with astonishment, as the assistants entered to take the bodies of the failed participants, but found only one. Is it because of the low number of participants? Theodore had a big smile on his face, and so did Falcon after seeing that Iris and Zoe were fine. While Cassius, who should be happy about his granddaughter's survival, wasn't. He didn't even look at her when he ran fanatically to Carol's body to inspect him after yelling at the assistants to stay away. After a few moments, he stood up and carried Carlos's body out by himself. His face didn't look good. To others, he appeared sad because of the passing of his adopted son. He never knew he liked him that much. But Victor knew that he was scared silly. Carlos was not supposed to die here. Cassius took the corpse by himself to avoid anyone discovering something about it. He needed to return it to Vonsvi after all. Cassius was in a deep sh*t at this moment. When Carlos was entrusted to him, his father was not the patriarch yet, and Carlos was sent on this mission by his uncles to limit his father's influence. But that man's power and ambition exceeded their expectations and was able to grab the patriarch's seat. The first thing he did after that was to send a letter to Cassius to send Carlos home after the ceremony. But after this, Cassius's own head was the one going to be sent flying. Rita was not really surprised that her grandfather didn't even spare her a glance. But that didn't stop her from feeling sad. She knew pretty well that she was just a disposable pawn in eyes. She was raised all her life to be just a bargaining chip to be married off. A way for her faction to connect to the Vonsvi family. No matter how much she trained and exceeded their expectations, her grandfather would not spare her a glance. She could only sigh and then look nervously at Victor. Was what the system told her true? Would this young lady really be terminated if she didn't become this pervert's maid? She wondered. Everyone, follow me to the waiting hall, your names would be called later. An assistant said, making the still astonished participants follow him one by one with smiles appearing on their faces. Especially the servants who had long resolved themselves to their grim fate. Do I have to go to the appraisal room with you? I am really tired. Victor asked his father. No need. Your stamina has been exhausted. Go find a place to rest, we will return home together. Theodore said after seeing how pale Victor's face was, then hurried after the patriarch who left while asking around if any of the elders had any idea about this ritual's high success rate. It was 90%. Victor sighed and then left the hall after a few minutes. He deliberately found a chance to pass by the hall where the participants were sitting. Then, in a loud voice, he arrogantly asked a servant there to guide him to the restroom. This was a signal to give Rita a chance to meet him. He must secure her as his blood slave before she gets any other thoughts. As expected, Rita stood up and hurried after Victor under the same excuse. After seeing Victor enter the men's room, she took a deep breath and then went after him. What do you want? I thought you don't like perverts? But it seems you are one. This is the men's room, you know. Victor told her harshly, making her shrink her neck, then clench her fist, when she entered the room. She was about to rebuke him when a timeout screen appeared in front of her. She swallowed, then took a deep breath. "I have a confession to make," she said in a low voice. "What?" Victor asked her. I want to be your maid," she said with a heavy blush. "Wah," Victor acted surprised. He looked around then asked. "Is this some kind of prank? Or a perverted play?" he asked, with disgust. "No," she said as tears filled her eyes. "This is too humiliating. Why does this young lady have to do this?" "No. I will tell you something, please don't tell anyone," she begged. "What?" Victor said in a horrified voice. I fell in love with you at first sight," she said, blushing more. "And what? You have a maid fetish?" he asked sarcastically, helping her a little. "No. Yes, please accept me, this young lady would die if you refuse her," she said pleadingly. "You would go that far?" he asked with a strange worried tone as if he misunderstood her. "Yes," she said as she bit her delicate lip. "Please accept me as your maid. I don't have much time," she said, not realizing that her requests were a little unreasonable, but the countdown screen was driving her crazy. "Look, you are pretty, but I am not that interested. I only wanted to greet you as your cousin earlier, who would think that you would treat me so rudely?" he said as if he was still holding a grudge. "It is my fault, I deserve to be punished for my impudence. Please accept me," she said, her face and ears getting redder. I can't accept you as a lover, but as a maid, it is possible." "But you have to be faithful, you would not regret it?" he asked with a strange look. I won't. I really need to be your maid," she answered as she lowered her head. She was already regretting it. "A maid, huh? What can you do?" he asked as if still unconvinced. I can dance, sing and play the piano and violin," she answered, but could only see a disdainful look in his eyes. "I can do that too," she said in a soft voice. "Why would that make me interested? I already have tons of maids who would gladly warm my bed. At least 3 of them are prettier than you," he said, making her blush while wondering if she was really useless. "What else? I have no need for useless girls," he said. "I don't know if you like warrior girls, but I am good with the sword and the bow. My class is sword maid," she said as the last hope as the countdown screen shimmered above. She never believed that a guy would be interested in a girl who liked martial arts. "Really? You are not lying to get me interested?" he asked with interest, making her surprised. "No, really. You can test me," she said firmly. Her parents and Carlos always told her to abandon martial arts, and just do enough to pass the ceremony. And that a girl like her should focus more on feminine arts where her skills can be used for their benefit. "Fine then, I will believe you for now, but from now on you will be my maid. You can never betray me. Would you really follow all my commands?" he asked, making her nod while blushing. "Then kneel on the ground first," he told her, regaining his young master's arrogant persona, making her startled. She hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to do. "What, you don't want this young master to be your master anymore?" he asked as the countdown system screen spelled a nasty threat. "Do you want to die *TCH? She sobbed and compiled with tears dripping from her eyes. "This is too humiliating. She was raised as a young mistress her entire life, why does she have to go through this? Is death better?" No. She wanted to live. She wanted to see the outside world. Especially now, she was a full player. And a powerful one at that. She can travel all around the world as a warrior. As for Levi, she didn't really care about him. She felt some affection, But she knew that she was brainwashing herself since childhood, as she knew that she never had the choice in that matter. As for betraying the family or working for them, what difference does it make? She was meant to be a toy anyway. Victor smiled evilly when he saw her kneeling, then cut his finger with a dagger and put it in front of her face. "Suck it. And lick it cleanly," he said, making Rita sob a little as she sucked his finger completely. "Now I am this pervert's toy," she thought. Suddenly, both of them heard the sound of the door squeaking, making them hurriedly turn to the right to look. They saw a startled girl peeking through the slightly open door. She had a heavy blush on her face and her name was Iris. "Sorry to disturb you, you can continue," she said as she ran away, making Rita retreat quickly and cover her face, and sob loudly. This young lady can never wash off her shame. Victor frowned. He never expected that his big sister's thief class was so amazing at sneaking. But what was that girl doing sneaking around to the men's room? It doesn't matter. He needs to finish this before Cassius returns. That guy was probably arranging transport for the corpse at the moment. Blood ritual detected. "Do you want to register a new blood slave?" He pressed yes. Without hesitation. This one would be his perfect spy. Registration complete April 4th. "You are my secret maid from now on," he said, making her look at him. "I am not a monster, I will not reveal your secret fetish, nor will I humiliate you in front of others, but you have to be obedient, understood?" He asked arrogantly, making her nod as she looked at him with a strange gaze. "That's it? No more perverted requests? You can go on with your life. This is my phone number, if I called you, be sure to answer," he said, giving her his number. "Don't worry, I may be a pervert but I would never force someone," he said, making her nod in a daze. She seemed to have misjudged him. "I know that you are a pervert, but you can't stay here in the men's room," he told her, suddenly making her blush and run out as she saw a screen appearing in front of her eyes. "The secret maid system has been bound successfully. Your master is Victor von Weiss, be sure to serve him well and all your dreams would come true. First mission, desecrate the body of Carlos von Zwei. How dare he threaten my dear master?" Iris was heavily blushing when she returned to her seat in the waiting room. She was going to the ladies' room when she spotted Rita following her brother, so she decided to try her new skill and spy on them. She was worried that she would hurt him. But what she heard when eavesdropping exceeded her expectations. Did her brother really let that arrogant Rita do that? She didn't see it well. Who would have thought that Victor had that kind of a charm? He only met that girl for a few minutes. Well, he is handsome. Ist everything okay? Zoe, who was sitting next to her and stuffing her mouth with a bun, asked after seeing her flushed face. Yeah, I am just a little hot, Iris answered. Pervert little brother, pervert Rita. Her family was full of perverts. She needs to be careful, she told herself as an assistant came calling for her. So she hurriedly stood up and followed him. On the way out she met Rita, who was returning from the restroom. She had a blush on her face. She gave Iris a threatening glare but said nothing, so Iris decided to ignore her as well. Victor didn't have to wait for long, as 2 hours later his father left the hall with Falcon and the girls. The smile on their faces was grander than when they went in. Let's go celebrate, his father told him as they headed to his mansion on the main island. The results, which everyone already knew, were supposed to be announced tomorrow, so they would stay here tonight. When they reached the mansion, a grand meal was already prepared by George, who greeted them respectfully as the maid brought the dish. Zoe, who has already eaten in the waiting hall, she didn't mind having another meal. As for Iris, she was nervous earlier, so she was very hungry, but she kept giving Victor nasty stares. As if she was wondering how did he do it. Pervert. What are your classes? Victor asked them with a chuckle. Victor, you can't ask such a question, his father warned. It's okay, I am a hero, and Iris is a thief, Zoe shouted proudly before Falcon could stop her. You shouldn't give your information this easily. He warned her with a stern voice, and then a sigh, this girl will always do what she wants. Zoe just poked her out, playfully making him shake his head. This girl was hopeless. Ah, a hero. That's interesting? What does it mean? Victor asked. It is a rare class. It provides proficiency in all weaponry, and in theory, you would get more experience and skills the more good deeds you do. Theodore said, you must not tell anyone about this though, it would make you a target for the family's enemies. He added before inspecting her closely, I wonder how many good deeds have you done for the system to grant you this class? He said, making Zoe blush a little. She has always been more fit than the others in the mountain and liked using her powers to help others. If the class has something to do with a person's life, then why is big sister Iris a thief? Victor asked the question he was intending to ask, making Falcon and Zoe look at her, they also wanted to know. She hesitated as Theodore looked at her. I want to know that too, he asked. The report George gave him didn't include anything of this sort. Well, she said, my adoptive mother was a thief, and she taught my younger adoptive sister and me how to do it. We had even gone on a few missions with her. She answered embarrassingly. Why are you so poor then? He asked her. The report clearly stated that they didn't have money for her father's operation and that she needed to work 2 jobs to keep her sister in school. Well, my adoptive mother hid the truth from my father, who discovered everything when she died on a mission, so he forbade us from stealing. He said he would rather die than take a tainted penny, so we swore to him that we would never do it again. She said while keeping her face down, making everyone a little surprised. This girl was not as useless as she seems to be. How good are you precisely? Victor suddenly asked. Well, my mother was the Blue Phantom thief. I haven't reached her level, but she praised me repeatedly as a natural. She said, making everyone, including George who was supposed to investigate her, gasp. The Blue Phantom thief was a legend, he stole many of the greatest treasures in the world. Then suddenly all of a sudden disappeared a few years ago. Many speculated that he retired. But it seems she passed away. Then what happened to all the money your mother gathered in her life? She must have had a lot. Victor asked again. Well, we don't know. That's the problem. Adoptive mother hid this very well and never told us. Iris said with a sigh, adoptive father would not take any of it anyway. She added. Don't worry about such things, you would not need those things anymore, Theodore said, as he began to eat, secretly gesturing to George to try to find out everything about this. Those treasures would be of great use to the family. Oh, that reminds me, you will go with Zoe tomorrow to the main vault. She was granted elite status too. So you would need to enter the vault to select a treasure. Theodore said to Victor. What about Iris? He asked. Sadly, she is too old and was raised outside the family. And unlike Zoe, her class was not something the family really needed. But her attributes were good, so she was only granted a first-degree heir status. Theodore said as he sighed. The elders in the family didn't want Theodore to have a 4th elite descendant, so they pressured the patriarch into this. Oh, okay, said Victor as he looked at Zoe and smiled, making her blush a little. Rita was overjoyed, she never thought that the family would grant her an elite status. But her joy was not long-lived, as her grandfather didn't even spare her a glance as he arranged a mahogany casket for Carlos's body as soon as they returned to their island. She could only sigh as she looked out of the window onto the moon-illuminated ocean. Tomorrow, he sends the body to a secret meeting place on the pretense of burying Carlos in his hometown, where it would be given to Von Zwei. She was hesitant at first, but after a few friendly electrical shocks from the system, she learned her place and decided to act. Her grandfather would be miserable, but what does that have anything to do with her? She went downstairs to the garden where many trained security hounds were patrolling. She randomly took 3 of them and headed to the main warehouse, where the body was placed and prepared to be shipped in the morning. She was going to give him a night's visit. Thankfully no servants dared to wander here after her grandfather killed 2 of them. Their fault was for treating the casket a little too harshly when transporting it. She carefully removed the seals and opened the casket. Carlos's body was sleeping there peacefully. Not for long. She never liked this guy. He knew pretty well that she was his brother's fiancée, yet insisting on harassing and peeping on her. He wanted to control every aspect of her life. Now, look at what happened to him. Maybe it was the system? She didn't know. It was me. I wanted to make this spy a maid too, but he refused to be castrated, so this system punished him. I don't take no for an answer. The system said, making a shiver go up Rita's spine. She better do what this system says if she doesn't want to end up like him. She swallowed them one by one. She guided the well-trained dog to do their business on the corpse. They didn't like Carlos either. After finishing, while plugging her nose, Rita carefully sealed the casket back again, then she rubbed the casket using some oil and incense to hide the smell and ran away. Thankfully her attributes were very high, and she didn't get tired at all. When she returned to her room, the system mission accomplishment menu appeared. Mission success. Reward, your young master would think fondly of you tonight. The system started making her want to spit. Who would want that pervert to think fondly of her? But he was handsome. Suddenly her phone rang. It was an unknown number. Could it be really him? It was Victor, who said that he couldn't sleep thinking about her. What a pervert, she thought, but was not angry. She never felt so cared for in her life. And she liked the feeling. Victor proceeded to talk to her for an entire hour, then promised that they would meet tomorrow at the family vault to select a treasure. After hanging up, Rita was surprised at how easy and refreshing it was to talk to Victor. This guy was not too bad after all. She sighed, thinking about her gloomy life, wondering what she should do. The system told you, follow me, and you will be happy. Mission. Satisfy your young master tomorrow. Reward. The young master would give you a gift. Punishment. The young master would spank you in public. Satisfy? After finishing his phone call with Rita, Victor called Lily and Arya to let them know that he will not return tonight. After that, he relaxed on his bed while looking at the ceiling. He didn't like the feeling of sleeping alone. Should he go to the brothel? There is one on the island. No, he can't touch women yet, and he is not that type of young masters. Should he give Zoe a night visit? Also no. Falcon would probably castrate him if he did that. Iris? Absolutely no. He didn't want her to hate him. She already has a very bad image of him. He could only reluctantly close his eyes and think of Lily as he slept. All of a sudden, he noticed someone sneaking into the room from the open window. He quickly used his disguise skill as he slid carefully from the bed and looked at the intruder. Iris. What was she doing here? She stood there over his bed. She was not normal. Her eyes were white, and blood was seeping from her nose and ears. She had a savage look on her face. Demonic eyes began to surface on her skin, opening and closing repeatedly as they looked around. Name, Iris Black/Von Weiss. Level, 0. Class, Thief. Abnormal status, demonized by, weak. Authority, 2. Strength, 33, 999. Agility, 30, 999. Intelligence, 26, 999. Luck, 5. Charm, 21, -999. Order, 10. Skills. Silent Steps, A. Hide Presence, B. Pickpocket, C. Fist Arts, D. Eavesdropping, E. Fate Status. Fate's Power, E. Fate's Direction, negative. Fate's Design, Death Flag/30 minutes. Total, negative E. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, 75% purity. It is the same demon, this thing has probably discovered his mistake and returned for revenge. But how did it find him? It must have read Iris's memory. This thing was not low-leveled at all. It wanted to kill him before Iris, as completing his mission would send it back to whatever hell world it came from. Victor wondered what he should do, fight? No way, that thing is powerful, but it seemed to be fooled by the illusion again. This has something to do with the authority, and made Victor frown. Could it be that his authority hack not only works in this world but others too? He quickly bought a purifying talisman from the store and pressed it on Iris's head, which had a little changed as her mouth grew 3 times wider, and she was busy relishing as she bit his pillow, which he disguised as his flesh. Feeling the talisman's effect, she let out a loud howl that would have woken up the entire mansion if not for the disguise he placed on the room. Slowly a demon's body began to separate from Iris, who fell unconscious on the ground as that black thing began to howl in pain and look around in vigilance. This time Victor used his appraisal skill on him. Name: abnormal status, contract bound, target, Carla Rice and her descendants, contract satisfied 2/3. STR, 999/1589-789-4564. Int, 999/56489898. AGI, 999/1989-789-4564. Shit, this thing was too powerful for him unless... Victor carefully took out the needle he used on Dick. Can this be attacked from the outside? Probably not. Its body was somewhat ethereal. Maybe? He carefully stuck the needle on a pillow on the ground, then stepped away as the demon saw the pillow as Victor and attacked it with his mouth, biting it into shreds. This is the most amazing thing it has ever tasted. It couldn't help taking a few more bites until something stuck in its throat. It didn't have the time to howl as it disintegrated, leaving behind a bronze ring and a black gem. That had 2 red stripes. This thing would probably grant him a lot of EXP, but he would have to wait until he clears a dungeon to cash it. RINGSS. Grants the ability to shift through shadows. This thing was amazing, he will have to test it. But not now. He quickly marked it with his blood and decided to call it the Shadow Shifter Ring. Shadow Shifter Ring SS. The name changed in his appraisal window as he pocketed it with the very expensive gem and the needle. Then hurried to check on Iris, who seemed to be a little exhausted, but fine otherwise. She would probably wake up in the morning. As for her fate, ET was still the same, but the death flag was cleared, and the negative turned to neutral. Safe for now. Victor quickly placed a healing pill in her mouth, just in case, then straightened her clothes and threw her onto his bed. It looks like he didn't have to sleep alone tonight after all. When Iris woke up, she was shocked when she discovered that she was hugging a man. He smelled nice. Was this a dream? What the hell? She quickly let go and pushed him away in shock when she saw his face. It was her brother Victor. It was her perverted brother. Am I dreaming? She wondered. What is he doing in my room? Wait, she quickly sat up and looked around. This was not the room she slept in yesterday. As she has slept with Zoe. This is definitely not a dream, she pinched herself to make sure. It hurt. Did this pervert bring her here? She checked her body. Her clothes were intact. If he did, then why? You. When did you come here? What did you do to me? At this moment she heard a scream. It was Victor, who stood up from the ground while clutching the blanket to his chest while pointing at her. You pervert, we are a sister and a brother, that thing is not appropriate, he yelled as he began to check his body. Iris froze for a few seconds. What? Was it not him? Bastard. He was definitely acting. She could tell from the smug smile on his face. She really wanted to smack that thing off his mouth. When did I get in here? Did you bring me here? She asked. And don't joke around or I would tell Theo, father. She threatened. She was in no mood for his jokes. I did nothing, he said as he stopped joking and sat on the bed. Last night you broke in through the window and hugged me to sleep. I couldn't say no to a pretty older sister like you. He said as he pointed to the window. Your tracks should be outside, he added. She quickly headed to the window and began to inspect it, and indeed, she could see traces of climbing on the foliage around it. And those footsteps on the windowsill were definitely hers. She felt very strange. Did I really sleepwalk? No. Sleep climb? I went to sleep on the upper floor last night. She wondered silently. Was he lying? But her body was intact. She needed to check this thoroughly. Speak nothing of this, she warned him as she hastily escaped the room. Victor chuckled softly as he stretched his arms. She was not good at all. No one can beat his Lily. Margaret was not bad though. He quickly jumped off the bed and headed to the bathroom to take a bath. After that, he got dressed and went downstairs. Why did you leave suddenly last night? Where did you sleep? The insensitive Zoe was asking Iris. They seemed to have slept together yesterday. Did you notice me when I left? Iris asked her. Yeah, you walked out like a zombie. I thought you went to the toilet. Zoe said. Yeah, I had a bad stomach ache. She said with some embarrassment. It's normal, you were nervous all day yesterday. Theodore, who was busy reading the paper, interjected, making Iris nod. Victor held his laugh as he sat at the table and began to eat the fried rice omelette a maid put on his dish as Iris shot him a glare. You better keep your mouth shut, was what she meant. The patriarch sent us a notice that you and Zoe were granted the right to select a treasure from the family's vault, so better get ready. Did you ask your grandmother for that? Theodore asked Victor. Yeah, when are we going? He asked his father. After 2 hours. He said, I want to take Iris on a trip around the island, so you will have to go with Zoe. Theodore answered casually. Are there many treasures there? What should I pick? Zoe, who was stuffing her mouth, asked enthusiastically. You can pick a good weapon or a fighting skill, Falcon said. The vault has a large collection of treasures, but going through them would take ages and you would only get 30 minutes. You would be only granted access to the first floor, so you would not miss anything important. So I advise you to follow your heart. He added, making her nod. Victor also nodded. This was very sound advice, especially for a scion. Those guys can pick a stone from any stall, and it would turn out to be a treasure. The meal ended quickly, and Victor excused himself and returned to his room, where he began to test his new toy, the shadow shifter ring. His plan had to be changed. He was planning on using Rita as a distraction to sneak into the hidden vault. But now, he doesn't need to do that. With this thing, the job has become much easier. He tried it repeatedly, and in the end, was able to precisely measure its effects. The ring would let him travel through the shadows for a distance of about 15 feet. This distance had something to do with his level. He tried to move further, but it was very slow and too energy-intensive. He could basically pass through barriers like thick walls and floors, or use it to teleport to the shadow of an enemy. But this thing had a drawback: it does not work in the light, it needs very dim entrance and exit points. And if by any chance those points were suddenly illuminated, he would be stuck inside the shadows until it is dark again around him. After 1 hour, Victor guided Zoe to the family vault, while Theodore decided to accompany Iris on a tour around the island. Falcon just gave Zoe an encouraging nod, then went somewhere with George. They took a car to the family's vault, a grand 5-story building carved on the side of the mountain rock. It was gilded, with long panels of inscribed gold. Those were not ornaments, but defensive formations. This was one of the most secure buildings on the island. Legend says it was the house of the family's ancestor. A bald elder with mean eyes met them on the outside. Follow me, if you dared to touch anything without permission I would have to punish you. He warned coldly as he entered the building. They hastily followed inside, passing many levels of guards. Zoe was very nervous as she looked around. Don't worry, Victor told her, as he began to reminisce about this place. In his previous life, he didn't enter this place, but it ruins. That bastard ransacked the entire place and then burnt it with hellfire. But that was good for Victor, as he was able to enter all the hidden rooms and protected hall as the defensive formations were destroyed. They quickly reached another hall where Rita was standing nervously waiting. She looked nervously at Victor when she saw him. How was she supposed to please him? Hand over your storage ring. An elder with a broad mustache was standing there. Ordered Victor, harshly. It seems like Grandma had warned them. Victor carefully took the ring off his finger and gave it to the elder, who nodded after inspecting it, not noticing the other two that were hidden on Victor's other fingers. Dick's ring and the shadow shifter. The elder carefully inspected everyone before letting them through heavily guarded doors till they reached another hall where an old man with white receding hair was sweeping the floor with a broom in front of a majestic door. He had the word Hidden Expert written all over him. Travis von Weiss. Level, 119. Class, Grand Wizard. Authority, 11. Strength, 259. Agility, 278. Intelligence, 291. Luck, 42. Charm, 49. Order, 45. Skills. Magic Arts S. Staff Arts S. Fireball A. Telekinesis A. Omnivision A. Hide Breath A. Projectile B. Survivor B. Quick Steps C. Cleaning C. Play Dead C. Peeping C. Hunting D. Surveying D. Swimming F. Beach Volleyball F. Equipment. Magic Broom A. Storage Ring C. Fate Status. Fate's Power B. Fate's Direction Neutral. Fate's Design Unspecified. Total B. Grand Elder, those are the kids the patriarch mentioned. The bald elder bowed respectfully and reported. Not so hidden after all. You have 30 minutes. And can only enter the first floor. Choose only one item. The old man said coldly as he inspected Victor and the girls, then he flicked his broom and the door opened slightly. What are you waiting for? The clock is already ticking. The old man yelled, making Victor hurry inside while cursing silently. Zoe and Rita followed. Victor only whispered a few words in Rita's ears as they passed the door. Meet me at the innermost corner, he said as he hurried alone after secretly spanking her butt. This place was huge. Many shelves were stacked with treasures of all things from artifacts, materials, and skill books. But Victor didn't care about those. On this floor, most of the things were of the F to C ranks with some B rank damaged goods. For other beginners and normal players, these things were treasures, but for him, they were garbage. He was thinking about the Elder's Omnivision skill. The Elder was definitely monitoring them. His new plan was cancelled, he will have to revert to his original distraction plan, it seemed. He turned around and quickly headed to where Rita was waiting for him. It's time for some romance. Rita was looking at a strange stone. Her grandfather wanted this thing. But he never told her what it was for. The young stone is not something for little girls. Did your father or grandfather task you with getting this thing? Victor's voice surprised her. Yes, she answered without thinking. How did he know? Well, it has some uses, for a grumpy old man. This thing is usually used to help troubled men in bed. He said casually, making her blush. Pervert, she thought. She didn't believe him. How can a grand man like her grandfather think about those dirty things? She thought but was interrupted when Victor suddenly pushed her to a nearby wall and kissed her mouth hard. She didn't even resist as her mind froze. What? Why? This kiss lasted for eternity. Or that was what she felt. I really thought about you all night yesterday after our phone call. He whispered in her ear. After a minute, she didn't even realize that his lips were separated from hers. Was that her first kiss? You are very pretty, he said as he kissed her again. Make her blush. She didn't know why she didn't push him away. This young lady has never been treated this roughly before. It must be the system, she told herself. Don't do it again, I have a fiancé, she said in a soft voice. What? Then why did you offer yourself to me as a maid? Are you a pervert? He asked in surprise. No. I told you before, I fell in love with you. I don't care about that man anymore. She lied, she can't tell him about the system. Then it doesn't matter. The moment you chose to submit to me, you became mine, not his. Victor said as he looked at her sternly, making her blush more. What does he mean I am his? This young lady would never submit that easily. She said to herself. Let's go, he said as he took her hand. She didn't want to leave. Don't forget where we are. He reminded her, making her quickly look around. Ah, she forgot. We are out of time, don't forget the stone for your grandfather. He added, making her snap out of her trance and quickly take the stone as she followed him outside with a blush. What was she thinking? Has it already been 30 minutes? Why didn't she feel the time passing? Was she really that entranced with that kiss? It was amazing. She silently looked at Victor, who was dragging her, not knowing what to think. She knew quite well that she was a hostage by the system that forced her to be this man's maid. She had two choices, death or submission. And she didn't want to die. But she didn't want to be a toy to a pervert. What to do? But does she like Victor anyway? She asked herself. No, definitely not, maybe a little. He was very handsome after all. When Victor and Rita returned to the hall, Zoe was there too. She seemed pretty happy with what she got. The grand elder was standing majestically while stuffing his nose with a tissue. He seemed to have suffered a nosebleed. Pervert. He kept giving Rita and Victor a nasty glare as they left the vault. Put the things you chose in front of me, he ordered after a cough. Zoe rushed first and put down the rusty sword she got. The elder frowned but said nothing. This thing was only kept here because it was appraised as an F-rank treasure. He was more than glad to get rid of it. While Victor was flabbergasted. How the hell did I miss such a treasure? Aspharal sword F+/SSS. A weapon that grows with the wielder. Adds 10% to the player's strength. Upgradable. This thing might appear weak now, but after a few upgrades, it would become crazy strong. Are you sure? You can't change your choice after leaving her. The elder asked her. The patriarch told him to look after her after all. Yes, I trust my heart, she said stubbornly. Suit yourself, he said. He returned the sword to her after registering it in his ledger. Next, he said coldly. Rita quickly put the yang stone she got on the table. Oh, a yang stone. Is this for your boyfriend? Is he having a hard time satisfying you? The elder asked as he inspected her, then gave Victor a knowing look. With some jealousy in it. It is for my grandfather, she answered with a heavy blush. Why would the elder think that Victor was her boyfriend? Did he see the kiss? Oh, okay then, whatever you say. It's none of my business anyway, the elder said as he gave the stone back to her, making her want to cry out of shame. Bastard grandfather. Victor didn't wait for the elder to call for him as he placed the treasure he got carefully on the table. As if he was placing a child. Why would you choose this between all the things in there? The elder asked him as he looked at it with a strange look. It was a scroll painting of a naked woman. The smiling Lady F. The man looking at it would be fascinated for a blink of an eye. This thing was pretty much useless. And only perverts would want it. And it was placed there on the wall as a joke, not for the keeping. Some people said that it was here for ages. Yes, I felt my heartbeat when I looked at it, he said, making the elder want to spit at him. What's wrong with those three? Don't they know how to select normal treasures? Are the three of them really elite heirs? When did the family standards for selecting elites degrade so much? Whatever, the elder said as he threw the scroll at Victor after registering it. You can leave. He sighed as he said, nearly throwing them away. He had more important things to attend to. When they left the building, Rita turned around and looked at Victor stubbornly. We will never meet again, probably. As I may have to get married. So forget whatever happened inside. She told him, take care, she said as she turned to leave. Now that she was no longer required to be a virgin, her grandfather would probably ship her off to Levi. Take this, Victor replied, as he grabbed her hand and pulled her back, then put a ring on her finger, making not only her, but also Zoe blush. What is he doing? A confession? He only met her yesterday? Was what that idiot Luke said about him being a pervert true? Don't get me wrong. This is just a normal gift. He said casually, we will meet again anyway, don't forget your status. I will go get you later. He rebuked as he spelled maid with his lips, then put his arm around Zoe's neck and dragged her home as he waved goodbye with his other hand, trying to act as cool as possible. Rita just stood there frozen. She slowly raised her hand and looked at the ancient-looking ring with shock. What was going on here? Was he proposing? Was this the reward promised by the system? Proposing? Get yourself together, *TCH, and know your place. He is your master. Ding. He seems to really care about you. Look inside the ring. Inside? What? This thing was a storage ring and not a small one. Hell, this one was bigger than her grandfather's. Did he really give it to her? She sighed as she looked at it, not knowing what to think. Was he really in love with her? She didn't know. But this gift was too precious to give to someone at random. Maybe he is not that bad after all. Look inside it. The system repeated, making her look inside to find a stack of talismans. What are those for? Replacement talisman A. Mark it with your blood, then give this to another girl and let her serve Levi in your place. The system made Rita realize why Victor gave her those. He really cared about her. Would he really come for her? Victor and Zoe didn't return to the mansion but headed directly to the helipad, where Theodore, Iris, and Falcon were waiting for them. They were going to head back to the residential island. As their work was over, Iris and Theodore's relationship seemed to have grown better, as she was treating him more like a father now. Where did he take her? When they reached the residential island, it was slightly afternoon. Victor left them saying that he should return to his own mansion as many girls were waiting for him there. Theodore sighed, then reminded him that he was returning to Vane tomorrow in the afternoon and that Victor should go with him. While Zoe gave him a strange look. He was acting like a pervert, but she had a feeling that he was not. Strange. Victor nodded, then left them and walked home. The sun was hot. But he felt nothing. He was too excited to return home and sort through his new toys. There were no accidents on the way. No foolish women this time. When he reached his mansion, he was welcomed by Lily, who jumped onto him and hugged him, then initiated a kiss. Making him freeze a little in shock. This girl is getting bolder, especially after he confessed to her. He didn't mind. Let's go inside. I didn't forget your punishment for telling Mother about my bad habits, he told her as he walked inside while holding her waist. Arya was talking to the girls in the living room while watching TV. She seemed much better. So did the girls. They had some color on their faces. They didn't look bad, should probably test them as pillows. He thought. Ah, you are here. How was your trip? Did you eat up any new girls? She asked sarcastically, as the assassin girls stood up and saluted respectfully. They couldn't afford to be disrespectful like Arya. Yes, I got a new one, stolen goods. She is a little hard to swallow, but with some processing, she will get better. he said, giving Lily, who was beside him, the urge to step on his foot. Pervert young master. Why did he have the smell of more than one girl? 2? No, 3. Wasn't he only with Iris and Zoe? Who was the third one? Bad young master. Have you eaten yet? He asked them, ignoring the sulking girl by his side. Not yet, been waiting for you, Arya answered, making him look around. Where is Kai? He asked. I am here, young master. Kai materialized out of nowhere. Oh, you are still alive. Anyway, we will head to Vane City tomorrow at noon. So prepare some IDs for the girls. Victor said, and I have something to do at the study. For now, you prepare some lunch with the girls, we will eat together later. He said as he dragged Lily to the study and then firmly closed the door. The study here was mostly empty, containing only a desk and a couple of leather couches. He really needs to furnish this place. Is there anything wrong, young master? Lily asked him. He had a weird smile on his face. First things first. How was your mission? He asked. As the young master predicted. There was a bug in your mother's bedroom. I left it alone as you told me, but I told her about it. Lara's room was clear. She said. Good, he said with a sigh, and about John and Luke? I couldn't enter their room because Adele kept an eye on me. It is as if she could smell my intentions. Lily said. It's okay, I didn't expect you to succeed anyway. He said. But I did succeed. She said. What? How? He asked. That idiot Rex brought them new weighted training swords. So I applied it to the handle. She said, young master, wouldn't applying an aphrodisiac to them dangerous? We can get discovered. She added worriedly. It is a diluted solution. Its effect would be gradual and help them awaken their bloodline as they abstain themselves. He said. I thought you wanted to harm them? She asked. Awakening our family's bloodline on a teenager is more efficient than 1,000 aphrodisiacs. He said with a smile. Didn't you notice how all the adults in the family have many wives? It is because of the bloodline. He said with a smile. Ah, but what if they managed to keep their virginity until the ceremony? She asked. That would be unfortunate. But do you think abstaining for a full year while on an aphrodisiac is easy? At the very least, they would not be able to train and would have to suffer a little. That would get them off Lara's back at the very least. As for the ceremony, I might have other plans. He said with a smirk. Ah, okay. She said, but sounded unconvinced. Now to the other matter. We are rich now, dear Lily, he said as couldn't contain his laughter any longer and began to laugh loudly. What, wasn't the young master already rich? She asked him as she cocked her head. Not this rich. He said as he waved his hand and the table in front of him was filled with gems and skill books. Did you steal the vault? She yelled, then quickly put her hand on her mouth and looked around. Yup, he said proudly, making her speechless. But, she wanted to say. Don't worry. There is a hidden room inside the vault, that's where I got those. No one knows about it. He said, making her a little relieved and a little scared. Her young master was really terrific. Today when Victor kissed Rita, he activated his disguise as he knocked her off. Then quickly used his shadow shifter ring to transport himself, not up to where the better things were placed, but down to the hidden vault. This was where the family kept the really precious stuff. And only the patriarch and the great elder had the key. It was dark, but it perfectly suited Victor as he avoided the detection formations using the ring and a bunch of talismans. Victor was careful not to let the elder notice anything, he even went out of his way to disguise a dirty show with Rita, which the elder has definitely watched with great interest. One does not become a great wizard without being a little perverted. After a few moments, he reached the place where the treasures were. First, he headed where the nether stones were placed and took a big one. He can't take too much, just what he needs. The family only had 30 or so that they collected from dungeons, through the ages. He walked around collecting 1 or 2 of every material he liked. Some of those he needed for his various plans. Some of them were blood vials that he believed Alpha would be interested in. After that, he went to the skills section where only a handful was placed. All of those were rare A or S ranked. The Dragon Fist, S. Fire Breath, S. Evil Sword Art, A. Winter Call, A. Black Steps, A. Frozen Tears, Part 3, S. He didn't care about those, as they were one-time use items, and the family would suspect him if someone from his subordinates used them after they went missing. What he was looking for was something else, something is hidden behind the skill book shelf. Behind the wall itself. He quickly shifted into the shadows again to reach inside the hidden chamber on the back. This place was hidden using a very sophisticated formation that even the family had no idea existed. It was dim, but Victor could make out a skeleton of a man who was sitting on a jade slab and seemed to have been reading a book. The family's ancestors. Nicholas von Weiss. This was his secret retreat. He must have died here in retreat and no one knew. In his past life, Victor only found this place thanks to the destroyed formations. It was buried under tons of rubble. Victor bowed respectfully, then stored the bones, the slab, and the book in his storage ring. Those bones were the same ones he used to extend his life in his past life. But now, he had other uses for them. They were not normal bones, but have some strange dragon properties to them which led Victor to believe that the legend of the ancestor finding the orb was a lie. This man was definitely not from this world. Too bad the blood was all dried up. The book was a bodybuilding skill that he couldn't practice in his past life because he lacked a suitable bloodline. Maybe he should make a copy and then trade it with Grandma for some benefits. But he must make sure that the family was clean before revealing it. As for the ring, it was full of weapons, artifacts, skill books, and gems. Those were mostly B2A, and some S-ranked. With this, he can equip his army. The signs of the reckoning would begin soon. And he must be ready to steal the chances as they arise, so he needs a well-equipped team. After getting everything and photographing the formation, he went back and woke Rita with another kiss, making her think that she was stunned by his technique. As for the scroll of the naked woman, this thing contained a secret. He didn't expect to find it in his family's vault. In his previous life, he heard of it in the news. It was probably stolen when the family was ransacked. Take this, Victor said, taking the shocked Lily's hand and putting a silvery ring in it, making her blush. The Protector's storage ring S. Effect, Energy Shield A. This is for your own protection, and it would make things easier. He said, I will get you a better wedding ring when I find one. He whispered, making her nod in embarrassment. After that, he began to sort through the treasures. Sadly, the artifacts were mostly offensive. Not much defensive, support, and intrigue stuff. As for the skill books, those were the really good things. Look through those and choose some suitable ones. He said. Don't we need to clear a dungeon for them to activate? Why the hurry? She asked as she began to look around. Yes, there will be a chance soon, Father has invited me to a raid. It would be next month, he said, making her nod as she skimmed through the skill books. Some of them really caught her eyes. I want this one, she said. Major lie detection, A. That's fine, he said with a smirk. She wanted to use it on him. But sadly for her, those types of skills are authority-based and didn't work on him at all. What about this? She asked. Voice changer, B. I think it would be useful. She said. Yes, probably. He thought they needed to develop strategies for using those. I will take this one. He said, taking a skill that he had in his past life. Eidetic memory, A. With that, Victor and Lily began to sort through the skills, especially the weapons proficiency ones, choosing not only for them but also for Arya, Alex, Margaret, and the twins. As for Alpha, she was already a bucket of skills, so he didn't want to waste any on her. After some time, there was a knock on the door. "Come on in," Victor said as he hid the stuff. They were already finished here. "Young master, you should see this. They are airing it live on the TV," Kai, who opened the door, said with a pale face. Victor quickly went to the living room where the girls were frozen, their eyes glued to the 80-inch TV hanging on the wall. It showed a terrified anchor who was pointing somewhere to a faraway street, where a giant mantis about the height of a 2-story building was fighting a kid who held a spear. He had a mask on, but Victor recognized him. Sebastian. The kid kept slashing at the mantis while throwing fireballs at it. They seemed somewhat effective, but the destruction of the city buildings around them was great. "Wait, this is the Silver Lightning City, the one near the Thunder sect." He recognized it from the high pointy skyscraper in the background. What the hell is going on in there? Victor didn't know, but the appearance of monsters was the first sign that the world fabric was getting weaker. This was the first sign of the reckoning getting near. The blood trickled from Sebastian's forehead as he retreated behind the fallen building, avoiding another deadly stick from the mantis's raptorial arms. Damn it. How did he end like this? Yesterday morning, he sneaked out of this sect and headed to the Thunder sect with his big apprentice sister, intending to get revenge on that bastard Alex. He couldn't forget what he did to him. But who knew that the entire sect was closed by some kind of a formation that forbade entry? He couldn't even see what was going on inside. There was not even one guard outside. He didn't understand what was going on. Did that bastard see him coming? No, impossible. Something fishy was happening here. After waiting for 3 days, no one came in or out. So Sebastian and his sister decided to enter and have a look. They used a talisman that was given to them by their master to break a hole in the formation wall. Just a small hole. But who knew that the next moment the entire formation broke like shattered glass. And all hell broke loose. Inside, he could see the ruins of what appeared to be a major sect, with creatures looking like mantises feasting on a mountain of corpses. At that moment, Sebastian realized what he had done. Dungeon creation failed. Mantis dungeon was broken. Warning. Emergency mission to all players in the peripheral. Kill the mantises 0/651. Kill the mantis king. Time 9 days 23 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds. Failure punishment, death. What? A dungeon can break out? Did he do it? Why did a dungeon break out here of all places? He didn't know. But now he was bound by his mission. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a message to his master. Then quickly began to fight the mantises with his sister using the Arachne Slayer spear. This thing was super effective against insects. That day when he regained his consciousness, he was already outside of the dungeon. Thankfully he marked the spear with his blood, so the system threw it beside him when exiting the dungeon. "Little Sebi, target the heads, and watch out for the arms," she warned him. His big apprentice sister, despite being younger than him, always knew better. They hoped help would come soon. If those things reached civilization, it would be their responsibility. Sadly for them, after fighting for one night, the mantises seemed to have realized that they were not his opponents, so a few of them decided to leave the area. "I will stay here, you follow them," his sister told him sternly as she ripped off the head of another mantis with her hands. So he quickly followed the escaping monsters. He discovered that they were following the commands of a giant mantis that seemed to have some camouflage skill. This was the king, it was leading them. So after finishing the small fries off, he began to attack it. This thing was a boss-leveled character. Thankfully it couldn't fly, so the fight was somewhat possible. The bad news is that it reached Silver Lightning City, and began to fight Sebastian using the buildings as covers, and civilians as tonics. It kept regenerating as it attacked and devoured some poor souls. Many police officers tried to engage it but ended up losing their lives. Bullets were ineffective against its metallic exoskeleton. This is going to be a mess. He cursed, no degree of media blackout can cover it. The Players' Council would surely punish whoever was responsible. So he should finish this mission quickly and escape. At this moment, the Mantis King struck him again, from behind. So Sebastian used the spear to defend. But that thing spat a ball of a slimy green substance at him. Sebastian stepped to the side, making the slime hit a building behind him, where it began to melt the concrete and release brown fumes. Damn it, this thing was strong. But there's hope. Sebastian could see that his spear was leaving visible damage. So he pressed on. The fight lasted another hour, in which more buildings were flattened to the ground until the king mantis was slain at last after its stamina ran out. All the people seemed to have fled, so it had no more materials to regenerate. Sebastian quickly used his storage ring to take the corpse, then escaped to meet with his big sister. Hopefully, she was fine. They must finish the rest of those guys before the time runs out. Reporting from Silver Lightning City. As you can see, there was extensive damage to the buildings. As for the casualties, about 150 were reported dead, while 900 were injured. We still do not have the full image here. Do we know what that thing was? No data yet, but a spokesperson of the government has stated that it might have something to do with the biolab in the mountains. They said that they would send an investigation team. And the kid who was fighting it. We don't know, as the footage showed he was wearing a mask. Why is he fighting it? Maybe he has some insect fetish, we are not clear yet. He was shooting fireballs from his hands. Yes, we believe that it has to be some kind of a new biothermal weapon. Are you shitting me? Do you think I am blind? This was definitely a fireball like the one in video games. What thermal weapons nonsense. My mother was killed yesterday, and you still order us to hide the TR. PPP. We are experiencing some technical error, our broadcast will return shortly. Theodore frowned as he turned off the TV on the plane. The Thunder sect would be investigated after this. He told Victor, who was sitting opposed to him. I will tell Alex to cooperate, Victor responded. No need. Only George and I knew about him, so just let him stay low for now. But I expect you to interrogate him about this, and I want you to report everything to me. He said. Understood, Victor replied with a sigh. Theodore sighed too, as he looked at Victor, then at Iris and Arya, who was sitting nervously in the back. What happens now? Lily, who was sitting with Victor in the same seat, asked with concern. It's a mess. The council has ordered a blackout, but no one knows how to implement it. Too many people died, and there is a lot of footage of those things. We don't even know what happened. This is the first time those things have been spotted outside a dungeon. Theodore said. I guess they would fabricate some crazy story that no one would believe at first, then keep bombarding the media with experts one after another until it is old news, Victor said. Exactly, but we have more trouble. Apparently there were some people who managed to kill a small mantis. One of them managed to awaken and began to tell his friends about the system. This is far from over. Theodore said, then frowned and began to contemplate. Victor knew exactly what his father was thinking about. Can this be used as an awakening method? What if a similar incident happened later again? Victor said. He clearly knew that this was the beginning. But he felt strange. Where did the mantis come from? This incident did not happen in his past life. In fact, it was a similar incident that would happen about 2 months later when goblins would attack a tourist spot. It was the case of a dungeon that remained undiscovered for years bursting open. Let's hope nothing like that happens, Theodore said, not realizing that Victor was secretly informing him about what was going to happen in the future. All dead? An old man asked a masked woman with a curvy body. Yes, little Sebi went chasing after the king, he should have killed it by now. She said. Good, now you answer me, why did you defy my command and help Sebastian come here? didn't I warn you not to? He asked, sternly. I. You saw how devastated he was. He refused to tell me what that young master, Alex, did to him, but I was sure it was really nasty, as he would wake up in the middle of the night screaming and cursing. So I had to do something, she said while keeping her head down. He should be a man and get over it, the old man said, just as a system notification appears in front of his eyes. Mission success. The enemy has been eliminated. All participants would gain an EXP depending on their contribution. Level up. Authority +1. STR +3. Int +1. AGI +2. New skill. Mantis Fist, B. Oh, this is the first time I heard of a level up outside of a dungeon, the master said with a frown as he checked his new status. Really? The girl also said in surprise. Did your family have any information about this? He asked her. Not a lot, something like this happened 300 years ago. But not much information was available then due to the limited number of players, she said with a frown. Well, whatever this is, things will change. Maybe it's time for us to get ready. If the prophecy was correct, the day the world changes are nearing, he said before looking at his disciples searching the grounds and collecting the corpses. Hurry up, we will have to leave in 1 hour. He yelled, those guys in the council should be on their way, and he didn't want to meet them. Victor looked at his worried father and shook his head. Things were going to get messed up sooner or later, but as a major family, they didn't need to worry. On the contrary, they would be the ones who benefited the most. I heard you hit Morris? Theodore suddenly asked him. Who is Morris? Victor turned his head and asked with a frown. He really didn't remember. Idiot, you must know the names of the people you hit. It is your cousin, the one that was planning on taking Arya. Theodore scolded. Ah, that one, yes, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and grab her, so I followed the rules and taught him a lesson. Would there be any problem? Victor asked. No, serve him right for being a pervert. How dare he touch Arya after knowing that she was under my protection? However, you have to be careful, although his father, the head of the punishment hall, follows the rules to the letter. He might try to find faults with you in the future. So make sure not to fall into his hands, Theodore warned. Hearing that, Victor nodded. He didn't care about that idiot. Now that he had ransacked the hidden vault, he had enough capital to build his own power. A power that would rival the von Weiss family. Now it's time for a nap, he thought as he yawned, then put his head on Lily's shoulder and closed his eyes. He didn't get much sleep last night as he had to spend the night explaining to the assassin girls what it meant to be players. They were pretty shocked, especially when Lily showed them her skills. Oh, he learned their names by the way. They were Isla, Sky, Nora, Ivy, Gwen, Cora, and Eve. And to their dismay, Victor didn't even try to memorize their names and kept calling them Assassin Girl 1 or Assassin Girl 2. After that, he went to sleep with Arya again, despite Lily's protests. This girl needed to be punished for being a snitch after all, and he didn't want to spank her in front of her sister. So just resorted to sleeping with someone else to make her jealous. And poor Arya was his only choice, as he didn't want to touch the assassin girls yet. He wanted them to make the decision to surrender to him on their own accord and then offer themselves to be eaten after that. His choice was a mistake. A big mistake that he had to pay a heavy price for. Arya was not suitable to be a sleeping pillow, not at all. He should have known better. She moves too much. Yesterday she kicked him in the balls while sleeping. Next time he would have to tie her up. Anyway, after a sleepless night, in the morning, he had a quick breakfast and then hurried to say goodbye to his mother and sister before leaving with his father and Iris. His mother whispered some words in Lily's ear before they left, while his stepmothers and half-brothers didn't even say a word to him. They just respectfully saluted his father. Zoe and Falcon seemed to have been allocated another mansion on the island. They were staying there until Zoe got assigned a mission by the family. On the return trip, Victor took Arya with Lily and her sisters with him. As for Kai, he decided to leave him in the island's mansion. He could do all his missions remotely anyway, and the mansion needs renovations. Victor didn't want him anywhere near the girls in Vane City. Now, he just wanted to get some sleep, while thinking about his next plans. For the next period of time, he should consolidate his power and wait for the dungeon raid with his father. Oh, and he had to attend the academy. There was more than one person he wished to kill there. He should probably castrate them first. As for Linda's trouble, it had to wait until after that. With those happy thoughts, Victor drowned in his dreams. Lily smiled as she felt her young master's head on her shoulder. "Serves you right for abandoning me for Arya," she thought as she smiled while remembering his scream last night. He had to put a bag of ice on his crotch until the morning. Maybe this was retribution for all the nut-cracking he did. "Did Victor give you that ring?" Theodore asked her suddenly while looking at her hand. Yes," she said as she looked fondly at the silvery storage ring on her finger. Theodore nodded and said nothing. He clearly saw that this ring was an artifact. Victor was getting more and more mysterious lately, not bad at all. Hopefully, his other sons would surprise him too. When the plane reached Vane City, Victor quickly said goodbye to his father, Iris, and George, then took Lily, Arya, and the assassin's girls to the company's limousine which was waiting for them at the runway. Leo had learned his lesson. "I hope you had a nice trip, young master." Leo, who opened the door, greeted respectfully with a smile, then began to drool as he saw the girls, one after another, enter the car until it was completely full. "What are you doing? Go do your job." Arya, who regained her casual boss's secretary's bravado, scolded him as she entered the car and closed the door. Leo cursed silently as he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Why did this bossy girl return? He must find a chance to please the young master. Maybe he would let him have some time with those girls. Victor, who was surrounded by girls, didn't care about Leo or his thoughts. He just relaxed in his seat, feeling the girls who deliberately pushed themselves at him. "Should I live with you from now on?" Arya asked with some embarrassment while looking at her perverted brother who was fondly surrounded by girls. Lily was sitting on his lap. "Ah, yes," Victor said absent-mindedly, "your mission has not changed. You are my exclusive secretary. And you will be responsible for all my normal businesses and finances. And be sure to investigate the company when you return. I don't know if that idiot Susan messed anything up." He added casually as if no pretty girls were busy teasing him. It seems they made some bet with Lily to seduce their young master. And of course, Lily would win. "Understood." Arya replied while sighing, "Oh, and my mother's. Carla's funeral is tomorrow. I will be attending it with Iris. Do you want to come?" she asked him. "No, I will not go, I didn't like her. And that be *tch would turn in her grave if I went there anyway. I have to go hunt for pretty girls." Victor replied, making Arya wish to kick him. Can't he say something nice about Carla? She was his stepmother anyway. And she was already dead. "Young master, our car is being followed." One of the assassin girls who was hugging his arm suddenly said, "What was her name again?" "Ah, yes, Nora, aka Assassin Girl 3. Victor looked at the rusty car following them with a frown, then used his appraisal skill on its two passengers. Jane Armstrong. STR 10. Int 19. Luck 19. Charm 17. Fate, B, decreasing. John Smith. STR 16. Int 4. Luck 5. Charm 11. Fate, E, decreasing. Victor didn't recognize them. Are they other assassins? Should he use his bazooka? He had one ready in his ring. That woman looks pretty though, it would be a waste. Ignore them for now. But keep an eye on them if they make any suspicious movements. He said casually. Young master, I think I know that woman's identity, Leo said from the front as he checked the car in the mirror. Oh. Is there a pretty woman in the city whom you don't know? Victor asked sarcastically. No. Maybe, anyway, I believe that woman should be Jane Armstrong. A well-known investigative journalist. He said, making Victor frown more. Was there anyone by that name in his memory? No, she was probably not important enough in his past life. What does she want? He wondered as he gestured to Leo to park on the side of the road. Soon the car stopped, followed by the one behind it. A woman and a man stepped down from it. The woman quickly approached Victor's car and knocked on the rear tinted window. Victor gestured to Arya, who quickly opened the door. A pretty woman in her 30s, Jane, stood there shocked, wondering what was going on here. It seems this young master is more perverted than rumored. Can I help you? Victor casually asked as he tilted his head to look past Lily, who was nested in his lap. You are young master Victor White, I presume? She inquired, just to be sure. Yup. The one and only. He said proudly. Can we find a place to talk in private? She asked him while looking at the girls. They didn't seem to be some kind of cheap girls. Although they looked docile, her journalist instinct told her that they were dangerous. Especially that veiled girl. Not now. I am busy as you see, what is this about? If you want to be a model in my company, I can give you some time tonight though. He asked her as he checked her body. Not bad. I am Jane Armstrong, I work at the Vane City Times. I want to inquire about your brother Nick and cousin Titus. She said sternly, making Victor realize that this one was probably investigating his relative's shady deals. And that explains why he never heard of her before. She must have ended up in the belly of some fish. He can use her. Oh, too bad. You should really work as a model. But I will talk to you, maybe? Arya, is my schedule clear the day after tomorrow? He casually asked, making Arya silently curse at him. What schedule? Do you do anything other than messing around with girls? She thought, but she had to act her role, so she took out her phone and feigned tapping on it. Yes, there is some time between your urologist and dermatologist appointments. She cheekily said, making Victor want to smack her. He was not short of bad rumors. Ah, okay then, set an appointment for Miss Armstrong at the company headquarters in the afternoon. About 3:00 p.m. He said casually. Jane frowned a little then nodded. It was not unexpected that he would do the interview on his own turf. But she will not back down, she didn't get her position by being a coward. And this case is really important for her. I will be there. She said as she gestured to her assistant and returned to her car as Lily closed the door. Young master, why would you need to see a urologist? Leo asked timidly as he started the car. F***CKU Victor replied as he kicked Leo's seat from the back. Making the girls chuckle. All of them, including Leo, had realized that this was Arya's revenge on him for insulting her mother. Tom looked around, making sure that no one was following him before entering a back alley where a shady store existed. We are closed, a menacing bald man at the door said. I have extra goods, Tom said. The man nodded and opened the door, letting Tom enter. Oh, Tom. When was the last time I saw you? 3 months ago? Do you have something for me? The shopkeeper, who wore a blue shirt and black shorts, asked casually as he put down his cigarette and puffed some smoke. Yes, some good things, Tom said as he took out a vase wrapped in a cloth from his backpack. This was the treasure he got from the spider's dungeon. Oh, an illusion vase. It is E-rank, it seems. The man said as he appraised the vase using a golden magnifying glass. It was an artifact too. Yes, how much would you offer me? Tom asked. 15,000 coins. The man said. Too little. I heard there is an auction. Tom replied, flashing his confident smile. Do you want this to be auctioned there? That's fine. But I will take an introduction fee," he said. Tom nodded. "It will happen the day after tomorrow at midnight. In the basement of the Solaris Hotel," the man said as he took the vase and offered Tom a bronze ticket. "This is an entrance ticket, don't lose it. And be there on time," the man said sternly as he packed the vase inside a metal box. "Oh, and remember. Tell no one," he added. Tom nodded, then left the store, not realizing that Victor was watching everything through his eyes. Alpha sighed as she watched the girl clean the mansion. This place was a remote abandoned village in the mountains. It used to be a base for her family before they fell. Now she is going to build a hidden organization here. But those girls need a lot of work. And she must find others. Too bad this place was abandoned 20 years ago, so it had no modern computers. She needed to get new devices and equipment. Too much work. "Mistress, we cleaned everything here." The young girl, Ruby, bowed and said respectfully as she shivered a little. This mistress was pure evil. "Good, from now on you guys will live here, no one should be able to find you, you." Alpha said as she stood up, "Let's go give your sisters a lecture," she said while wondering if she should ask Victor to find her some experts to train the girls. It was already nighttime when Victor reached the mansion. He was greeted by everyone in the hallway, including the grumpy Margaret, who kept making threatening gestures at Alex, who seemed a little nervous. Victor, knowing what this was about, couldn't help but chuckle. Margaret at this time was about 99% sure that Alex was a girl. She even texted Victor asking for confirmation. Victor only replied with a lazy, "I don't want to know," confirming her conclusion. "Lily, go with Hilda and arrange a place for Arya and the girls," Victor said. "Shall I take them to the separate building?" she asked. "No, they will live with others at the servants' dormitory. While Arya will stay with me at the main building," he said, winking at Arya, making her blush a little. Hilda nodded, then gestured to Lily and the girls to follow her. Another 7 girls? Would the young master bring others later? He is more perverted than his father, she thought. "Do you want to have dinner, young master?" Mata asked. "No, I ate on the plane, just prepare a meal for yourselves," Victor said, knowing that the girls must have not eaten anything waiting for him. "Young master, big sister Alpha has not returned yet, do you know anything?" Beta asked suddenly after some hesitation. "Don't worry, her mission is a little bit troublesome, but she should be fine. If my guess is correct, she should return in a couple of days," Victor replied casually, making Beta nod, but she was still unconvinced. "Alex, follow me, oh, and Margaret too," he said as he headed toward the study, which was now filled with a collection of antique books. "Hilda works fast. Is there anything wrong, young master?" After entering the study, Alex asked nervously, while looking at Margaret. "Did she tell him? Did you watch the news lately?" Victor asked, as he sat down and invited Alex and Margaret to be seated on the opposing couch. "No, we were busy getting rid of the Lotus gang. Aunt Hilda should have already told you," Alex replied. "Yes, those vermin got what they deserved." "It's not about that, just watch," said Victor as he turned on the projector in the study and set it to a random news channel that was still playing the events at Silver Lightning City. Victor waited as Alex's expression turned from nervous to serious, then ash-white, as he watched the news. Margaret was surprised too. After a while, Victor turned off the projector and looked at Alex. "Speak," he commanded. Alex swallowed, then after a deep breath she spoke. "This was my fault," she said with a sigh while keeping her head down, not daring to look Victor in the eyes. "How so?" "Explain," Victor asked, while Margaret, who got really scared seeing the corpses being excavated from the ruins in the news, looked at Alex. The Thunder Sect has a secret. We didn't have an awakening artifact," Alex said nervously, making Victor squint his eyes. Then open them wide. "No, it can't be. It is a half-open dungeon, isn't it?" He asked Alex, who was surprised that Victor knew about this. She quickly nodded. The Thunder Sect was created when the ancestor, a normal martial artist who was traveling and witnessed a bolt of ground lightning that hit a mountainside, created an upward traveling silver lightning that returned back into the sky. So the ancestor quickly headed to the place where the lightning struck, and there he found a dungeon opening. Alex said. He went in bravely. And soon discovered something. The door disappeared and he was stuck inside where the screen indicated that he had become a player. So he began to travel inside and soon encountered a mantis monster. He could defeat it but was hurt badly, so he made a tactical retreat, and during this, he discovered another door leading outside, and to his surprise, it was the same door. She explained. After that, he hid the opening, then began to meet other players and learned about the hidden rules of the world. And discovered that he had something others coveted. A way to turn normal people into players. It seemed that the thunder that struck the mountain hit a weak point in the dungeon, and that made it have a crack. So he created the Thunder Sect in front of it, Victor said. Alex nodded. Yes, Alex said. And? Victor urged him to continue. The dungeon's gate was not stable, it was shrinking, so the ancestor found a formation master who created a locking formation that stopped the closing of the gate. But that made it so it could only be opened once every year, when the elites and apprentices who were deemed loyal would be able to go inside it, where they would be thrown to random locations. Only 10% made it out, as they needed to find the door inside to leave and enjoy their new status. It was not easy. Alex said. What? Margaret was surprised. Does that mean you can get a lot of EXP for free? She asked. Yes and no, Alex replied. The dungeon was never cleared, so there were no rewards in it. But the elite apprentice could go inside and harvest the weak mantises, then participate in a raid outside to exchange their EXP. She said. And, what does this have to do with you? Margaret asked. I was the young master of the Thunder Sect, and in addition to my father, the patriarch, we were the only ones who knew how to disable the locking formation. She said. The elders and the Thunder Sect must have tried to break in, didn't they? Victor said. Alex nodded. That is what seems to be the case. They must have used too much energy and broke the dungeon in the process. She said. I see. Victor said with a sigh, we have to do something to hide you, as many powers would be searching for the remaining members of the Thunder Sect. He added. Will the young master help me? Alex asked in surprise. She expected that he would sell her or throw her out now that she had become a hot commodity. Yes, I will not give up on you. Victor said. So. We have two choices. He added as he began to inspect Alex, making her nervous. What? She asked. The first one is to lock you someplace dark and never let you see the daylight ever again, Victor said. What about the second choice? She asked nervously. You would have to act like a girl from now on. Victor said. Margaret, it would be your mission from now on to train him. I mean her. Make her act like a lady. And if she doesn't do well, just tell me, I will castrate him to make her more feminine. Victor said, making Alex shocked. Don't worry, I will do it myself if needed, it would be quick, Victor said casually as Alex was left speechless. Margaret was having a hard time holding her laughter. The young master is so bad, but why was he teasing Alex like this? She didn't care. Understood, young master, leave it to me. She said, but can I be a little rough? She asked as she licked her cherry lips, making Alex feel a shiver in her spine. Yeah, do whatever is needed, I just want nobody to realize that Alex is a man, Victor said with a smirk that Alex didn't like at all. She wondered if she should tell him the truth. And oh, she promised her father. And she was worried that he would do that to her, maybe. At this moment, Hilda returned with Lily after settling Arya and the girls. Young master, I settled the girls. And I want to inform you that I installed new security cameras throughout the mansion. We are just missing a few guards. She said. Oh, I will go get a few pretty girls tomorrow to act as guards, Victor said, making Lily and Margaret shoot him a glare. Pervert young master. Where did you put the magazines which were here? He asked. Ah, they are in the basement. Alpha told me that you wanted a change, so I did that. Does the young master need them? Hilda asked with uncertainty. Depends, who bought them originally? He asked. It was Baron, Hilda answered. Then it's okay, bag them for me, I will be using them the day after tomorrow. He said with a smile. For what? Margaret wanted to ask, but chose not to. It's not polite to ask about her young master's perverted hobbies unless she was involved. Ah, that reminds me. Alex suddenly exclaimed, Young master, we got the things you wanted from the brothel, she said as she ran out of the study. Hilda sighed as she looked at Alex leaving. She really didn't like this young man. And she couldn't understand why the young master let him live in the main mansion. I will take my leave then, Hilda said respectfully and left. She doesn't want to see what dirty things they got from the brothel. Alex returned quickly with the loot bag and placed it on the table with a grin. Victor smiled and gestured to Lily to close the door, then sat at the desk and began to take the items one by one under the girl's curious eyes. First, it was Baron's ID. After taking a look at it, he stored it in his ring. This should be useful soon. After that, a black ink pen. Victor quickly used a series of moves to convert the normal-looking pen into a USB stick, which he threw at Lily. He got this thing in this past life too when he investigated Baron. It was a treasure trove of blackmailing materials. I want you to inspect everything here. It should contain some good data in addition to a ledger of Baron's black deals. He said as he took the hard drive out of the bag. This is? He asked. Ah, Alpha said you might need it. It contains the security recordings of the brothel. Margaret said. Good, Victor said as he also handed it to Lily. Inspecting this should be a good first mission for the girls. Next was a golden dagger. Alpha told me that Baron intended to use this on her before she killed him and he seemed hesitant, and she didn't recognize it, Margaret interjected. Victor frowned and appraised it. Golden sacrificial dagger, SS January 9th. Sacrifice one life for a 1/10 chance of certain death attack. Shit, this thing was crazy strong, but it's too costly to activate. No wonder Baron didn't use it in the end, as he was the only one present there and would not sacrifice himself for just a 1/10 chance. Wait, it says 1/9, what if he collected all of those? Like that would ever happen. After that was the leather book. This was a low-grade appraisal artifact and Victor wanted to sell this, as he knew someone that would be very interested. The Book of Blood S. Reveal the bloodline talent of the target. Can reveal the hidden information in the bloodline, requires having bigger authority than the blood originator to be able to decode the data. What? This thing is very interesting. He will use it later on Lily and himself. Victor resisted the urge to try it immediately and proceeded to inspect the last item. It is an ancient book that had the drawing of a woman with an erotic posture on it. Not only Victor, but also Lily and Alex were surprised at the sight of it. It was in Baron's office. I thought you might like it, so I took it. Margaret cheekily said. Victor chuckled, then, just as he was about to put it away, he activated his appraisal skill on it out of habit. The Book of Wished Knowledge X. The book takes the form and reveals the information that its master desire. Require X rank class to activate. Require authority, depending on the subject. Cost? Order point per activation, depends on the information. Cooldown time, depends on the information's rank. Last activation target, the 100 most beautiful women in their favorite exotic poses. Shit, what is this? What the F***CK is this? This thing was an X-rank treasure. It was of the same rank as the time book he used to return to the past. X-rank treasures had powers that defied reality, but also very steep costs. Should he try it? But what would he need to ask about? Would it be costly? Save it for later. It seems the last owner of this thing was a big pervert. Victor thought as he flipped through the book to look at those 100 beauties. The women were really beautiful. About 80% to 95% on the Lily scale. Suddenly he stopped when he saw a girl there. This book must have been owned recently. No, wrong. It was her. After a frown, he quickly closed the book, just as Margaret got curious about the way Victor changed his expressions rapidly, and sneaked around wanting to look at the girl he liked. She didn't browse through this earlier, as she was not interested. Victor stood up, then turned around and grabbed Margaret, who was behind him. Then, to everyone's surprise, kissed her hard on the mouth. This book was the most amazing gift anyone could give me. Thank you, Margaret. He said in a cool posture and a dashing smile, making Margaret blush heavily for the first time since she met Victor. She completely lost her confident composure, as she never expected this kiss. Lily and Alex were a little jealous, and could only think of one word. Pervert. Was a porn book really this great? Should I go to the market and buy a stack of porn magazines for this perverted young master? Maybe he prefers vintage collections. Charlotte was sitting on her leather chair as she watched some men with naked chests move chests inside a vault. Young mistress, the von Weiss family has eradicated the Lotus gang, an old butler said. My stupid little brother would have never thought that I would use our enemies to erase the traitors he bought up. She said with a smirk. Shall we send someone else to assassinate Victor? He asked. No need. That guy might be a pervert, but he is a well-protected one. And I don't want to get in trouble with his family yet. She said, Send him an invitation to the auction, but make sure that he arrives late. I want to humiliate him a little. She said with a look of hatred in her eyes. Understood. The old man said as he bowed deeply. Any news about Baron? She asked as she watched the guards bring in 3 girls in chains. Those are what's left of her goods. Damn you, Titus, you idiot. No, we don't even know if he was alive. The old man said. That guy will not die this easily. Just keep searching for him, he will pop up sooner or later, he always does. She said, at the very least we need to retrieve the bloodline checking book. She added. After kicking the clingy Margaret and Alex out of the study and then locking the door, Victor smiled as he looked at the pouting Lily. These things are really great, you know, sit down and wait for your turn. He said with a smile as he set the blood book on the desk, then pricked his finger and marked the cover with his essence blood. The book shone a little, indicating that it has recognized a new master. Now using this is very easy, he just had to drop his blood in the groove on the cover. The book reacted and began to turn its pages until it reached an already existing silvery purple page. It was mostly empty, just 2 lines. Blood ID 125418004125125354657767771. Rank, AAA. And the word von Weiss was written in elegant handwriting in the corner. Probably Baron's doing. Authority condition met, infinity greater than 15,541. Do you want to reveal blood encoded data? Yes, no. He pressed yes, and the page changed in front of his eyes. Blood ID 12548041251254321546577767771. Rank, AAA. Data status, complete. Originator species, Elder Dragon. Special blood effects. Immortality. Draconic aura. Enhanced healing. Enhanced libido. Enhanced strength. Enhanced magic power. Enhanced charm. Enhanced luck. Enhanced poison resistance. Enhanced fire resistance. Bloodline skills. Dragonification. SS. Regeneration. SS. Dragon breath. S. Dragon claw. S. Limitless flight. S. Limitless dive. S. Hiding. S. Devouring. A. Draconic howl. A. Camouflage. A. Charm. B. Weakness. Netherstone restrains powers. Sunstone reveal in hiding. Wah, he never knew his bloodline was this overpowered. What would happen if he succeeded in upgrading it? What would it turn into? He knew a few things about this. The blood features just rely on purity, while the skills would be granted on awakening, and they are limited by the purity too. The purer, the better. Usually, not all skills are granted, 1 or 2 mostly. That's unless he was 100% pure and fully awakened. What is this, young master? Lily, who sat quietly beside him, asked. This artifact reveals the secrets of the bloodline. Those should be the Von Wee's blood. He said. Can you read those symbols? Lily asked with astonishment, making him realize that the book was written in rune writing. This type of thing was still unreadable, and only a few symbols could be recognized by trial and error, as the AAA rank. That's how Baron used it. Yes, I can read this. It just needs some effort to learn. He said with a smile that made Lily's eyes sparkle, the young master is really amazing. She thought, not realizing how amazing reading runes truly was. In his past life, Victor was one of the few who truly read this thing. No, put a drop of your blood in this groove. He said as he handed Lily a sterilized needle. He didn't want the cut to leave a scar. She nodded and did as he told her. Just as the blood entered the groove, the book shone, then flipped open to an empty space, and out of thin air, a golden page with raven ornaments began to materialize. No record of her bloodline was registered in the book before this. Blood ID 14074844161264796000542155. Rank, SS. Authority condition met. Infinity, greater than 240,137. Do you want to reveal blood-encoded data? Yes, no. Wow, much more authority was needed for hers. Is it because of the SS rank? He quickly pressed yes. Blood ID 14074844161264796000542155. Rank, SS. Data status, complete. Originator species, crowned crow. Special blood effects. Immortality. Enhanced healing. Enhanced strength. Enhanced magic power. Enhanced agility. Enhanced intelligence. Enhanced fire resistance. Enhanced cold resistance. Super enhanced memory. Super enhanced charm. Bloodline skills. Misfortune Bringer X. Shadow Kin SSS. Soul Suck. SSS. Soul Survival SSS. Crow Claw. SS. Death Shrill. SS. Limitless Flight. S. Charm. S. Hiding. S. Survival Instinct S. Devouring. A. Memory Song. A. Camouflage. A. Regeneration B. Mocking C. Weakness. Sunstone Reveal in hiding. Elven Metal disables powers. Wawaya what? Victor stood up and yelled, making Lily shrink a little bit as he looked at her as if he wanted to eat her. Is everything okay, young master? She asked timidly with a blush. The way he looked at her made her feel strange. Dear Lily, come sit on my lap. He said as he sat down and patted his lap. Lily nodded timidly and sat down, to feel his arms hug her. I thought that my bloodline was overpowered, but after looking at yours, I found out that I am pathetic. He said, making her a little shocked. Was it really like that? She thought as she looked at the incomprehensible runes in the book. But, I have some good, and bad news for you. He said with a complex expression. What? She asked nervously. The bad news is that we may have to split up. He said with a sigh while feeling a little guilty for having to manipulate Lily's feelings. What? She yelled as tears began to fill her eyes. Does the young master not need me anymore, or does it have something to do with my bloodline? Is it better than yours? Can't you just take it? I don't mind. She said in shock. Idiot, that's not it. He said as he hugged her harder, it has something to do with the good news. Your bloodline, let me confirm who your parents are. He said, deciding to tell her the truth about her origin. The truth would come out sooner or later, and it would be better if he was the one who would deliver the news. My parents? She asked in shock. But I remember them, they were farmers. They sold me to a brothel when I was 5. And no matter how much I pleaded, they didn't listen. She said with a sad voice. If my guess was correct. Those guys were not your real parents. He said as he grabbed the book of wished knowledge and opened it to a page showing a pretty naked woman in a dirty pose. Lily wanted to look away in embarrassment but stopped when she realized that the woman looked about 99% similar to her. If it weren't for the slightly slanted eyes and the beauty mark on her cheek. Victor also inspected the picture. This woman had a mature charm that the young Lily could never rival. Not yet anyway. Who is she? And why is she in this dirty pose? Lily asked in shock as her face was painted red with a blush. She wouldn't mind making this pose for her young master, but she wouldn't like it if it was featured in a porn book. This book is an artifact that was set to show the most pretty women in the world about 120 years ago. Victor said he discovered the age by trying to ask the same question about the women, and the book told him that it would cost him 120,000 order points and 10 years cold down time, or 120 order points and 120 years cold down time. And since the book was usable now, that much time has probably elapsed. Ah. Who is she? Lily asked. Look at the name at the bottom. He said. Lily looked to see 3 words written in ethereal handwritten runes that she couldn't read. What does it say? She asked with embarrassment while wishing to pinch the young master for teasing her. Venus von Krone, probably your grandmother. He said, making Lily frown. She had never heard of that name before. She inspected the picture again but quickly looked away. The pose was very dirty. But, maybe I just look like them, she said. Not with your crowned crow bloodline. It's unique to them. He said, the von Krone was the strongest family in the world. They went into hiding about 21 years ago. Victor added, making Lily gasp. But. What does it matter? She asked. If you belonged to that family, that would be a problem. As they would never approve of a son-in-law like me. Not easily anyway, as my bloodline rank is too low for them. He said with a shallow smile that made Lily shocked as she realized why he told her that they may not be able to stay together. I will just hide. They don't know about me. She said timidly. She was curious about her real family, but she didn't want to leave her young master. No, they don't, but they will. You must know better than me how big family spy networks work. He said. I know, but they didn't look for me until now. She said in a depressed voice. I have information that the von Krone had some kind of an internal power struggle that would end very soon. Maybe your situation was related to it. He said, we don't know if they will look for you for sure, but you have to be ready, just in case. He lied. He clearly met her brother when he came to the archipelago to look for her trace back then. At that time Victor hid the fact that he was a von Weiss, just posing as a history researcher, and together with that guy he found out through the records what happened to Lily. He could not have imagined that the random girl who was killed at the day of his ceremony would have been such an important character. And he would have never believed that he would fall in love with her. His initial purpose when he saved her was to send her to her family. Her brother was his best friend after all, and that guy did confess to Victor that he wished they were brothers-in-law when they got drunk once. No matter what, I want to stay with the young master," she said stubbornly with a blush, bringing him to the present. "I want that too. But you would have to face your parents sooner or later. So we have to get married before they find you," he said as he hugged her tighter. "I would have to face my in-laws after all," he said, sniffing her hair, making her smile a little. He really had several solutions. The best one was to upgrade his bloodline. If he has an S-ranked bloodline, things would be much easier. "Did the young master know about that before and made me wear a veil for that purpose?" she asked him after sitting on his lap and feeling his warm hug for a while, making him freeze. Shit, this girl was too smart for her own good. "Of course not, I just didn't want anyone else to look at your beauty with dirty eyes," he lied. Lily nodded in embarrassment. "Don't worry. I just need to get rid of Linda, and we will marry," he said. The Von Krone would take another 3 years to sort out their trouble, then it would take her brother another 3 years to track her here. That's if nothing was changed. After calming Lily down, Victor told her to go get the girls. He needed to test their bloodlines. Watching her leave the study, he sighed, wondering what would be her reaction when she hears his plan for her family. Well, that would be for the future. Now he had to get rid of Linda. His plan for her was already underway, and that idiot was acting just as he expected. It was a good thing that she lives in Vane City, where the Von Weiss family controls everything. Soon, Lily returned with the girls. "Young master, do you need anything?" Beta asked as Lily didn't explain why the young master requested them. "Come on, one by one drop your blood onto this book," Victor said. "We already did that when Master Bar Pig took us to the mansion," Beta said. "Yeah, I know. Now do it again." Victor gestured to her. Beta nodded and then did as he said. The book quickly flipped to a page with an ID 154 on its header. This was Baron's handwriting. Blood ID 4154421126123421343214321430. Rank, B. Data status, incomplete/unable to show more data/35%. Her bloodline was not pure, it seems, so the data was not complete. It seemed that to complete the data of a bloodline, he would need to get samples from more people. But this was enough for him to know its originator. He quietly wrote it in his notebook. After that, the girls, one by one, tested their blood types as Victor wrote some notes down. He especially licked his lips when Theta tested her blood. "All done, good job," he said, with a chuckle as he looked at the data. Making the girls pout a little, because he told them nothing. They didn't dare complain though. "Good, Lily, go get your sisters," Victor said, as he gestured to Margaret and Alex, who was now wearing a maid dress, to enter the room. Beta and her sisters gave Alex a strange look, especially Gamma, who was a little interested in Alex before. She never thought he had such hobbies. Really, all men are perverts. Alex, Margaret, and the twins were tested after that. They didn't have any bloodlines. But the book's reaction to Alex's case was strange. It was as if it was having a hard time deciding, which made Victor think of a possibility as he began to look at her. Maybe her bloodline was locked, like the curse that locked her experience before. "Is everything okay, young master?" Alex asked with a blush as she felt her eyes crawl all over her body. She wasn't used to wearing a dress. "Just sit here," he said, pointing to a couch nearby as he hurried the other girls to go out. Margaret giggled, making Gamma ask her what was going on. Oh, Alex has discovered that he was not comfortable being a man, and the young master decided to help him find his direction in life. she said, making the girls blush. I am a girl. Alex wanted to shout while wishing to strangle that slut, Margaret. Can't you find a better way to explain things? After Margaret winked, then closed the door, Victor looked at Alex and asked. You already told me that you had no idea who your mother was, right? Victor asked, making Alex frown a little. She nodded. She had already told him about her family when she met him. Do you have any mementos from her? Victor asked. Alex hesitated for a moment. Yes. Not with me. There was a pendant that my father always wore. He told me that it was from my mother. But that traitor took it when he imprisoned me. Alex said with hatred, forgetting her embarrassment. Your fiancé? Victor asked. Yes. No. My best friend. Don't forget that I am a male, young master. Alex said with sweat dripping from her forehead. She almost revealed herself. Oh. That would be a big problem then. Victor said with a sigh. Why? Is everything okay, young master? Alex asked. Your bloodline is strange. It is as if there was something hiding or locking it. Even this book, an S-ranked artifact, couldn't detect it. It may have something to do with your mother. Victor said, making Alex surprised. We have to get that pendant. I believe it holds a secret. Victor added. Shall we go to the Thunder sect? I don't know if that guy survived, Alex asked with determination. Yes, maybe it is there on his corpse, perhaps he survived, maybe someone took it during the battle. There are too many variables. We will have to go there to investigate the place anyway. But not now. Victor said while pondering, next month I will have to go on a dungeon raid with my father near New Lure City. That place is close to the Thunder sect, so we would head there on our way back. I already promised you that I will help you get revenge. And although someone beat us to the Thunder sect, I still have to help you retrieve your things and regain your honor. Victor said, acting as if he really cared about her, while in truth he only wanted to know what happened to the Thunder sect's vault. If it was still hidden, he wouldn't mind ransacking it. As for the pendant, if it really mattered, it would find its way to Alex sooner or later. That's how science and fate worked. Alex nodded with gratefulness in her eyes. The young master really cares for her. Just then Lily returned with her assassin girls, who quickly saluted Victor respectfully while giving Alex a strange look. Is this guy a male or a female? Wasn't he dressed in a butler uniform earlier? If it were not for his short hair, they would have truly mistaken him for a girl. Is he a pervert? Or is this just a hobby? Come on, everyone. Drop your blood on this book's cover, Victor said with a smile as if he understood the girls' dirty thoughts. The girls nodded and then began to test their blood one by one. Sadly, they were all except one, normal humans. Well, finding someone with a bloodline was never easy. Anyway, he will keep this book with him in case he meets an interesting girl. Or boy. He quickly kicked the girls back to their room to get some sleep, then sat down and relaxed as Lily stood behind him massaging his shoulders. Any good results? She asked curiously, making Victor hand her the notebook. Beta. Silver Blood Wolf Bloodline. B rank. 35% Gamma. Golden Duck Bloodline. C rank. 41% Delta. Diamond Dog Bloodline. D rank. 54% Epsilon. Bronze Dog Bloodline. D rank. 61%. Zeta. Three-tailed Fox Bloodline. D rank. 70% Eta. Sleepy Porcupine Bloodline. F rank. 61% Theta. Twin-tailed Lucky Cat Bloodline. S rank. 12% Assassin Girl 3, Nora. Horned Bat Bloodline. E rank. 10%. Victor sighed. The girls didn't have pure blood, but that's to be expected as most likely they were just some random common girls who had really bad luck, except Theta. Was it her luck that brought her to him? He really wanted to know her skills, but her blood purity was too low for the book to analyze. Lily, I want you to check the data we got from Baron, see if there's anything about the girl's origin, he said. Lily nodded as she watched her young master close his eyes and enjoy her delicate hands. She didn't know, but he was checking on Alpha's situation. She was still training the brothel girls. She was going to use them to create a spy network using some of the resources that were hidden by her family. That girl was a pure sadist. She could act as an evil mistress very easily. He remembers how savage she was when he first met her. But now, dominating her felt quite good. Anyway, he needed her to return fast. As she had the Horror's Jewel, which he needed to create a protection and hiding formation around the mansion. He wants to awaken all the girls. If he was discovered by the family or the other powers, it would raise too many questions, as he can't just say it was a coincidence, like the dungeon incident. And he might need to leave the mansion in the future, and he didn't want them to be helpless. That reminded him that he never got the formation materials he asked the alchemist about. Victor quickly searched his storage ring and took out the card that the old man gave him. It has a store address. He should go there tomorrow, before heading out to search for the 41 Death Warriors Nick hid. What are you thinking about, young master? Lily asked him with a frown after she saw the lewd smile on his face. She didn't like it at all. Tomorrow you will accompany me to get about 40 new girls, he said lazily. Making Lily, just for a moment, consider if it was okay to strangle this pervert young master's neck. Martin von Zwei looked coldly at his son's body as the candlelight illuminated the dog shit covering it. It leaked out of the casket onto the expensive wool carpet that covered the grand hall. The elders around him chose to remain silent, observing and wondering. It seemed fresh. How many dogs do you need to create such a masterpiece? Patriarch, let me go and kill that bastard Cassius. How dare he do this to young Master Carlos? An elder from the Patriarch's faction yelled with anger, as the other elders around him also clamored for revenge. No, Martin said, making the hall go silent again as he pondered for a second. What do you think, Levi? He asked his second son without showing any expression. This is a trap. The enemy must have been doubting Cassius. They want to expose the force behind him. Even Carlos's death might not be a coincidence. We must not react rashly, Levi said, making the elders nod in approval. Amazing young master, we have not thought of that, many elders said, trying hard to kiss his ass. Silence. Martin commanded in a chilling voice, making them quickly hold their tongues. They didn't want to lose them. The question is it one of us? He asked, looking at the nervous elders. Someone from the other family? He added, looking at his son, or the von Weiss. He concluded with hatred leaking through his cold facade. I may add that it may be some unknown faction in the von Weiss family, Levi added, making his father give him an approving look. What do you propose? He asked majestically. Rita should have finished her ceremony, so I think it is a good time for her to join us, just for a few days before attending the academy. I might need to take her on a tour to the graveyard lab, he said, making the elders in the hall shiver. She is your fiancée, do you really want to put her through that? Martin asked, coldly. We must, Levi said, she is a pawn anyway. And her death would serve a purpose at least, he added. Master, that would expose Cassius, an elder said to Martin. It's okay, that faction is disposable, as Cassius was probably exposed. And we still have the von Rosen, we just need to tell them to hasten their infiltration. Killing and would make a perfect opportunity because all the competing factions would need to strengthen themselves fast, and marriage with another family is a sure way. Levi explained. Master, but and is already poisoned, no need to make Rita kill her. Another elder who was of an opposing faction interjected. She was cured. We still don't know who and how. Levi replied, making the elder frown. He didn't like the fact that he was not informed of this new information. Fine, make sure to do it perfectly. It's time to get rid of the von Weiss anyway, as many worms are already eyeing them. If they were not annihilated after this, they would have to go into hiding for a long time to recover from the internal dispute that will ensue. Martin said as he coldly looked at Carlos's corpse. Understood, esteemed father, Levi answered. Victor woke up at the ringing of his phone, and as usual, he was not in a mood to answer. He didn't even bother to open his eyes as he enjoyed the feeling of being hugged by more than one girl. He knew that someone would pick it up sooner or later. This is the phone of young Master Victor, Lily answered the phone after a few seconds. No, he is busy, her tone got less polite. Ah, when? Yes. I will tell him. I know. With that, she hung up the phone rudely. Good morning, young master, it is Kai. He wanted to tell you that you got invited to an auction tomorrow night. Lily said. Oh, where and at what time? He asked lazily. About 9 p.m, they will send someone with the invitation later. It is in the White Hotel. She replied. 9:00? That be *tch, Charlotte, wants me to arrive late it seems. He thought as he opened his eyes and looked at the girls hugging him. They were Mina and Manna who have sneaked into his bed in the middle of the night. They seem to have been awake all this time. Good morning, young master. They said at the same time. Good morning? Don't you two have duties to attend to? He asked them as he yawned. It was already 10 a.m. Those girls are getting lazy. We didn't want to wake you. And hugging the young master was very comfortable, so we didn't want to let go. Manna said cheekily with a blush, she has been learning from Margaret it seems. Oh, where is that slut? Where is Margaret? He asked, that pervert should have been with them. Ah, do you miss her, young master? Mina asked, trying to tease her young master, but failing miserably. Maybe, she has a nice texture, he said, making the girls feel a little jealous. What does he mean by texture? They wondered. She said that she will sleep with her new toy, Manna answered after some hesitation. She was worried that the young master would get angry about Margaret sleeping with Alex. Oh, if it is Alex, then it's okay. He is the one we should be worried about. You can try sleeping with him too if you want. Victor said, making the girls open their mouth wide. Is the young master really this open? Absolutely not, he kicked a man's ass just for hitting on Lily. They felt very strange, especially Lily. However, it could be argued that Alex didn't act like a man at all. He was a wimp. Could it be that Alex was castrated and only Margaret and the young master knew about this? Now go wash up then prepare some breakfast for me, Victor said, making the twins return to reality, and reluctantly get up. Last night, Lily let them hug the young master with her. And without that annoying Margaret, they enjoyed a blissful night. They didn't know why, but being near their young master made them feel a strange sense of security. The twins quickly returned to their room and took a shower, then headed to the kitchen after getting dressed in their maid's uniforms. Margaret and Alex, who was still in a maid uniform, were already there helping Hilda, who seemed to have already prepared most of the dishes, so the twins only had to make the final touches. How was your night? Hilda asked them while raising her eyebrow. She didn't expect them to jump to the young master's bed this willingly. But it's not bad. It was good, Mina said with a blush before turning to Margaret and asking to change the subject. How was your night, Margaret? She asked curiously, what did they do all night, that Alex was a little pale. Was he really a full man, or was he missing something? She didn't dare to ask. It was fine, we just played a little game, Margaret chuckled, making Alex shiver. She should have never tied Margaret up that night. This girl seeks revenge for the slightest grievances. Thankfully it didn't involve anything sexually, or her secret would have been revealed. Alex swore that she should never let Margaret know her true gender. Just thinking about what would happen sent shivers down her spine. Oh, Manna nodded with a blushed face, imagining some wild scenarios. Let's get things ready, Hilda said after a chuckle. She never thought that this much drama would happen in this mansion. Young Master Victor was really great. She could tell from the smiles of the girls. She has served under other masters in the family, and most of them are pieces of shit. They would never give their servants this much freedom, and they would punish them for every little thing. After having his breakfast hand-fed to him by Lily, Victor asked about the other girls in the mansion, and Hilda told him that they had already eaten early in the morning. Beta and her sisters were studying, while the assassin girls were doing their morning training. I have some business outside. Do you want to come with me, or would you prefer to go shopping with your sisters? Victor asked Lily. I will go with you, Lily said naturally as she wiped his mouth with a napkin. Will you give me a ride? I want to go to my apartment and get my clothes, Arya, who just went downstairs, asked. That's fine, Victor replied. He totally forgot that she was living with him now. What about me? Margaret asked. You stay here with Alex, he should stay low for a while. And you have to teach him how to flirt with men, Victor said, making Alex bite her lip. This is, for your own good, Victor told her after noticing her sour expression. The strange thing about Alex is that even if she was wearing the maid uniform, she would still give the air of a boy. It was the gender-changing artifacts effect. Only Victor, who was not affected due to his high authority, could enjoy the sight of Alex's camouflaged curvy figure. Hilda, call Theta for me, I want her to accompany us, Victor ordered before he stood up and headed out to check on his car. He didn't have a chance to really inspect it since he bought it. This time, he can't take Leo as he might need to drive while following the ring signal. Finding Nick's hideout would require some luck. After an hour, Victor drove out of the mansion with Lily, Arya, and the jubilant Theta. This was her first time going out like this, and despite Alpha's repeated warnings, she really liked the young master. First, they headed to the store where Victor intended to buy the materials for the formation. It was an antique store built inside a warehouse in an inconspicuous industrial zone, as if the owner intended to be low-key. There was not much traffic, just some lorries or trucks passing by. All of you stay here, he told the girls as he got down. He didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble because of the girls' beauty. Young master, can I come? The curious Theta asked, making Victor, who wanted to refuse her, freeze. His instinct told him that he should never refuse this girl's requests. Okay, he said, as he stretched his hand, making her hold it with a slight blush. When she was at Titus's mansion, she was never treated this kindly by the men there. And the young master's hand is so soft. Arya could only utter pervert in a low voice, while Lily looked at them with some jealousy. But she had seen the bloodline notes Victor took yesterday, and she had an idea why Victor would take Theta with him. Don't let go of my hand, Victor said to Theta, who nodded in response. Entering the store, Victor looked around and quickly found that this store specialized in antiques, fake antiques, to be specific. It was filled with all kinds of things. Don't touch anything, if you break it, you will pay for it. A bossy salesgirl, who was dusting the antiques, barked at him. Do you need anything? She asked after that. Camellia. Abnormal status, slave, weak. STR 14. In 22. Luck 11. Charm 24. Fate, E. Bloodline? Victor quickly appraised her and discovered that this girl was just a servant. Her master probably belonged to some hidden power. Where is your master? This young master wants to meet him. Victor asked arrogantly, making the girl squint her eyes. You mean the boss? He only meets important people, she said proudly. Tell him the old alchemist sent me. Go. This young master has no time to waste, he said, giving her the card he got from the shopkeeper. The girl frowned a little as she took the card and then headed to the back of the store. Wait a second. And touch nothing, she rudely said. Many people come here to meet her master, and he usually just kicks them out. As they waited, Theta began to look around the store, looking at all the paintings and vases. Do you like anything? He asked her, just in case. Ah, I don't know. She said as she shook her head making her ponytail swing, I think that painting is pretty. She said pointing to an obvious knockoff, palm-sized painting of a penguin smoking a pipe. Victor said nothing, he just approached it and began to inspect it. His appraisal skill showed nothing. And his impression was that this thing was not even a real painting. It was made using some printer, then plastered with some opaque watercolors over the ink to appear authentic for some idiot to buy it. The one who did this didn't even bother to use some inexpensive oil paints. Ah, this young master has a keen eye. This painting was the last product of an aspiring artist, someone said from behind him. It was an old man with a snow-white pointy beard and thick eyebrows. He came from the back of the shop and was followed by that bossy salesgirl. Name, Huang Shan. Level, 99. Class, Merchant. Abnormal status, Cursed, SS. Authority, 9. Strength, 245. Agility, 229. Intelligence, 261. Luck, 53. Charm, 57. Order, 80. Skills. Killer Fist S. Appraisal A. Formation Arts A. Haggling A. Money Grubber A. Suspicion A. Speech A. Charm B. Scheming B. Cooking B. Brewing B. Survivor C. Knife Arts D. Surveying D. Shield D. Chess E. Sword Arts F. Cleaning F. System Store Access, Level 7. Player Market Access, Level 2. Equipment. Defensive Talisman S. Charm Enhancing Ring B. Aura Hiding Pendant B. Storage Ring D. Ring of the Master F. Fate Status. Fate's Power, C. Fate's Direction, Neutral. Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, C. Another Hidden Master. Those guys are popping out everywhere recently. No wonder that after the reckoning the world changed so fast. Those guys were waiting for their chance. Are you the boss here? Victor asked arrogantly. Yes, did Neil send you? The man asked as he looked at the card in his hand. If you mean that grumpy alchemist, then yes. He didn't have the materials I needed, so he sent me here. He even told me that you would give me a discount. Victor said, making the girl behind a smirk. The boss had never given anyone discounts before. This idiot young master would be lucky if he didn't lose his pants on his way out. Oh, what do you need? The old man said, not caring for Victor's rude language. He just looked at Theta, then returned his vision to Victor. The girl is normal, but this guy is strange, why can't I see anything? He must be from a powerful family that gave him some protection artifacts. But is he a big fish or just another shrimp? The man wondered without making it show on his face. These materials, Victor said as he gave the man the list. Huang Shan quickly took a look at it with a frown. I have those materials, payment is in coins. The man said seriously. This is a good business deal. How much? Asked Victor. 3 million coins. The man said while flashing 3 of his fingers in Victor's face. He was not sure if Victor would run when he heard that number. Many people underestimate the cost of those materials. Too much. Victor said while wanting to smack this guy's face. He was charging him more than double the normal price. Too bad he didn't want anyone to know he got those, otherwise he would have just bought them from the family. But that would expose too many things. Too much? Not at all. This Mirage Stone is not easily found, you know. And I am already giving you a discount because Neil sent you. Huang replied dismissively, making Victor frown for a second before looking at Huang again. I can accept, but I need 2 things from your shop with it. Victor said, making Huang surprised. This is a big fish. He will get an 83% profit margin from those. What? Huang asked. He really wants this deal to work now. First, this painting, Victor said while observing the penguin painting, making Huang look at it with interest too. Does this thing have any real value? Both of them wondered. But Huang, who got curious, would never let go of this painting now. That can't be. This painting is too precious. My late mother used to love it, so it is not for sale. Huang said, making Camellia behind him curse at him. Didn't he punish her a few days ago for failing to get rid of it? And what late mother? Didn't you scam this thing a month ago out of the hands of that lousy wandering painter? Victor frowned, then looked at Theta, who only shook her head. It's okay, I don't like it much anyway, it was just interesting, she said in a soft voice. She didn't want the young master to get in trouble because of her. It was enough that he wanted to buy her the painting. Fine, then I will take a random thing in addition to that girl, Victor said, pointing at Camellia, who opened her mouth in shock. Did this guy really want her? Does he want revenge? Would her master sell her just like that? Oh, she would be an extra 1,000 coins, Huang said immediately. He got this girl a few months ago, and only for 100 coins. But if this pervert wanted her, he didn't mind giving her to him. He wanted to get a new one anyway. He can't keep someone by his side for too long. That's a lot. I can buy 10 beauties for that much money, Victor said while sneaking peeks at Camellia. Then how about I give you this painting with her? It is for the same artist who drew the penguin, the man said as he rummaged a little before taking another lousy painting of a cat with 2 tails. This thing was even uglier than the penguin, as the artist didn't even bother to use a brush. He must have done it with his finger. But despite that, it made Victor want to yell in shock. Isn't this Theta's bloodline originator, the 2-tailed lucky cat? He professionally hid his expression as he looked at the painting. What the F***ck was going on here? Are you perhaps scamming this young master? He asked the shopkeeper, hiding his true feelings. As Theta squeezed his hand, she really wanted this painting. Not at all, Huang replied professionally. Victor looked at Camellia and embarrassingly scratched his nose as if he was thinking while trying hard to hide his lip-licking tongue. This gesture wasn't hidden from Huang's expert eyes. Another pervert. Lately, he has been selling girls more than anything else. Well, it's all business. Victor gave the penguin painting one more reluctant look and then pointed to a random hair ornament. I agree. I will take that too then, he said. This would look good on Lily, he thought. Is it a deal then? Huang said, after giving the hairpin a dismissive glance. Nothing special. He had a dozen of those in the back. Yes, when can I get my materials? Victor said, regaining his arrogant appearance. Just a second, Huang quickly went to the back as Camellia looked nervously at Victor. She has been a little rude to him earlier, would he punish her? After a few minutes, Huang returned with a bag of materials. After that, he wrapped the cat picture and gave it to Victor with the hairpin. That would be 3,001,000 coins, Huang said. Victor quickly operated his system menu and paid him from Alpha's account. Then put the stuff in his ring. Good, does the young master need anything else? Huang said politely. A big fish must be treated respectfully before and after chopping it. The girl, Victor said, making Huang smack his head. Sorry, I forgot, he said as he operated the ring on his finger. I have nothing to do with her now. The man said he dispelled the ring's effect. All good, Victor said as he ordered Camellia not to resist and then marked her with his master ring, taking one of the last 2 remaining slots. Only one left. Huang looked with interest at the ring in Victor's hand but said nothing. This young master was definitely from a big family, and he must be occupying an important position. Hang thought. Victor ignored him and left the store, followed by an aggrieved girl who kept looking back with tears in her eyes, not knowing how she ended up changing hands. Just as they left the store, Huang smacked his head again. Shit, I forgot to ask him for the price of the clothes Camellia was wearing. Never mind, I got enough milk out of him today. he complained. Victor led Theta and the nervous Camellia back to the car, where Lily was leaning to the car as she stared at him and Camellia behind him. Next to the car, two burly men were squirming on the ground holding their crotches, suffering from the mysterious cracked nut syndrome. "You drive," Victor told Arya as he returned to the car and sat in the back with Lily and Camellia. "Name?" asked Victor. As Arya started the car. "Camellia, young master," she said timidly. "He must be really angry." "Lily, you test her," Victor said, giving Lily, who was sitting next to Camellia, the blood book from his ring, making her squint her eyes. "Another bloodline holder? The young master can really pick out those." "Prick your finger and drop your blood here," Lily ordered coldly. Camellia quickly complied, making a new page appear in the book. Hell Guardian Dog. A rank. Data incomplete 91%. Another dog? Well, this one is interesting. She did have the personality of a cocky guard. And was barking when she saw strangers. But this is good, that idiot Huang would have never thought that he lost big. An A-rank bloodline holder costs at least 5 million coins. "Tell me about yourself," Victor ordered as he watched the road. Arya was driving to her apartment. Wait, is he forgetting something here? Yes, he didn't test Arya's bloodline. That purple hair can't be natural. I am nothing special. I come from a village near Vane City. My family was poor, so they sold me to a gang. I changed hands many times and was purchased by Master Huang 2 months ago," she said timidly. "How old are you? Are you a virgin?" Lily asked her. "I am 22 years old, and no." Camellia shook her head, making Victor curse. He really wanted to upgrade this one's bloodline. "What are you good at?" he asked her. I can do cleaning, cooking, and accounting. I can also fight a little," she said nervously. Her previous masters tried to teach her how to sing and dance, but they failed miserably. "Do you know anything about this painting?" he asked again as he took out the cat painting from his ring and looked at it. It has only one signature on the back. A strange symbol that Victor didn't recognize. A wandering artist sold it to Master Huang about 5 weeks ago. With 2 other paintings of a penguin and a butterfly. She said the butterfly painting was sold to a hot girl who drove a red sports car a week ago. She added, making Victor frown, "Then give the painting to Theta. With this girl's luck, this thing can't be a coincidence. This is yours," he said, explaining nothing. Just as Theta took the painting, just for a split second, Victor saw a white thread connect between the painting and her. As if this was fated. Theta, who noticed nothing strange, smiled as she took the painting and began to look at it. This was the first gift from the young master, and she really liked it. "Tell me if you felt anything strange about it," he told Theta as he decided to keep an eye on this girl. After that, he looked back at Camellia. "From now on, she is yours," he told Lily, who was surprised. "For me, young master?" she asked. "You need a maid or an assistant, as I want you to run my assassin's force," he said, making Lily, who got his point, nod. She really needed an assistant. It would make it easier to stay at her young master's side. The car soon reached a luxurious apartment complex. This place was managed by the company to house their actors and VIPs. Arya lived here after Carla kicked her out of her villa. It made sense now why Arya was treated badly by her mother for all these years. She was not her real daughter after all. Victor told Lily to stay with her new dog and Theta in the car as he left with Arya. "You should go do your job. Arranging my belongings would take a while, and I will take a company moving truck to go back," Arya told him. "I know that, I am here for other purposes," he said as a young guard quickly opened the door when he saw Arya. "Good morning, Miss Arya, how was your trip?" he said respectfully with a smile. Victor told Susan to tell the employees that Arya was on a business trip. "Good morning, Jerry, it was good," Arya said after some hesitation, ignoring the flirting smile on his face. What are you doing here blocking the road? Victor, who was in the back, pushed the guard, Jerry, away. How dare he try to flirt with Arya? What are you doing? Let the man do his job. Arya told him, failing to realize that he was courting her. This girl was too thick for common approaches. If he really wanted her, he should go forward and get rejected like a real man. You are? The young man asked him with vigilance. This is the CEO of the company, you better not anger him or he would get you fired, Arya warned after she felt the hostility between them. Why would Victor pick a fight with this poor guard? She didn't understand this fake young brother of her at all. Sorry, sir. The young man said as he bowed deeply and cursed in silence. Damn, Miss Arya has probably fallen for this rich young man. No. I must expose his true colors to her. Those guys are always traitors, the guard made his resolve for the new year. It's okay, just know your place, Victor said arrogantly, making Jerry hate him more. Arya nodded and headed to the elevator that had just reached the ground floor. And when the door opened, two women stepped out. Young master, you are here. Mira, who saw Victor, exclaimed. The women were Mira and her agent. Mira, I missed you the last couple of days. Come here and give me a kiss. Victor commanded, making the agent frown and then open her mouth in shock with the guard who was getting ready to save Miss Mira from this pervert. Mira, who was supposed to be a shy innocent woman, went to Victor directly and after some hesitation, quickly pecked him on his cheek. HSSSSSSS. Everyone was shocked except Arya just shook her head and entered the elevator. Nothing strange about this. Theodore has already slept with half of the company's actresses, so it was natural that Victor takes the rest. Pervert. A family of perverts. They didn't know that after Mira was claimed by Victor at the party, she called her father, who worked at the family's intelligence hall, and informed him of what had happened. He only told her one thing. That no matter what, she should do as Victor commands. He proceeded to tell her that Victor was granted an elite position in the family and that he could punish or kill them both with just a word. Making her really scared. But her father assured her that the rumors about Victor's were all lies and that this might be her chance. So when Victor commanded her to kiss him, she forced herself to obey. This is? The agent, a tall pretty woman with thick glasses, asked as she gave Victor a nasty look. How dare he do that to Mira? Did he brainwash her? Is he blackmailing her? I am Myra's owner, Victor said while slapping Myra's butt, making Mira blush harder and cover her face with her hands. Jerry clenches his fist hard in anger as he glanced at Arya, who only sighed as the elevator door closed. Why didn't Miss Arya react? And why would Miss Mira, who was as pure as water, fall into the hands of this arrogant young master? Are all women like that, dirty money worshippers? Was his life and dreams a lie? Owner? The agent asked. Her mind had flown to a faraway place, she could not imagine what the word meant. Was this some kind of a perverted play? Should she call the police? I am Victor White. Perhaps you heard of my name. He said casually. Victor White, the CEO. Nice to meet you, sir. I am Minerva, an agent at your company, the agent said as her expression changed and she began to shoot flirting gazes toward Victor. I wouldn't mind him being my owner too. She thought. Jerry, who was watching her expression, lost his soul at this moment. The agent made him confirm his guess. Why are you here? Mira asked him. Did he want her for something? I was driving Arya here to get her stuff, she is moving in with me. And I thought about you. He said, making her frown. Wasn't Miss Arya his sister? Her father did warn her that the family was full of perverts. I will tell you about it later. Victor, who read her mind, said, you will have to move in too when your current movie ends. He said, making her nod with a sigh. She didn't know what to think. Was the young master really good to her or another pervert? Now, do you have something private? I need to ask you something. He said, making Mira blush. Would he do that to her? Young master, you can use the reception room. Minerva, who adjusted both her glasses and her view on Victor, said with a knowing smile. If Mira could satisfy this young master, he would surely grant her good roles in the company, and as her agent, she would gain a lot. Victor nodded as under the guard's desperate gaze, he took Myra's delicate hand and dragged her into the reception room, and closed the doors. He didn't like this agent, but such opportunistic women are of great use for perverted young masters like him. Like now, how that woman followed after him and stood outside the door as a guard. The reception room was made with the highest standards to receive VIPs and important media representatives if needed. It was furnished with brown leather couches and delicate wooden coffee tables. Victor sat on a wide couch and invited the blushing Mira to sit beside him. She was nervous. What did he want to ask? Doesn't he already know everything about her? How is work lately? Victor asked her. It's a little tiring, but thanks to the young master I got the role of the heroine in Mr. Silverberg's new movie. The project is complete on paper, it was only missing financing, so now the shooting will begin next month. She said politely. I see. That's good. He said as he took out the blood book from behind his back, not letting her see that he used the storage ring. Prick your finger and let one drop of your blood drip on its cover. He said, making her frown a little. Mira hesitated, not understanding what was his purpose. So Victor had to take her hand himself and use a sharp needle to prick it, then bring it to touch the cover. She didn't dare to resist. Nothing happened, or that's what Mira saw. Victor saw a whole different scene as a silver page appeared in the book. Blood ID 51154811547900232152443324490. Rank, AA. Data status, complete. Originator species, lower aqua spirit. Female only bloodline. Special blood effects. All or nothing. Enhanced magic power. Enhanced intelligence. Enhanced fire resistance. Enhanced cold resistance. Enhanced poison resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Enhanced memory. Super enhanced charm. Super enhanced self-healing. Bloodline skills. Healing, Kiss S. Healing touch A. Regeneration A. Diving A. Hiding A. Survival instinct A. Charm A. Enchanting song A. Mimic B. Reflect C. Blood curses. Death when giving birth to a bloodline heir. Weakness. Truth orb reveal true form. Death frail flowers disables powers. Interesting, Victor said, as he looked at Mira. Who is your mother? He asked. She never told him in his past life. My late mother was also a servant. She served in the logistics hall. She replied, I never met her, my father said that she passed away while giving birth to me. She added. Seeing her skills, Victor realized why this girl had a full bloodline. It's her bloodline power and curse. It seems that only one can inherit it. Was it always like that? Probably not, this was a curse after all. Is everything okay, young master? She timidly asked when she saw the worried look on his face. Yes, I just confirmed that I really liked you. He said, making her both shy and confused. How did he confirm that? Do you have anything now? He asked her as he texted Kai to get him Myra's father and mother's files. Yes, I have a photo shoot at the company. She said. Oh. Too bad I am busy today, I really wanted to watch, he said, making her nod with a blush. Well, I will call you in a few days. We can have a nice meal then. Victor added as he stood up, making Mira surprised. Is that all? She wondered. What? Do you want me to do anything more? Victor, who could read her thoughts, asked, making her stand up and head to the door in shame, but she didn't expect Victor, who was still holding her hand, to pull her into his chest and kiss her lips. Ah! She was shocked. "Never forget to give your young master a goodbye kiss," he said, as he left her hand and headed to the door. "Take care of yourself." "See you later," he said to the frozen girl as he left the room, under the surprised eyes of Minerva and Jerry who were waiting outside. "Done already?" Minerva asked unconsciously. Yes, but she would need about a minute to pull herself together and go out, so don't disturb her, he said as he gave the guard a threatening look and left the building. Jerry, who misunderstood the whole situation as intended by Victor, cursed silently as he looked at the arrogant young master's back. "One day I will trample on all of you and have all the pretty women for myself," he swore. Oliver was sitting on his hospital bed, watching a show that made him forget his pains. A crazy woman entered the ward and started to hit that poor guy Abe. Apparently, she was his mother, and from her screaming, he made out the whole story. This shitty family has sold their cousin to some young master for a lot of money, and that piece of sh*t Abe took the money and ran to a brothel. And it just so happened that the place was raided. The money was gone. What a shitty family, they deserved what happened. "Oliver." He heard a familiar voice call his name. "Lulu?" he asked in surprise. Wasn't this his high school crush, Lulu? In the end, he chose his betraying girlfriend over her. How blind was he? "What are you doing here?" she asked him as she twirled her flowing hair. I had an accident," he said with some embarrassment. "I heard that Claudia left you," she said. "I am sorry," she added in a compassionate voice while smirking on the inside. "He deserves this, just a poor bum who wants to jump out of a ship pool and marry a swan." "It's okay, I am over it," he lied, trying to act like a gentleman. "What are you doing here?" he asked to change the subject. My brother had an accident, so I came to visit and spotted you," she said flirtingly. "Lulu, stop flirting with that guy. You can't milk anything from him. He was castrated." Abe yelled at his sister, making her look at Abe with disgust before turning around and leaving him saying nothing. She was intending to make use of him to rape Margaret, then film it and blackmail her. But now this guy turned out to be useless. Oliver was surprised, then furious. Was she Abe's sister? Damn, a family of snakes. He didn't have to ask anything. He realized that this B*TCH was going to use him. He could read her eyes. Why? Because he is a player now. Normal human emotions were clear to him as daylight. His intelligence and strength have tripled after the awakening. Soon, he will get his revenge. On his girlfriend, on Lulu, and on that B*TCH that. Ah. The pain made him stop thinking. He took a deep breath and recollected his thoughts. He would have never thought where life would bring him after he left that mountain village. But life was really full of surprises. Who would have thought that his grandfather's relic he hanged on his neck for all these years was an awakening talisman? He has already searched the web for this player thing, and after a day's work, he found a website that he had to do an interview to enter. He passed it and entered the player's network to realize the hidden world he had never known about. There was a lot of information there and many encyclopedias. He even found hope for a cure. Soon, he thought, after being discharged, he will be on his way to greatness. "Doctor, when can the operation be performed?" Linda asked as she lowered her sleeve after the doctor finished taking a blood sample. "How about tomorrow?" the old perverted doctor asked. No, let's do it 3 days later. And this must be a secret, or I swear my father would kill you," she said, making the doctor nod. "Don't worry, miss. This is not my first time doing this. But about the payment," he said as he licked his lips. "Don't worry, I will pay you before the operation, but you better not mess this up," she said with a worried voice that perfectly hid her murderous thought. This pervert would disappear from the face of the earth as soon as the operation was over. Victor left the apartment building and returned to the car while whistling a stupid song in a good mood. Thankfully, no bodies were on the ground this time. He got into the driver's seat, as Lily jumped from the back to his side. "Let's go," he said. Lily nodded in response, then frowned. Why does the young master have the smell of a different woman? She smelled this one before. Pervert young master. Can't he go somewhere alone without having some slut rub into him? Victor, who saw her expression, chuckled as he drove off and began to navigate using the master ring's tracking feature as Lily watched the road silently. In the back seat, Theta was telling Camellia about her sisters, her cool new home, and how there was a big pool there. The tracking was not easy, as it was basically a hot and cold game where Victor had to follow the ring's target signal. After a while, they left Vane City and began to travel along the highway. After an hour, Victor had to exit it and began to travel along an old mountain road that ended up on a dirt trail. After having to go back 5 times because of dead ends, and after asking no less than 10 extremely helpful village ants on the road, he seemed to have found the right road near sunset. "Isn't it getting late?" Lily asked. "It's okay, I would have a lot of girls to warm me up later," he said with a smirk, making her a little jealous. She knew that she can't monopolize him and that nothing would really happen. But for some reason, the way he said it really annoyed her. Did he intend to make more than 40 girls warm his bed at the same time? Bad young master. Pervert young master. Is the young master always like this? Camellia whispered to Theta nervously. Yes, isn't he great? Everyone likes him, Theta said, making Camellia and even Lily shake their heads. This girl was hopeless. But it can't be helped, being raised by perverts like Baron and Titus would surely corrupt a young maiden's perspectives. Soon they reached their destination. An off-grid abandoned factory. According to the villagers he asked on the road, this place was once a project made by some gang to launder money using it as a front. They chose this faraway place to build it to make it hard for anyone to investigate it. The operation was a success for a few years. But it fell when the gang's boss's brother-in-law told the police about him because of some family feud. So they were arrested, and this place has been closed ever since. The ring signal got very strong here, and Victor was sure that Nick used this place as his secret base. It was both uphill and had perfect hidden and defensive positions. Maybe he should buy this entire mountain and then build a fortress here. There would be a lot of chaos when the reckoning comes, and it's best to have a place far away from society. It was already dark when the car approached the gate of the factory. It was stopped by a masked guard, who had a machine gun in his hand. "This is private property," the guard said in a soft voice as he pointed the machine gun at the car. Victor didn't hesitate and used his ring. This one was one of his slaves. He felt it. The guard scrambled to the ground in pain as Victor left the car with the rest. Victor didn't mess around, he quickly headed to the guard and removed the mask, to reveal a pretty face with long flowy hair. He will have to appreciate her beauty later in a better light. "What's your name?" he asked, but the guard didn't answer, just looked at him with vigilance. Victor didn't hesitate and hit her again with the ring's punishment as he spoke. "Nick is dead. I am your new young master," he said, making the guard shocked after seeing the ring in Victor's hand. "Go get the others and let them line up to welcome me," Victor said as the guard nodded, then quickly stood up and ran inside the factory. Victor didn't hesitate and activated the ring's light punishment on all of the slaves inside. It would make them listen to the guard faster. Victor waited for 5 minutes before leisurely heading inside the factory, followed by the girls. He was welcomed by a big, well-lit courtyard filled with training equipment, in addition to 41 death warriors standing neatly in line with anxious looks on their faces. Each one of them had a clean-shaven tattooed head and burly muscles that were thicker than a tree log. This must be the effect of intensive training. "Where are the girls?" Victor asked the guard. "What girls, young master?" "There are no girls here. Only us, 41 grown men." "She?" "No," he said. You are a male too? Victor asked without an expression, making the guard nod after some hesitation. After inspecting the guards with his skill, Victor stood there stunned for the next 10 minutes as the 41 men stood there with uncertainty. Only after that, when Lily began to laugh out loud while holding her stomach, did Victor begin to curse. "F***ck you all." He yelled, "Where are my girls?" He asked again, making the warriors not certain how to answer. Ha. Young master, go ahead and enjoy your blissful night. Lily could not help mocking him, earning herself a dangerous glare from his eyes. But she didn't care, she was in a really good mood right now. He deserves this. Pervert young master. What are your names? Victor sighed after a few minutes and asked. He had to work with what he got. We are called by our numbers young master. The guard said, I am 17, he added. Okay, from now on you will be called Chick 17, Victor said. I came here to get 41 chicks, and I am going to get them one way or another. He said unreasonably, making the men, no chicks nod in approval. That's the only reasonable thing they could do as a response. Tell me about yourselves, Victor asked as he found himself a random broken chair and sat on it. Young master. We all come from orphanages that had shady deals with the mafia. Chick 71 said. Young master Nick bought us and began training us 3 years ago, he added. Don't call that piece of sh*t Nick a young master in front of me. What can you do? Victor asked. We are trained in martial arts and infiltration techniques. Basic military arts. We can use both fire and cold weapons in addition to bombs. And we can also drive many kinds of civilian and combat vehicles. He said. Can you do logistics or data analysis? Victor asked. Only basic tasks young master, 17 replied, making Victor sigh. He was wrong to expect better from that idiot Nick. Those guys could only do grunt work, nothing else. Fine then, from now on you will be mine. He said, Lily, castrate all those men. Victor gave his order, making Lily frown as the men turned pale and covered their crotches. Young master, please don't do that, we will be very obedient, 17 begged anxiously. What is wrong with this crazy young master? I want to take you to my mansion, and I can't let you attack my girls, Victor said. Can't the young master use your ring? Another death warrior interjected as sweat dripped from his bald head. He reminded Victor that there is a function in the ring that would make them lose their abilities as men temporarily. Yes. Fine then. But if any of you tried to do anything to any of my girls, he would make him wish for a quick death. Victor said, making the chicks nod. Tell me about this place then, Victor asked. Yes young master, this is an old factory that was transformed into a combat base. It is 2 stories above ground and 2 below. We have an electricity generation system and freshwater well. We usually restock food and supplies from the villages down the mountain once or twice every 6 months, 17 explained. We use this yard and the first basement for training, and we all live on the ground floor. He added. Who is your leader? What's your command structure? Victor asked. None, young master. We were supposed to be led by the Jung brothers, but they didn't return after leaving with young master Nick. 17, who was acting as their representative, replied. Jung? Never heard of them. Could it be the 2 idiots who were kicked in the nuts by Lily in the mansion back then? Those guys had already become shish kebab. From now on you would be their leader, Victor said to 17, this guy seemed well respected by the others. Now, do you have a transportation tool? Communication equipment? He asked. Yes, young master, we have a few cars and some encrypted long-range communication devices, he replied. Then get 10 men to follow me, they would act as guards for my mansion. And the rest would stay here and begin expanding this place. I will send you some plans in a couple of days. We will be acting as construction chicks. Victor said. Understood young master, but It is already night, the way down the mountain is very dangerous. 17 interjected, making Victor frown. This chick was right. Fine, let's have some dinner, I will sleep here tonight then, Victor said, then sat down as the Death Warriors proceeded to set a grand feast for their new master. Those guys worked very efficiently and after 15 minutes the meal was ready. It was not fancy at all, but Victor didn't mind, he ate the worst in his previous life. The girls didn't mind too, especially Theta who was interested in this new kind of food. Why do you have long hair, while the others are bald? Victor asked 17 curiously as he ate. Ah. It was Master Nick's command. He wanted me to start acting like a girl for some infiltration mission, that's all I know. Chick 17 said, making Victor frown. What was Nick planning? He will have to look into that later. Get me 2 rooms, Victor said after he finished eating and stood up as Lily wiped his mouth. 17 bowed respectfully, then quickly guided him upstairs to the rooms usually used by Nick. There were a few bedrooms with a simple office. After inspecting the place, Victor turned to Lily. You go to sleep with Camellia in the other room, I will hug Theta tonight. He said, making Lily a little deflated. I will have my blissful night, he said as he dragged the shocked Theta into his room and then shut the door with a smirk that made Lily open her mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Her young master really holds grudges. She didn't argue though, knowing that this must be her punishment for laughing earlier. She was a little jealous, it was worth it. He. She couldn't help giggling as she remembered Victor's expression earlier. She was no longer concerned about him leaving her after he confessed that he would marry her. And she was getting increasingly familiar with his stupid punishment tactics. He wants to make her jealous. But she was not feeling much as she was sure that Victor would do nothing to Theta. She would miss him a little though. Pervert young master. She thought as she dragged Camellia into the other room and then closed the door. She could only vent on this dog. 17 watched the drama silently, then returned to his brothers. Whatever happens, it's not their business. At least this young master was a little nicer than the previous one. Young master, I am not ready yet, Theta said in a mosquito voice as she stood up shyly near the bed. She was not against the idea. Just a little bit shy. Don't worry, didn't Alpha tell you, I will only make you warm my bed. He said as he dusted the bed, then laid on it and invited her to his side. She could only nod then to his surprise, took out all her clothes and jumped into his embrace, making him open his mouth in shock. What are you doing? He asked. I can only sleep like this, she shyly said as she closed her eyes and began to snort cutely. Titus had weird habits, and he taught the girls that they can't sleep in their clothes. The young master smells really nice, she thought as he looked at her, clinging to him. Victor could only shake his head as he hugged the stupid girl who was pretending to have fallen asleep. He should tell Hilda to fix their bad habits. It would be bad if they did that outside. At about 12 o'clock a.m. Victor opened his eyes as he felt something hot moving in his embrace. It was Theta, who was glowing red as a strange object was flowing above her. It was the painting they got in the morning, hovering in midair while sending waves of energy into Theta's delicate body. He quickly stepped back in shock, then quickly activated his appraisal, but still, he could see nothing. What should he do? Intervened or let it proceed? That girl is lucky though, can this be bad for her? He felt threatened by just looking at this thing. Should he leave her to her fate? No, her fate was already intertwined with his, and he never let his fate be controlled by others ever again. The problem was that he couldn't see what was going on. He could only activate his eyes of destiny and have a look. Targets. Human female, +1. Soul artifact, +10. Cost, 11 order point. /21 remains. Revealing. The world around him changed, while a shiver ran down Victor's spine as he saw what was truly happening. He made a mistake. Or did he not?